Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. I learned the first rule because someone had taped it over the camera monitor in red duct tape. Do not answer if they knock from inside. At 12:43 a.m., something knocked from inside the Gorilla Night House. My name is Owen Markham, 32, male, and I was only 3 weeks into the overnight security job at Franklin Park Zoo in Boston. I'd taken it because my divorce had left me sleeping in my sister's spare room in Quincy, and because night work suited me better than admitting, out loud, that daylight made me feel watched. That sounds dramatic. It was. I just liked empty places. Empty places didn't ask how I was doing. The security office sat in a squat brick building behind the tropical forest exhibit, where the public never went unless they were lost or trying to smoke without being seen. At night, the zoo didn't feel like a zoo. It felt like a closed factory that happened to breathe. The air smelled like damp straw, bleach, old bananas, wet concrete, and that sour animal musk that clung to the back of your throat, no matter how much coffee you drank. On the desk in front of me, 6 monitors showed the primate wing in gray-green night vision. Lemurs curled in ropes of tail. Mandrills slept like collapsed old men. The western lowland gorillas were mostly dark humps in their indoor dens. Mostly. The knock came again. 3 taps, careful, measured, not the random slam of an animal throwing itself at a door, not a pipe popping in the wall. Tap, tap, tap. On the monitor, labeled primate, holding /Service Hall C. One of the heavy metal keeper doors trembled very slightly in its frame. Marty, the guard training me, was halfway through unwrapping a turkey sandwich when he stopped with one thumb under the plastic. Marty Bell, 58, male, had worked nights at the zoo for 11 years and carried himself like a man who had survived by not being curious. He had a white beard trimmed close to his jaw, a bad left knee, and a habit of calling every animal sir or ma'am, as if that might help during an incident. He looked at the monitor, then at the taped rule, then at me. "Did you hear that?" I asked. He put the sandwich down slowly. "Yep, that's from inside. Yep, a keeper. No keeper S in there." The third knock came before I could ask anything else. Tap, tap, tap. It was polite enough to be worse. Marty reached past me and lowered the volume on the radio scanner, like sound itself might encourage whatever was happening. The office heater rattled under the window. Somewhere outside, one of the peacocks made a cracked, ugly cry from the dark, a noise like someone tearing cloth with their teeth. I laughed once because my body didn't know what else to do. Marty didn't. "Rule binder," he said. "What?" He pointed with his sandwich. "Drawer, bottom left." I opened it and found a black 3-ring binder with a peeling label that said Overnight Primate Procedures, Security Copy. The pages were warped from moisture. Some were printed. Some were handwritten. A few had yellow sticky notes layered over older notes, like nobody wanted to remove the first warning, only bury it under new ones. Marty flipped it open without looking at the table of contents. His finger landed on Rule 3. If knocking is heard from inside a primate holding area after final keeper lockout, do not respond verbally. Do not approach the door alone. Confirm all locks by camera only. Notify senior animal staff if knocking continues longer than 5 minutes. I read it twice. That's an actual rule. Marty gave me a tired sideways glance. It's in the binder. That doesn't answer my question. It answers the one that matters. The knocking stopped. On the monitor, the door settled. Nothing moved in the service hall except a moth beating itself against the caged light fixture. I wanted to say something smart. I wanted to be the new guy who didn't rattle. Instead, I noticed my palms had left damp prints on the edge of the desk. The radio chirped. Security base, this is Lena. You boys seeing Hall C? Marty picked up the handset. We're seeing it. Lena Ortiz, 41, female, was the senior night animal care technician, though everyone just called her the night keeper. Had a calm, clipped way of speaking that made emergencies feel scheduled. I'd met her twice before. Once when she showed me how far back to stand from the orangutan mesh, and once when she caught me eating a protein bar too close to the commissary bins and told me the rats had more confidence than fear. Any personnel inside? Marty asked. Negative, Lena said. Last keeper cleared tropical forest at 2012. I signed off myself. Marty looked at me as if to say, there. Normal answer. Paperwork exists. Paperwork protects us. Then Lena added, do not go down there yet. Yet. That was the word that stuck. Marty pressed the handset again. Copy. I watched Hall C on the monitor. The camera angle showed a narrow concrete corridor washed in security light, with painted arrows on the floor and steel doors on either side. At the far end, where the hallway bent left toward the gorilla dens, something pale lay near the drain. It might have been a rag. It might have been a keeper glove. It hadn't been there during my 11 o'clock camera sweep. What's that? I said. Marty leaned closer. His beard brushed his collar with a dry rasp. Probably trash. Trash moves itself around here. In this place, he said. Sometimes, yeah. But he didn't smile. The rest of the zoo kept making ordinary night sounds, which somehow made the office feel smaller. The vending machine compressor clicked on. Rainwater ticked through a gutter outside. A delivery truck backed up somewhere near the service road, faint beeps bending through the walls. Marty told me to run the camera log. I clicked back through the footage, hands clumsy on the mouse. 12:38, empty hall. 12:39, still empty. 12:40, a blur near the bottom edge of the frame. 12:41, the pale thing appeared beside the drain. At 12:42, the door shook once. At 12:43, the knocking started. Could one of the gorillas have gotten into the service hall? I asked. Marty said nothing for a second too long. They shouldn't be able to. That's not no. That's zoo work. Lena came over the radio again. Base, I need both of you to stay put and keep eyes on cameras. I'm waking Dr. Cho. Dr. Hannah Cho, 36, female, was the on-call veterinarian that night. I'd only seen her in passing, walking through the service gate with a canvas bag over one shoulder, dark hair tied up, face set in the permanent exhaustion of someone whose patience could bite through bone and still need compassion afterward. Marty answered, copy. Knock count was 9 total. No vocal response. Good, Lena said. And Owen, I stiffened. Yeah, you read the red note yet? My eyes went to the duct tape over the monitor. Yeah, follow it. The radio clicked off. Marty took one bite of his sandwich, chewed twice, then wrapped it again and set it aside. That was when I started getting scared. Not because of the knock, because Marty had worked through blizzards, break-ins, escaped cranes, and one drunk guy who climbed into the kangaroo yard on a dare. Marty did not waste food unless his stomach had already made a decision. I tried to focus on the screen. The pale object near the drain had a shape now. 5 fingers, a glove, a blue nitrile glove, half inflated with trapped air, twitching whenever the ventilation kicked on. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I said. Marty nodded. Could have. Neither of us believed it enough to relax. At 12:56, headlights swept across the office window. Lena's cart rolled up outside, electric motor whining softly in the rain. She came in without knocking, which I appreciated more than I wanted to admit. Lena was short, solid, and dressed in waterproof pants, a zoo fleece, and rubber boots muddy around the soles. She smelled faintly of hay and disinfectant. Her face looked calm, but she had a catch pole in one hand and a ring of keys in the other, each key tagged with colored plastic. Behind her came Dr. Cho, pulling on a blue jacket over scrubs. Her eyes were alert in a way that made me feel more exposed. "You're the new overnight?" Dr. Cho asked me. "Owen." "Hannah," she said. "Do exactly what Lena says, even if it sounds rude." "It always sounds rude," Lena said, "because people keep trying to die creatively." Marty grunted. Hall C glove by the drain, door movement and knocking. Lena stepped close to the monitor, not touching the desk. "Show me the playback." I replayed it once, then again. Nobody spoke during the second viewing. Dr. Cho rubbed the bridge of her nose. "That's not a gorilla hand." "No," Lena said. "You sure?" I asked. Lena looked at me. "A gorilla doesn't put on nitrile gloves, Owen. Fair." She turned to Marty. "South Service entrance still alarmed." Marty checked the panel. "Green across. Roof hatch, green. Public doors, green," I said, "so nobody got in." Lena didn't answer right away. Then she said, "The alarms say nobody got in. A small distinction. A nasty one." The radio popped again, this time with another voice. "Base, this is Aaron at gate 2. You guys expecting pest control?" Aaron Price, 24, male, was the other guard on shift, stationed near the main entrance. He was younger than me, broad-shouldered, cheerful in a way that made him seem underqualified for the dark. He had a Boston accent that came and went depending on how tired he was. Marty grabbed the handset. "Negative." "Why?" "There's a white van parked off Blue Hill Ave by the staff fence. No logo. Lights off. I saw somebody move near it, but they ducked back when I hit the spotlight." Lena's jaw tightened. Dr. Cho said very quietly, again. Marty heard it too. "Aaron, stay in your booth. Do not approach." "Yeah, no problem," Aaron said, suddenly less cheerful. Wasn't planning to make friends. Lena looked at the monitors, then at the binder, then at the ring of keys in her hand. "We have 2 possibilities," she said. 1, someone tossed a glove into Hall C earlier, and an animal or airflow moved it. The knocking is environmental. We document it and look stupid in the morning. And 2, I asked. She turned the key ring once around her finger. Metal clicked softly, a tiny chain of cold sounds. 2, somebody is inside a restricted primate area and wants us to open a door. Outside, rain tapped harder on the window. On the monitor, the corridor remained empty. The door did not move. The glove near the drain lifted one finger in the draft, then settled again. Marty said, "We call Boston PD." "Already did," Lena said. "Dispatch said units are tied up, but they'll send one when available. Until then, we verify from outside only. No interior entry unless we confirm a person in distress." "What if they knock again?" I asked. Lena looked at the red tape over the monitor. "Then we don't answer." Dr. Cho zipped her jacket. Lena, if it's a person, every minute matters. If it's not, Lena said, opening the wrong door matters more. That sentence hung there, practical and awful. I thought about my sister's spare room, about the stack of bills on her kitchen counter, about how I told her this job was boring, mostly walking fences and checking locks, nothing like police work. I'd said it like a joke because I'd washed out of police academy 8 years earlier after freezing during a live scenario drill, standing there with a blue rubber training gun while everyone shouted for me to move. My private fear was simple. When something real happened, I stopped being useful. And now everyone in the room was looking at the monitors, waiting for the building to tell us what kind of night this was going to be. At 1:04 a.m., Hall C's camera flickered. Once, twice. The image tore into gray lines, then came back. The glove was gone. Marty whispered, "Nope." Lena lifted the radio. "Aaron, confirm visual on that van." No answer. "Aaron, static." Then Aaron came through, breathless. "Still here. Sorry, my radio cut. Van's back door is open now." Dr. Cho stepped closer to Lena. "We can't just sit here." Lena looked at me. "Owen, you're with Marty on cameras. If Hall C moves again, you log time and direction. You do not talk toward the monitor. You do not use the PA. You do not joke, whistle, knock back, or ask who's there." I swallowed. "That last one happened before," Marty said. "Don't." Lena ignored him. "Hannah and I are going to the exterior staff fence. We check the van from outside zoo property and wait for police." The monitor flickered again. This time, when the picture steadied, the keeper door at the end of Hall C was open by an inch. Just 1 inch. A black seam in the frame. Lena stopped moving. Dr. Cho said, "That door was locked." Marty's hand hovered over the phone. From somewhere inside the primate building, faint enough that I almost convinced myself it was the rain, came another sound. Tap, tap, tap. Not from the monitor speaker. Through the wall. Lena's eyes moved to the service hallway door beside our office. The choice settled over us without anyone naming it. Stay in the office and trust the rules, or step into the zoo's dark back corridors before whatever was knocking learned we were close. Lena tightened her grip on the keys. "Everybody," she said, "decide now." Nobody decided immediately. That was the first bad sign. People like to think emergencies create instant clarity, that everyone suddenly becomes decisive and noble. Mostly, real emergencies make people stare at each other for 2 seconds too long, while their brains try to rearrange the world into something normal again. The tapping came once more from somewhere beyond the office wall. Tap, 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 closer now. Not loud, careful. Marty stood first. Nope. We lock down and wait for Boston PD. Dr. Cho turned toward him so sharply her jacket rustled. "If someone's trapped in there, if someone's in there," Marty snapped. They already crossed 3 restricted barriers and a locked service fence. That doesn't mean they deserve to die. Nobody said they did. Lena held up one hand before the argument could harden. Enough. Rain streaked the office window in silver lines. Outside, the electric cart hummed softly where she'd left it idling. The smell of wet asphalt drifted in through the poorly sealed doorframe. I kept staring at the monitor. The keeper door in Hall C remained cracked open by that same inch. Nothing moved behind it. No shadow. No hand. That somehow made it worse. Lena keyed her radio again. "Aaron, status." Static hissed, then, "Still at gate 2. Van hasn't moved." His voice sounded thinner now. "Can you see plates?" Lena asked. "Negative. Rear S splashed with mud." Marty muttered, "Convenient." Dr. Cho pointed at the screen. "If that door was opened from inside the holding corridor, we may have a containment problem." That phrase landed heavily in the room. Containment problem, not escaped animal. Nobody wanted to say those words yet. Lena finally nodded once, reluctant and tight-faced. "Owen, pull up thermal overlay on Hall C." I fumbled through the camera settings. My fingers slipped twice on the mouse. "Easy," Marty said quietly, though not kindly. The thermal filter bloomed across the screen in muddy colors. Concrete walls glowed dull blue. Vent pipes faint orange. The cracked door showed a thin, warmer line where conditioned air leaked through. And farther down the corridor, a heat signature, human-sized, standing perfectly still beyond the bend. My stomach tightened. Dr. Cho leaned close enough for me to smell coffee on her breath. "Can you sharpen that?" I zoomed. The image pixelated badly. The figure became a blocky smear of yellow and red, still unmistakably there. Marty said, "That's a person." "Or a reflection," Lena replied immediately. "From what?" Nobody answered him. The shape moved, not walking, swaying slightly side to side, like someone standing in place and struggling to remain upright. Dr. Cho swore under her breath. "We have to go." Marty shook his head hard enough that the skin around his eyes tightened. "No, absolutely not. Procedure says no interior entry without police backup. Procedure also says we respond to injured personnel. We don't know it's personnel." Lena stared at the screen for another long second. Then she pointed at me. "Owen, locker cabinet." "What?" "Bottom compartment. Grab the tranquilizer case." That sentence rewired the atmosphere in the room instantly. I crossed to the steel locker wall and opened the cabinet. Inside sat a hard orange Pelican case with a zip-tied inventory tag. Beside it rested a compressed air dart rifle in a locked rack. I looked back at Lena. "You think an animal got out? I think I don't enjoy surprises." Dr. Cho moved beside me and checked the tags with practiced speed. Ketamine darts are loaded separately. We don't arm unless confirmed visual. The fact that this sounded routine made my mouth dry out. Marty planted himself between them and the office door. "You're both acting like this is normal." "No," Lena said. "I'm acting like we've had break-ins before." That quieted the room. I noticed she'd said break-ins, plural. "Animal activists?" I asked. Lena gave a humorless shrug. "Activists. Drunks, YouTubers, urban explorers, people who think zoo fences are dares." Dr. Cho added, 2 years ago, a guy climbed into the orangutan exterior at night trying to livestream himself. What happened? He fell 8 feet and shattered his pelvis." Marty grunted. "Lucky." Dr. Cho ignored him. The orangutan didn't touch him, just watched him scream until we got there. The tapping stopped again. That should have relieved me. Instead, I became hyper-aware of every other sound in the building. Water ticking through pipes. A distant metallic clang from somewhere deeper in tropical forest. The ventilation system pushing damp air through vents overhead. Then came another noise. A low, rolling thump. Not from the speakers this time. From outside the office. Everybody heard it. Lena crossed to the small reinforced window in the door and peered out into the service corridor. I moved instinctively closer behind her. Hallway beyond was empty, except for fluorescent light reflecting on concrete floors, wet from tracked in rainwater. Then another thump echoed from farther down the corridor. Heavy, rhythmic. Dr. Cho exhaled slowly. That's a gorilla display beat. I looked at her. A what? When they're agitated, she said. They hit walls, doors, sometimes the floor. Marty's voice went quieter than I'd heard all night. Are they supposed to be awake? No. Lena immediately keyed the radio again. Aaron, I need you to check external thermal on the gorilla outdoor yard. From the gate monitor. Yes. Static crackled. Keyboard clicks came faintly through the radio. Then Aaron said, Lena, what? One's outside. Nobody moved. Aaron continued. Large heat signature in the exterior yard near the climbing wall. Dr. Cho's face tightened instantly. That enclosure was secured. Marty swore softly. Lena grabbed the radio harder. Visual confirmation. Thermal only. Cameras are partially obscured by rain. Dr. Cho was already moving toward the dart rifle. If one got through transfer doors, it shouldn't, Marty said. You keep saying that. Because these systems are built so it doesn't happen. Lena looked at the cracked Hall C door again, then at the thermal figure beyond it, then at us. Okay, she said. Hear S, what's happening? If a transfer door failed, an animal may have accessed a service corridor. If an intruder's inside, they may have triggered it. Either way, we verify immediately before a public breach. Police are coming, Marty insisted. And if a gorilla reaches perimeter fencing before they arrive, silence. Everybody knew the answer. Franklin Park sat too close to neighborhoods, too close to roads, too close to sleeping people. Lena pointed at Marty. You stay on cameras and maintain radio contact. Marty opened his mouth to argue. That's not optional, she said. Then she looked at me. You're with us. I almost laughed. Because it was funny. Because it felt absurd. 3 weeks into the job, and suddenly, I was apparently part of a zoo tactical response. I'm not trained for that, I said. You're trained to walk and carry equipment. That's not the same thing. No, Lena agreed. It is. Dr. Cho handed me the orange case. Stay behind us. Do exactly what you're told. My hands felt numb around the handle. The private fear I'd spent years trying to bury came roaring back, so hard it made my chest ache. The academy instructor yelling move. My own body refusing. The humiliation afterward. The polite recommendation that maybe law enforcement wasn't the right environment for me. Now Marty was looking at me with the same expectation I hated seeing in people's faces. Prove you're useful. Another thump rolled through the building. Closer. Lena cracked open the office door. Warm animal-smelling air slid in immediately, thick with damp straw and ammonia. Somewhere down the corridor, metal rattled once. Hallway lights buzzed overhead. Let's go, she said. We moved out carefully. The service corridor behind the office connected to the back arteries of the zoo, concrete passages visitors never saw, lined with hose reels, feed carts, mop buckets, and industrial doors with warning placards. The floor sloped slightly toward drainage grates. My boots squeaked softly as we walked. Dr. Cho carried the dart rifle angled downward, finger nowhere near the trigger. That loaded, I whispered. Compressed air chambers active, she said. No dart chambered yet. Comforting. You'd rather I chamber it? No. Ahead of us, another sound floated through the building. Not knocking this time, breathing, heavy, wet, close enough to hear air moving through nostrils. We stopped instantly. Lena killed her flashlight. The corridor dimmed to ugly yellow emergency lighting. I heard it again. HHHHFFFFF. HHHHHFFFFF. Then silence. Dr. Cho tilted her head slightly. Listening. Could be ventilation echo, she whispered. but she didn't sound convinced. Lena pointed toward the intersection ahead. We moved again, slower now. Every few feet, there were laminated emergency procedure sheets bolted to the walls. Big cat, escape, response, chemical exposure stations, primate contact, protocol. One of the papers had been ripped halfway off its screws recently. The corner fluttered in the ventilation draft with a dry, papery tick, tick, tick. We reached the junction leading toward Hall C. The smell changed immediately. Stronger musk, wet fur, and something coppery underneath. Dr. Cho smelled it too. Blood, not much, just enough to sharpen the air. My pulse started hammering. Lena motioned us to stop while she edged around the corner first. The Hall C corridor stretched ahead under dim security lights. The blue glove lay near the drain again. I swear to God it had been gone on the monitor. Now it rested palm up beside a dark smear on the concrete. The keeper door still hung open 1 inch. And farther down the corridor, the heat signature figure was now visible without thermal. A person stood near the bend. Male, tall, wearing a dark hoodie, facing away from us, not moving. "Oh Jesus," Dr. Cho whispered. "Sir," Lena called carefully. "Zoo security. Do not move." No response. The man swayed slightly in place. I noticed his right arm hanging oddly low. Dripped slowly from his fingertips onto the concrete. Marty's voice suddenly burst through Lena's radio loud enough to make everyone jump. "Lena, Owen, respond." She grabbed it. "Go, you need to get out of Hall C right now." Her face hardened. "Why?" Static crackled hard for a second. Then Marty said, "Because camera 7 just came back online." "What does that mean?" A pause. When he answered, his voice sounded smaller than before. "The person you're looking at," another burst of static, "isn't alone." At the far end of the corridor, beyond the cracked keeper door, something massive shifted in the darkness with a slow scrape of metal. Then came a deep chest rumble vocalization, so low I felt it in my ribs before I fully heard it. Not human, very close. And the man in the hoodie finally spoke without turning around. He opened it. Nobody moved after the man said it. He opened it. His voice sounded shredded, like he'd been breathing through his mouth for hours. Not dramatic, not theatrical, just exhausted and hurt. The deep rumbling sound came again from beyond the cracked keeper door. Closer this time. Dr. Cho slowly raised the dart rifle. "Sir," Lena said carefully, "keep your hands where I can see them," and stepped toward my voice. The man didn't turn around. Instead, he whispered, "Don't yell." The corridor suddenly felt much narrower than it had 30 seconds earlier. Hall C wasn't wide to begin with, maybe 8 feet across. Concrete walls painted institutional beige. Exposed pipes overhead. Drains every 10 yards. On the left side were the indoor gorilla holding dens, separated by hydraulic transfer doors. On the right side sat keeper access rooms, feed prep, equipment storage, veterinary staging. At the far bend, beyond the injured man, the corridor turned left toward the night house transfer gates and the exterior access tunnel leading to the gorilla yard. If something large was loose beyond that bend, we were standing in a bottleneck. Marty's voice crackled through the radio again. "Lena, answer me." She pressed the button without taking her eyes off the man. "Go. Camera 7's dead again. I only got 3 seconds of feed. Did you see an animal? No clear visual. Helpful." The injured man shifted slightly. I saw blood running down his wrist now, dripping off his fingertips steadily enough to patter on the concrete. His hoodie looked soaked along one side. Dr. Cho spoke quietly. "He's injured bad. He's conscious," Lena replied. "That doesn't last forever." The rumble came again. Then a loud metallic bang echoed from somewhere around the bend. All of us flinched. The man finally turned halfway toward us. He was young, mid-20s maybe, white male. Rainwater and sweat plastered dark hair to his forehead. One eye was swollen nearly shut. His right sleeve hung shredded from shoulder to wrist. Animal damage, not guessing, not maybe. Parallel bruising crossed his forearm in huge dark bands. Not bites, grabs. My mouth went dry. "Oh God," Dr. Cho breathed. "Please," the guy said, "don't make noise." "What's your name?" Lena asked. "Tyler." "What happened here, Tyler?" He swallowed hard. I could actually hear it in the quiet corridor. "Been through the fence." Me and Grant." The name hung there. "Where's Grant?" Lena asked. Tyler looked toward the bend in the hallway. Nobody liked that. Another metallic scrape echoed from deeper inside. Tyler whispered. He thought the locks were fake. Marty's voice burst through the radio again. "Lena, police just entered zoo property. 2 units only, thank Christ." But Lena immediately asked, "Where are they?" "Front administration gate. They're trying to route through storm closures." "How long?" "Static, 10 minutes maybe." 10 minutes sounded survivable when you said it fast. In reality, 10 minutes inside a concrete hallway with an agitated gorilla somewhere nearby felt geological. Tyler suddenly swayed hard. Dr. Cho moved instinctively forward to catch him. "Wait," Lena hissed. Too late. Tyler stumbled toward us, and the second he moved, an explosive crash erupted from around the bend. Not a roar, a detonation of force. Steel slammed against concrete hard enough to vibrate under my boots. Then came the vocalization. A full gorilla threat scream at close range is not cinematic. It doesn't sound monstrous or supernatural. It sounds disturbingly mammalian, rage and panic forced through lungs the size of industrial compressors. Wet, deep, violent enough that my body reacted before my thoughts did. Tyler screamed too. A huge black shape burst halfway into view at the far bend. Dr. Cho shouted, "Back." Everything became motion. Lena grabbed Tyler's hood and yanked him sideways into an equipment alcove, while Dr. Cho slammed herself against the corridor wall, raising the dart rifle. I froze, exactly like before, not metaphorically, literally. My body locked in place, staring at the gorilla as it charged 2 steps into the corridor. Massive silverback male, over 400 pounds easily. Black fur slick from rain or water. Eyes reflecting yellow under the fluorescent lights. It hit the corridor floor with both fists. Boom. Concrete dust jumped. I heard Marty screaming something through the radio. I heard Lena yelling my name. But all I could focus on was how fast the animal moved despite its size. Not lumbering, not slow. It crossed half the visible corridor in a heartbeat. Then it stopped. The silverback swung its head toward us sharply, nostrils flaring. Dr. Cho held perfectly still with the rifle aimed center mass. "See," she whispered, voice shaking despite herself. The gorilla stared. And then, just as suddenly, it wheeled around and disappeared back around the bend. Silence hit hard afterward. Not real silence. Ragged breathing, buzzing lights, Tyler whimpering in pain, my own pulse thudding in my ears. But compared to the previous 10 seconds, it felt empty. Lena grabbed my vest and slammed me backward into the wall. "What the hell was that?" she snapped. I couldn't answer, because she was right. I'd frozen again. Dr. Cho chambered a tranquilizer dart with trembling fingers. It bluff-charged, meaning, I asked weakly. It could have killed us, she said. It chose not to. Tyler slid down the wall, clutching his arm. Blood smeared across the concrete. He's not attacking like normal, Dr. Cho muttered. Lena crouched beside Tyler. Where's your friend? Tyler looked sick. He opened one of the transfer gates. Why? We were filming. For what? Tyler gave a tiny hysterical laugh that broke halfway through. Subscribers, of course. Lena closed her eyes briefly, like someone fighting the urge to hit him. You broke into a zoo, she said, to make videos. We thought they sedated them at night. Dr. Cho stared at him in disbelief. You thought gorillas were tranquilized every evening. Tyler didn't answer, because there was no answer that wouldn't sound idiotic. Another distant bang echoed deeper in the corridor system, closer to the exterior access tunnel this time. Lena stood immediately. He's moving toward yard 3. I looked at the corridor map bolted beside the alcove. The zoo used color-coded pathways underground. Hall C connected directly to the gorilla indoor dens. 50 feet ahead, the bend led left into the transfer chamber intersection. From there, right tunnel, exterior gorilla yard access, left tunnel, veterinary staging and freight lift, straight ahead, emergency containment doors leading toward the ape kitchen and service courtyard. If the silverback reached the service courtyard, there were maintenance exits leading outdoors. Can we seal the containment doors remotely? I asked. Marty answered over radio before Lena could. Tried already. System S not responding. Why not? Because somebody manually disengaged hydraulic locks. Tyler looked away. Lena rounded on him. How many gates did your friend open? I don't know. How many? We got separated. Dr. Cho cut in sharply. Arguing later, sedation now. She started checking the rifle pressure gauge. Lena nodded once. Okay, we do this in steps. First priority, isolate the silverback back into indoor holding. Second, locate Grant. Third, get Tyler medical. Fourth, Marty added over radio, stay alive. Reasonable addition. Tyler tried to stand and nearly collapsed. I caught him under the good arm before he hit the floor. He smelled like wet fabric and panic sweat and coppery blood. Easy, I said. He winced hard. It grabbed me. How? I slipped. His breathing shook. Grant thought it was behind another gate. He started banging on the glass, trying to get reactions for the camera. Lena muttered something in Spanish under her breath. Tyler kept talking too fast now, shock unraveling him. Then alarms started and Grant panicked and hit another switch, and a loud screech interrupted him. Metal grinding against metal. Everybody looked toward the bend again. The sound repeated, then stopped abruptly. Dr. Cho's expression changed first. That's the transfer gate motor. What does that mean? I asked. It means something's forcing the door. A horrible slam followed immediately. Then another. The silverback was hitting the containment gate. Lena made the decision instantly. Move. What? Marty barked over radio. If he breaches the transfer intersection, we lose the whole service level. You can't outrun a gorilla in corridors. No, Lena said, but we can redirect one. She pointed down Hall C, veterinary staging room. Now, we half carried Tyler forward. Every instinct I had screamed against moving deeper into the building. But retreat meant giving the animal access toward unsecured service routes. The corridor smelled stronger, now wet fur and overturned earth. The silverback had probably come in from the exterior yard before doubling back through transfer access. My legs already felt shaky from adrenaline. Tyler stumbled constantly beside me, boots slipping in blood and water. Dr. Cho stayed rear guard with the dart rifle trained toward the bend. As we passed the cracked keeper door, I glanced inside despite myself. The room beyond was chaos, broken buckets, scattered fruit, one overturned maintenance ladder, and on the far wall, smeared across the concrete in red marker, Rule 3 exists for a reason. I nearly stopped walking. What the hell? I whispered. Lena shoved me forward. Move, but move. We reached the transfer intersection 30 seconds later. The layout opened suddenly into a larger square chamber with overhead cage tracks and hydraulic gate controls mounted behind plexiglass lock covers. Yellow safety lines marked the floor. 4 tunnels branched outward. Directly ahead, the containment gate shook violently under impacts from the other side. Boom, boom. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Tyler started crying quietly. Dr. Cho pointed left. Vet staging S through there. The veterinary room sat another 20 feet down a side corridor. Small but reinforced. Stainless steel counters, medical cabinets, emergency lockdown shutters. Safe-ish. We got Tyler inside while Lena slammed the heavy door behind us. The room smelled sharply of antiseptic and animal medication. My lungs burned from running and stress. Dr. Cho immediately cut Tyler's sleeve open fully. The bruising underneath looked horrific now. Dark purple bands wrapped his upper arm nearly completely. He compressed the humerus, she said grimly. You're lucky it didn't snap. Tyler stared at the ceiling with glassy eyes. Grant S. dead. Nobody contradicted him. Boom. Another impact shook dust from overhead pipes. The containment gate outside groaned. Lena moved to the security panel beside the door. Manual shutters still work. She hit the switch. Nothing happened. Come on, she muttered, hitting it again. Still nothing. Marty's voice crackled through the radio. Lena, bad news. Need a line less crowded with those. Power fluctuations just hit the primate wing. Backup generator failed to transfer clean. The lights flickered. Every face in the room changed instantly. No, Dr. Cho whispered. Marty continued. Security fire doors are cycling open default because the hydraulic pressure's unstable. The containment gate outside slammed again. Harder. Lena stared at the dead shutter controls. And then we heard something new from outside the room. Not the gorilla. Footsteps. Running. Human. Fast. They pounded down the corridor toward us. Tyler bolted upright in panic. Grant. The footsteps reached the veterinary door. Then came desperate banging. Let me in, male voice. Young, terrified Grant. Lena moved toward the handle automatically, then stopped. Because underneath Grant's screaming, underneath the impacts against the containment gate, underneath all the chaos and rattling metal, there was another sound. A second set of footsteps, much heavier, closing fast behind him. And then the lights went out completely. Not flickering. Gone. Emergency, red backup strips blinked on a second later, washing the veterinary room in dim blood-colored light. Outside the door, Grant screamed. Then the scream cut off mid-breath with a wet, choking sound, and a massive impact that shook the entire wall hard enough to rattle surgical trays onto the floor. Nobody in the room moved. Nobody breathed. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the veterinary door, something began dragging heavily across concrete toward us. The dragging stopped outside the veterinary door. For 2 seconds, there was only the red emergency light humming above us, and Tyler making a small, high sound through his teeth while Dr. Cho pressed gauze into his mangled arm. Then something heavy bumped the door. Once, not a charge, not a hit, a test. The handle dipped. Lena raised one finger to her lips. Nobody spoke. Handle dipped again. Metal clicked. The door was locked, but it was a veterinary staging lock, not a containment lock. It was meant to keep interns from wandering into medication storage, not keep out a 400-pound silverback who had already bent a transfer gate. Marty's voice came thinly through the radio. Lena, she didn't answer. Outside, something dragged across the floor again. Scrape, pause, scrape. Tyler whispered, Grant. Dr. Cho's eyes flicked toward the door. Don't. But don't, she said, sharper now. The thing outside bumped the door again. Harder. The frame ticked. I had the orange dart case on the floor by my boots. My hands were shaking so badly I could hear the plastic latches trembling when I touched them. Lena pointed at the medical cabinets, then at the small interior window beside the door. We need a barricade. Marty came through the radio again. Camera 9 sees him outside your door. Silverback S between you and Hall C police are at Tropical Forest exterior, but animal staff won't let them enter blind. Good, Lena whispered. They shouldn't. Dr. Cho looked at her. We can't stay here. No, another hit. This one shoved the door inward half an inch before the lock caught. Tyler screamed. The silverback screamed back. The sound filled the room. It pressed against my eardrums and made my knees soften. Lena grabbed a stainless prep table and shoved it toward me. Owen, move. I moved, not fast at first. My brain was still lagging behind my body, but then the door jumped again, and something in me snapped loose. I got both hands under the table edge and pushed until the metal legs shrieked over the floor. Dr. Cho helped with one hand, keeping the other clamped on Tyler's wound. We jammed the table against the door, a cabinet next, then a rolling supply cart. It wasn't enough. We all knew it. The rifle, Lena said. Dr. Cho grabbed it. Will it drop him? Asked. Eventually, 10 minutes, maybe less. Maybe more, depends on dose, stress, muscle mass, where it hits. The door slammed again. The barricade jumped. A tray of syringes spilled and scattered across the floor like glass rain. We don't have 10 minutes, Lena said. Dr. Cho's face looked gray in the red light. I know. Marty's radio voice cut in. Manual containment wheel is in the transfer intersection. Lena closed her eyes for half a second. Of course it is. What wheel? I asked. The red wheel by the gate housing, she said. It can re-engage the main hydraulic lock if power's unstable. So someone has to go outside. Nobody said yes. The door hit again. The prep table bent inward. Tyler started sobbing. I'm sorry. Lena crouched in front of him. Listen to me. Is Grant wearing a black backpack? Tyler blinked at her. What backpack? Yes or no? Yes. What's in it? Camera stuff. Anything loud, speakers, drone. He looked confused and terrified. A Bluetooth speaker for intros. Lena looked at Dr. Cho. Dr. Cho understood first. Distraction. Maybe, Marty said. The backpack is in the transfer intersection. I can see it under the yellow rail. The silverback slammed both hands into the door. The barricade skidded 6 inches. Lena looked at me, and I knew. The manual wheel was outside. The backpack was outside. The animal was outside. And the only person in the room not actively treating an injured man or trained to handle animal sedation was me. My throat closed. "I can't," I said. Nobody mocked me. That somehow made it worse. Lena's voice softened, but only slightly. "You can." I froze out there. "Yes, I'll freeze again." Maybe. The door hit. A crack ran through the small interior window. Lena stepped close enough that I could see sweat shining on her upper lip. "Owen, you don't need to be brave. You need to do 3 ugly little tasks. Open the door when I say. Grab the backpack. Throw the speaker down the left tunnel toward the ape kitchen. Then spin the red wheel clockwise until it locks. That's it." "That's not it." "No," she said, "but that's all you look at." Dr. Cho chambered the dart. "I'll shoot when he turns." "What if you miss?" I asked. "I'll try not to, honest." "Terrible," Marty said. "Police are requesting permission to enter with rifles." Lena grabbed the radio. "No firearms inside unless there's human life in immediate lethal danger. Repeat, no discharge around primates unless commanded by animal staff." Another slam. The door frame split near the latch. "I'd call this immediate," Marty said. "Not yet." Lena looked at me again. "Now." Dr. Cho raised the rifle toward the cracked window. Lena pulled the supply cart back just enough to free the door. The silverback hit it from outside. The door burst inward. Everything happened too fast. Black fur filled the gap. A huge arm came through first, fingers curling around the bent edge of the prep table. Nails scraped metal. The smell hit me, wet hair, musk, blood, hot breath. Dr. Cho fired. The dart struck high in the silverback's shoulder with a flat, plastic thunk. The animal shrieked and ripped backward. "Gio," Lena yelled. I went. Not because I was brave, because she shoved me. I hit the hallway shoulder first, slipped in something wet, and nearly went down. The red light strobed over the corridor. The silverback was 10 feet away, twisting at the dart in his shoulder. Grant lay crumpled near the wall, face turned away, one leg bent wrong beneath him. No time. The backpack was under the yellow rail, just where Marty said. I ran for it. The silverback saw me. His head snapped around. For one awful second, we looked directly at each other. Not monster, animal, panicked, enraged, confused by pain and alarms and stupid human noise. Then he came at me. I dove for the backpack and slid on my hip. Pain flashed up my side. My fingers closed around one strap. The gorilla's hand slammed down inches from my boot. Concrete cracked. I kicked backward and scrambled behind the gate housing as Dr. Cho fired again from the doorway. The second dart hit lower, near the flank. The silverback spun toward her. Lena shouted, not at him, but at me. Speaker. My fingers tore through the backpack. Camera. Battery pack. Tripod. A ridiculous portable speaker with a neon green casing. I hit the power button. Nothing. Dead. Paired. Locked. I wanted to scream. The silverback charged the veterinary door again. Lena slammed it shut just before he hit. The whole frame buckled. I slapped the speaker controls blindly. A burst of sound exploded from it. Some stupid electronic intro music. Bass heavy, cheerful, obscene in that hallway. The silverback whipped around. I threw the speaker as hard as I could down the left tunnel toward the ape kitchen. It bounced once, twice, still blasting music, then skidded into darkness. The silverback followed it, not far, but far enough. Wheel, Lena yelled. I grabbed the red manual wheel. It didn't move. I pulled harder, nothing. I put both hands on it, planted my boots, and turned with everything I had. Pain shot through my ribs from where I'd fallen. The wheel groaned, one rotation, then another. Behind me, the music cut off with a crunch. The silverback was coming back. "Owen," Marty shouted through the radio. "Keep turning." I turned. Metal clanked somewhere overhead. Hydraulic lines shuddered. A warning buzzer coughed weakly, then died. The wheel kicked back and tore skin from my palm. I nearly let go. Then I saw the marker warning again in my head. Rule 3 exists for a reason. Don't answer. Don't open. Don't be curious. We had broken every rule except the one that mattered now. Close the door before something worse happened. I turned again. The containment gate began to slide. Slowly. Too slowly. The silverback rounded the corner. His steps were uneven now. The drugs were starting to work, but not enough. His head dipped, then jerked up. A line of saliva hung from his mouth. He charged, not a bluff. I let go of the wheel and ran 3 steps. That was all I got. Something hit my back like a car door swinging at highway speed. I flew sideways into the yellow rail. My left shoulder popped with a white flash of pain, so bright I couldn't hear for a second. I landed on my knees, couldn't breathe. The silverback loomed over me. Dr. Cho screamed my name. Lena appeared from nowhere with the catch pole, not trying to trap him, just jamming the pole between his arm and my body. He swatted it aside and caught her across the thigh. She went down hard. The sound she made was small and shocked. Dr. Cho fired the last dart. It hit the silverback in the chest. He turned toward her, wavered, took 1 step, another. Then his front knuckles folded weirdly beneath him. He crashed onto his side so hard the floor shook. For a moment, nobody moved. The silverback breathed in huge, slow pulls. Alive, down. But the gate was still open 3 feet. "Wheel," Lena gasped. Her pant leg was already darkening. I crawled, not stood, crawled. My shoulder hung wrong. Every movement made sparks dance behind my eyes. I reached the wheel and dragged myself upright with 1 arm. Turned, 1 rotation. 2. The gate slid another foot. Behind me, the silverback's hand twitched. Dr. Cho shouted, "Keep going." I turned until my palms split open again. The gate clanged into place. A lock pin dropped with a heavy final sound. For 1 second, I thought it was over. Then Marty's voice came through the radio. "Owen, Lena, the exterior yard gate is still open." Lena, still on the floor, laughed once. It sounded almost like coughing. "Manual latch?" she asked. "Outside tunnel," Marty said, "but the main animal is down inside. Police and keeper team can access from yard side if you hold position." Dr. Cho knelt near the silverback, but kept her distance. He sedated, not safe, but sedated. A faint groan came from near the wall. "Grant." Dr. Cho looked over. His face was pale. Blood bubbled at 1 corner of his mouth. 1 leg was destroyed below the knee. Not gone, but ruined in a way my brain tried not to understand. "He's alive," she said, already moving. Tyler began crying harder inside the veterinary room when he heard him. Lena tried to sit up and failed. My leg, I looked down. Her thigh had been opened by the impact against the rail or the swipe. I couldn't tell which. Blood pumped steadily through torn fabric. Dr. Cho threw me a tourniquet from her belt kit. High and tight. Now I stared at it. My one good hand shook. "Owen," Lena said through clenched teeth. "Ugly little task. That got me." I looped the strap around her thigh. Pulled. She cursed so loudly it echoed down the corridor. "Good," Dr. Cho said. Twist until bleeding slows. I twisted the windlass. Lena grabbed my sleeve hard enough to hurt. The bleeding slowed. Not stopped completely, slowed. From somewhere beyond the service tunnels came shouts. Human voices, police, keepers, boots splashing through rain. Marty's voice cracked over the radio, older than before. They're coming in from yard 3, hold position. Dr. Cho was working on Grant now, movements fast and grim. Grant, she said, stay with me, don't move. He made a wet sound. Don't talk. The silverback breathed heavily behind us. Sedated but enormous. His chest rose and fell under black fur. Each breath a reminder that the difference between contained and catastrophic had been measured in inches, seconds. And a cheap green speaker from a dead-eyed influencer backpack. I sat beside the red wheel, back against the wall, my ruined shoulder pressed to my chest. Lena lay with her head turned toward me. You froze, she said. I swallowed. Yeah. Then you moved. I wanted that to feel like victory. It didn't. The first keepers appeared at the far end of the exterior tunnel wearing rain gear and carrying portable barriers. Police followed behind them, guns lowered but ready, faces pale under helmet lights. No sudden saviors, just people arriving too late to prevent the damage, but soon enough to stop it spreading. One officer shouted, "Where's the animal?" Dr. Cho yelled back, sedated. Do not approach without keeper direction. The officer actually listened. That, too, felt like a miracle. As the team moved in, the red light kept pulsing over everything. The bent gate, Grant's blood, Lena's tourniquet, Tyler's glove on the floor, my torn palm on the wheel. And beside us, behind the locked gate, the silverback slept under drugs he never should have needed. The conflict was over. The rules had held, barely. But when they rolled Lena onto a stretcher and lifted Grant beside her, I looked back down Hall C and saw the cracked keeper door still open by 1 inch. From somewhere inside the empty service room, something shifted in the ventilation draft. Tap, just once. Probably metal cooling. Probably. By sunrise, the zoo looked almost normal. That was the cruel part. Rainwater silvered the paths. The benches dripped. A groundskeeper's cart rolled past the closed admissions gate with a bag of mulch strapped to the back. Somewhere in the distance, birds started up like nothing had happened under the concrete corridors while the city slept. I watched all of it through the back windows of an ambulance with my left arm taped to my chest. My shoulder had dislocated when I hit the yellow rail. The ER doctor later told me I was lucky it went back and clean. Lucky. People used that word a lot that morning, usually while standing beside someone who looked anything. But Lena rode out first. She was conscious when they loaded her, which somehow made it harder to look at. Her face had gone gray, but she kept giving instructions from the stretcher, snapping at a young officer not to step past the secondary barrier, and telling a keeper named Rob to check the hydraulic bypass log before anyone touched the transfer controls. Lena, Dr. Cho said, kneeling beside her, stop managing the zoo for 10 minutes. Lena blinked slowly. No, Dr. Cho almost smiled. Almost. The tourniquet saved her leg, or at least gave the surgeons a chance. The swipe hadn't cut her femoral artery clean through, but it had torn enough muscle that the paramedic's face changed when he saw it. Lena saw his face and said, "Don't make that expression at me. I'm not a child." The paramedic, to his credit, said, "Yes, ma'am," and worked faster. Grant left next. They covered his lower body with blankets, but not before I saw the splint cage around his leg. He was awake in pieces, drifting up and down through shock. Every time he surfaced, he asked for Tyler. Every time, Dr. Cho told him, "He's alive. Don't talk." Tyler heard him once from the other ambulance. "I'm here," Tyler shouted, voice cracking. "Grant, I'm here." Grant tried to turn his head. The medic pushed him gently back. That was all the reunion they got. Marty came out of the security building after the police took his first statement. His beard looked damp, though he hadn't been outside long. Walked over to my ambulance, leaned one hand on the door frame, and looked at my sling. "Shoulder, yeah, palm, stitches." He nodded like I'd given him a weather report. Then he said, "You did good." I waited for a joke, some old guard correction, something like, "For a rookie." He didn't add anything, so I just nodded back. The police interviewed me at Brigham and Women's after the X-rays, while I was still wearing a hospital gown and trying not to throw up from pain medication. 2 detectives sat near the curtain with notebooks balanced on their knees. They weren't cruel. They were tired. They had the particular patience of people who knew the truth would be stupid long before it was evil. Yes, Tyler and Grant had cut through the staff fence near Blue Hill Avenue. Yes, the van belonged to Grant's cousin. Yes, they had brought cameras, lights, a portable speaker, and bolt cutters. No, they were not animal rights activists. No, there was no evidence they meant to harm the gorillas. They meant to scare themselves for views. That was all. The footage from Grant's camera survived in fragments because the memory card cracked but didn't fully break. The detectives showed me only one still image. I wish they hadn't. Grant grinning beside the gorilla transfer controls, one thumb up, wearing a headlamp. Behind him, Tyler looked nervous and kept glancing over his shoulder. The caption they had planned for the video was written on a note in Grant's phone. "Overnight in the most dangerous zoo enclosure in Boston." One of the detectives asked me about the knocking. I told him what happened. He wrote it down without looking surprised. "What do you think it was?" he asked. I looked at my bandaged palm. "Somebody trying to get us to open a door." Which somebody? I don't know. That was the truth. The official explanation came 3 days later through an internal memo nobody was supposed to forward, which meant everyone had it by lunch. The first knocking had likely been Grant. Not from inside the gorilla den, exactly, but from the keeper's side transfer vestibule after the door jammed behind him. He had used the flat side of a metal feed scoop to knock on the interior service door, trying to get Tyler's attention without shouting. Audio carried strangely through the walls and pipes, making it sound closer to the security office than it was. The van was real. The break-in was real. The gorilla was real. The rules were real too, though less mysterious than they looked at first. Years of incidents, near misses, and animal behavior quirks condensed into warnings short enough for frightened night staff to remember. Don't knock back, because primates respond to rhythm. Don't use the PA, because sudden disembodied voices can agitate animals. Don't approach doors alone, because humans, not animals, are usually the ones who make stupid situations worse. Marty said the rules were written that way because nobody read polite paragraphs during emergencies. He was right. Franklin Park Zoo stayed closed to the public for 2 days. The press release called it an overnight security breach involving unauthorized entry into a restricted animal care area. That phrase did a lot of work. There were local news vans outside the gate by noon. Reporters talked about questions surrounding zoo safety and viral trespass culture, and a critically injured young man. Nobody showed Grant's full name at first because his family asked for privacy. Tyler's name came out when the charges were filed: breaking and entering, trespassing, reckless endangerment, interference with animal operations. A few other charges I don't remember because by then I was home in my sister's spare room, half asleep on muscle relaxers, watching the coverage with the sound off. My sister, Erin, stood in the doorway holding a mug of tea. Erin Markham, 35, female, had a schoolteacher's ability to look worried and angry at the same time. She had let me live with her after the divorce without making me say thank you too often. That morning, she had driven me home from the hospital and pretended not to notice when I struggled to buckle my seatbelt with one hand. "You quitting?" she asked. I watched silent footage of the zoo entrance. "I don't know. That's not no." "No," she nodded, unhappy but unsurprised. "You always pick jobs with uniforms when your life falls apart." I almost argued, then didn't. The silverback survived. His name was Keto. I learned that from Dr. Cho, who called me the following week because Lena wanted to know whether my shoulder was still attached. Keto had abrasions on his knuckles, 2 cracked nails, and stress-related dehydration. The darts had not injured him beyond bruising. He recovered in a quiet holding area away from the damaged gates, monitored around the clock by keepers who spoke softly and moved slowly. He didn't understand any of it, Dr. Cho said. I was sitting on Erin's back steps with my arm in a sling, listening to kids ride bikes somewhere down the block. "I know. No, I mean it," she said. "People are going to make him the monster in this story. He was. I know." She was quiet for a moment. "Grant's alive," she said. I closed my eyes. His leg was gone below the knee. Lena kept hers after 2 surgeries, though she wouldn't be walking without assistance for a long time. When I visited her at the rehab hospital, she had a stack of zoo incident reports on the rolling table beside her bed, and a physical therapist outside who looked like he'd lost 3 arguments before noon. Lena pointed at my sling. Still milking that, I pointed at her leg brace. Still managing the zoo from bed. Yes, we sat there for a while without talking. Eventually she said, "You didn't freeze at the wheel." I froze before, but not when it mattered. I looked at the window. There was a parking lot outside, ordinary and bright, with a woman loading groceries into a minivan. It all mattered. Lena accepted that. She didn't try to turn it into a lesson. That was why I liked her. Marty retired 2 months later. He claimed it had been planned for years. Nobody believed him, but nobody challenged him either. On his last night, he left the black 3-ring binder in the security office and taped a new note above the primate monitor. Not red duct tape this time. Blue painter's tape. When in doubt, don't make the story more interesting. I laughed when I saw it, then stopped because the sound came out wrong. I stayed on nights. Not forever, I told myself. Just until Lena came back. Just until the investigation ended. Just until I could walk Hall C without counting exits. The zoo returned to normal in the way places do after something bad. New locks, new cameras, new policies, new staff training, old stains painted over. The cracked keeper door was replaced. The transfer controls got hard covers, requiring 2 keys. The fence line near Blue Hill Avenue gained motion sensors, and better lighting. The red rule stayed: do not answer if they knock from inside. Nobody suggested taking it down. The first time I worked alone again, I brought my coffee from home and sat in the office while the monitors washed the desk in gray light. The primates slept. Rain tapped the window. The heater rattled. At 1:12 a.m., a pipe ticked in the wall. Just once. I stopped breathing for a second, then made myself log it as building noise. That became the shape of my life for a while. Ordinary sounds with teeth under them. A cartwheel squeaking in an empty hall. A keeper door settling in its frame. The wet slap of a mop dropped too hard in a bucket. Explanations existed. Usually. 3 months after the incident, I found the blue nitrile glove while doing a supply check in the veterinary staging room. Not the same glove, probably. Same brand, same size. It had fallen behind a cabinet and dried into a curled shape like a small pale hand. I picked it up with a trash grabber. Then I stood there longer than I needed to, listening. From behind the new reinforced door to Hall C came the low rush of ventilation. No knocking, no tapping, just air moving through a building full of sleeping animals and rules written by people who had learned them the hard way. I threw the glove away. Then I checked the lock twice. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. I'll keep this as the introduction only, grounded, human, no reveal of the larger conflict yet, and ending on a choice that pulls them closer. Thought for a couple of seconds introduction. The first thing wrong with the train was the apology, not the delay itself. In New York, the subway could stop between stations for a pigeon, a signal problem, a man yelling at a pillar, or no reason that would ever make it to the overhead speakers. But that night on the southbound R, the conductor came on after we'd already been sitting under 49th Street for 5 minutes and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for acknowledging the delay." Then the speaker clicked off. I was standing by the doors with one hand looped through the pole and the other around a paper cup of bodega coffee that had gone lukewarm and bitter. My name is Mara Voss, 31, female, born in Queens, currently living in a 4th-floor walk-up in Sunset Park that smelled like garlic, wet coats, and the old radiator paint every winter. I worked as a route operations analyst for the MTA, which sounded more important than it was. Mostly I read delay reports, passenger complaints, incident logs, and maintenance notes, until the city became a spreadsheet with chewing gum under it. That night, I was only trying to get home. The R train lights hummed above us, too bright in patches and too dim in others, leaving everybody's faces looking a little unfinished. Someone's takeout had leaked garlic oil onto the floor near the priority seats. A kid in a puffy Knicks jacket was playing a racing game without headphones, the little engine whine rising and falling every time his thumb slipped. The car rocked once, gently, though we weren't moving. Across from me, Jonah Pike, 29, male, leaned against the door with his backpack hanging off one shoulder and his bike helmet clipped to the strap. Jonah worked nights doing IT support for a hospital network in Midtown, and he had the permanent, exhausted patience of a man who spent his shift asking doctors if they had tried restarting the computer. He was my neighbor, sort of. Same building, different floor. We didn't plan to commute together, but when your routines overlap long enough, a person becomes part of the furniture of your life. He looked up at the speaker grill. Did he say sorry for acknowledging the delay? I heard it too, I said. Jonah smiled like he wanted to make a joke and couldn't quite find one. That's new. Maybe he meant announcing. Maybe the train is in therapy. A few people glanced around, doing that subway thing where everyone confirms everyone else noticed something without committing to a shared reality. A woman in a gray wool coat adjusted her scarf and stared harder at her phone. A man with paint on his boots muttered, "Every damn night," though not like he'd heard the same thing we had. I checked the transit app. No service alert. No red banner. Just the little train icon sitting confidently on its route, pretending to be in motion. That bothered me more than the announcement. My job had made me suspicious of missing information. I didn't believe in mysteries. I believed in skipped form fields, bad timestamps, poorly trained new hires, and old infrastructure making liars out of everybody. Still, I had a private fear I hated admitting even to myself. I was terrified of noticing the thing everyone else missed. Not because it made me special, because if I noticed it, I became responsible. Jonah nudged my elbow. "You doing the face?" "What face?" "Work face." Like the train personally filed something wrong. It did. The speaker popped again. A brief breath of static filled the car. "Please remain patient," the conductor said. "We are being held due to passenger conditions ahead." A baby started fussing 2 benches down. The mother bounced him gently, whispering in Polish, her voice soft and dry from a long day. Somewhere in the next car, somebody laughed once, sharp and nervous. Passenger conditions ahead. That was a phrase people used when they didn't want to say sick passenger, police activity, person struck, disorderly customer. It could mean almost anything human. The lights blinked. Just once. When they came back steady, a man was standing in front of the end door between cars. He hadn't appeared out of nowhere. That's not what I mean. He must have come from the next car during the blink, stepping through the connecting door while everyone was distracted. It was explainable. He was maybe late 50s, male, white, with a sunken face and a navy pea coat that looked too warm for April. His hair was wet or greasy, combed flat to his scalp. Held a folded newspaper in both hands, not reading it, just gripping it at his chest like a church program. His shoes were polished black, but one lace had snapped and dragged beside his foot. He stared at the advertisements above our heads, not at us, never at us. The ad was for a teeth whitening clinic in Herald Square. A smiling woman held a shade guide beside her mouth. The man stared at it with his jaw slack, breathing through parted lips. Jonah whispered, "That guy ride with us from Queens." "I don't know. You notice him before?" "No." The train gave a heavy metallic sigh, brakes releasing. The kids' phone game cut through the car with a triumphant chime. We started moving. People relaxed instantly, almost embarrassingly. Shoulders lowered. Phones came back up. The mother kissed the baby's hat. The man in the pea coat didn't shift with the motion. He kept staring at the ad as if the train's movement had nothing to do with him. At 45th Street, the doors opened to an empty platform. That was wrong too, but lightly wrong. Late enough for thin crowds, not late enough for none. The tiles looked yellow under the fluorescent lights. A crushed coffee cup rolled along the edge in the wind pushed by our arrival. The platform speakers made a garbled announcement that dissolved into crackle. No one got on. The doors chimed. As they began closing, the man in the peacoat spoke. "Excuse me," he said. It was a normal voice. Hoarse, polite, tired. Everyone near him went still. He didn't look at anyone. He spoke toward the ad. "Does this train stop at Rector Street?" The R did not stop at Rector Street. The one did. Everyone knew that, or could look it up in 3 seconds. The woman in the gray coat opened her mouth. Before she could answer, a hand clamped down on her wrist. It belonged to an older transit worker sitting beside her. A broad black man in a dark MTA jacket with a knit cap pulled low. His name, Patch, read Collins. Earl Collins, 62 male, as I would learn properly a few minutes later. At that moment, he was just a man with tired eyes and a grip firm enough to stop a stranger from being polite. The woman jerked, offended. "Hey," Collins didn't look at her. He looked down at the floor. "Don't," he said. The doors shut. The train moved. The man in the peacoat waited. His fingers tightened around the newspaper until the fold creased deeper. Then he asked again, same tone, same volume. "Excuse me, does this train stop at Rector Street?" Nobody answered. Now the car had that careful subway quiet, not silence, never silence. Metal screaming around curves, plastic bags rustling. The engine whine from the kid's game, lower now because his mother had finally hissed at him to turn it down. A cough, a sniff, the soft thump of wheels over rail joints counting time under our feet. Jonah looked at me. His eyes asked the thing his mouth didn't. I shook my head once. I didn't know why. At 36th Street, the man stepped off. He walked onto the platform without turning his head. The doors closed behind him. For half a second, through the scratched window, I saw him still facing the train, newspaper at his chest, mouth moving. Then we were in the tunnel again. The woman in the gray coat rounded on Collins. What the hell was that? Collins let go of her wrist. "Sorry, you grabbed me." I said sorry. "You can't just grab people." He nodded slowly, like she was right but not relevant. You were about to answer him. So, Collins finally lifted his face. His eyes were red-veined and damp, the eyes of someone near the end of a very long shift. "So don't." That was when my work badge, clipped stupidly to my coat because I'd forgotten to tuck it away, swung forward as the train rocked. Collins saw it. His expression changed. Not recognition, assessment. "You ops?" he asked. I touched the badge. Analyst. Route. Broadway local mostly. Some Fourth Ave. Jonah gave me a look. Mara, I knew that look. It meant, please don't become involved in the weird train thing. But Collins was already reaching into the inside pocket of his jacket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, soft at the creases, and held it between 2 fingers. "Then you tell me if this is official," he said. I didn't take it right away. The woman in the gray coat stood, muttering something about lunatics, and moved to the far end of the car. The mother with the baby watched us openly now. The painter with the boots pretended not to. Jonah said, low, "Maybe we don't touch random subway paper." Collins barked a tiny laugh. No humor in it. Best advice I heard all night. But he kept holding it out. I took it. The paper was a photocopy of a photocopy, the text slightly blurred. The MTA logo at the top stretched sideways like someone had dragged the file into a document without locking the proportions. Under it, in bold all caps, it read, Broadway 4th Avenue Night Operations Passenger NON Engagement List. Do not acknowledge below that were descriptions. Not names, descriptions. Man, navy pea coat, FOLDED newspaper, ASKS about Rector Street. Woman, red umbrella, BOARDS 8T59TH, asks whether child has exited. Teen male, green backpack, counts passengers allowed. Older female, hospital bracelet, requests time from riders. 2 men in matching work GLOVES, do not separate if seen together. There were more, but my eyes stuck on the first line. Jonah read over my shoulder. That's not funny. It's not mine, Collins said. I flipped the page. There was a handwritten note on the back in blue pen. Updated list from Stillwell incident. Do not distribute digitally. Printed copies only. If challenged, deny knowledge. My mouth went dry, not from fear exactly, but from the sudden administrative shape of it. The formatting, the fake logo, the careful wording, the fact that someone had made terror look like a memo. This isn't official, I said. Collins watched me too closely. You sure? Yes, because he was on the list. I looked toward the dark window where my reflection floated over tunnel lights. That doesn't make it official. No, Collins said. Makes it useful. Jonah shifted beside me. Where did you get that? Collins rubbed his thumb along the seam of his jacket. Break room at 95th. Taped under the schedule board. I thought it was somebody's idea of a joke until 3 weeks ago. What happened 3 weeks ago? I asked. He didn't answer quickly. The train slowed into 25th Street. The platform had people on it this time. A delivery cyclist with a thermal bag, 2 teenagers sharing earbuds, a woman in scrubs eating chips from a vending machine-size packet. Normal life, blue-white lights, damp concrete, rats clicking somewhere under the edge. Collins stood. This is my stop, he said. You're just leaving after handing me this. He looked genuinely tired then. Not dramatic, not mysterious. Just a man with bad knees and too many nights behind him. I'm off shift, he said, and you got the badge. That doesn't mean I can do anything. Maybe not, he pointed at the paper. But somebody put that where employees would find it. Somebody wanted us to follow it without asking who wrote it. The doors opened. Jonah said, Mara, give it back. I should have. That was the clean choice. Hand the paper back to the exhausted transit worker. Get off at 36th or Atlantic. File a weird mental note. Make tea. Sleep badly. Maybe mention it to my supervisor in the morning in a tone that made it sound silly. Instead, I kept holding it. Collins stepped onto the platform. Before the doors closed, he turned back. If you see the woman with the red umbrella, he said, don't look at the umbrella. People always look at the umbrella. The doors slid shut between us. Jonah stared at me. I stared at the paper. The train pulled away, and in the tunnel glass behind my reflection, the car looked crowded with ordinary strangers. All of them tired, all of them going home, all of them suddenly possible entries on a list I wasn't supposed to have. At the next station, we would have to choose, get off and pretend this was someone else's problem, or stay on long enough to see whether the second description was real. The intercom clicked. No announcement came through. Only breathing. The breathing over the intercom lasted just long enough for people to start pretending they didn't hear it. Then the speaker snapped off with a dry pop. Nobody moved for maybe 2 seconds. The train rattled under us, steel grinding through a curve somewhere beneath Sunset Park. and everybody suddenly found urgent reasons to stare at their shoes, phones, ad panels, reflections. The woman with the baby pressed the child's head into her shoulder. Jonah shifted beside me, uncomfortable in that very specific New Yorker way where discomfort becomes anger before it becomes fear. "Okay," he muttered. "Now we get off." I folded the paper once and slid it into my coat pocket. Probably a crossed radio feed. "Mara, what? You don't believe that?" I didn't answer because I didn't know if I did. The train slowed into Atlantic Avenue Barclays. Big station. Bright station. Multiple transfers. Tiled walls sweating old moisture under the fluorescent lights. Usually loud enough to swallow your thoughts. The platform outside was crowded even this late, people coming off the D and N trains in waves, footsteps clapping across concrete, somebody dragging a rolling suitcase with one broken wheel. The doors opened. Warm air rolled into the car carrying pretzel salt, damp clothes, stale beer. Jonah stepped toward the platform immediately. "Come on." I stayed where I was. He looked back at me. "Seriously, I just want to check one thing." "Why?" "Because the list existed. Because the man in the pea coat had been real. Because some exhausted transit worker had looked me in the eye like he was handing off a loaded weapon. Mostly, though, because of the flaw I hated about myself. Once something stopped making sense, I couldn't leave it alone. My father used to call it digging for loose teeth. Even as a kid, I would worry problems until they bled. "There's probably an explanation," I said. That sentence usually comes before a terrible decision. Passengers pushed around us. Someone bumped my shoulder hard enough to slosh coffee onto my hand. The train gave its warning chime. Jonah swore quietly. "Mara." Then we both heard it, a voice from farther down the platform. "Excuse me," a woman called. "Has anyone seen my son?" My stomach tightened before my brain caught up. Jonah saw it happen on my face. "What?" I pulled the folded paper from my pocket too fast, nearly dropping it. Second line. Woman, red umbrella, BOARDS AT59TH, asks whether child has exited. A woman stepped through the crowd toward our car, holding a closed red umbrella against her shoulder like a cane. Not bright red, darker. Wine-colored fabric with rainwater still clinging to it. She was maybe 45, female, Hispanic, wearing hospital scrubs under a beige coat. One sneaker was untied. Her eyes moved rapidly over the passengers nearest the door without really landing on anyone. "Sorry," she said breathlessly. "Little boy, blue jacket, maybe 7. He got on the wrong train." The chime sounded again. People hesitated. Human instinct. Missing child overrides almost everything. An older man near the door pointed down the platform. "You should ask station." Before he finished, Jonah grabbed my sleeve hard. "Don't," he whispered. Not to me, to the man. The older man stopped talking, confused by his own interruption. The woman with the umbrella looked directly at him for the first time. There was nothing monstrous about her face, just exhaustion. Mascara smudged under her eyes, damp curls sticking to her forehead. But there was something wrong in the rhythm of her panic, too measured, like somebody imitating urgency from memory. "Please," she said. "Did you see him?" The train doors started closing. At the last second, she stepped inside our car. Umbrella brushed the metal doorframe with a squeal of wet fabric. Jonah inhaled sharply beside me. The doors sealed shut. The train moved. For a while, nobody spoke. The woman stayed near the center pole, scanning faces with quick, practiced glances. She held the umbrella carefully upright between her shoes. I remembered Colin saying, "Don't look at the umbrella." People always look at the umbrella. Naturally, I looked at it immediately, not directly at first. Little stolen glances. Cheap umbrella. Wooden curved handle. Drugstore quality. One metal rib bent inward slightly near the tip. There was dried brown residue near the strap closure. Rust, I thought automatically. Probably rust. Jonah leaned close enough that his beard brushed my ear. "Next stop, we leave. You think she's on the list by coincidence. I think someone's messing with people." Then, how did they know? Know what? I looked toward the woman. She was now asking a teenager in headphones if he'd seen her son. He shook his head quickly without removing the headphones. How did they know she'd say exactly that? Jonah opened his mouth, shut it again. The woman moved farther into the car. Each time she spoke to somebody, the conversation went slightly wrong. Tiny glitches in normal human exchange. A businessman offered to call station security, and she ignored the offer completely, repeating the same question with only a few changed words. A tourist couple tried asking what the child looked like, and she answered 3 beats too late, as if hearing them through a wall. Blue jacket, 7 years old, brown hair, same order every time. The train rocked through the tunnel, screeching wheels, flashing maintenance lights outside the windows. Then the overhead lights flickered once. In that brief dip of brightness, the woman's umbrella tipped sideways against her leg. A dark, wet smear marked the fabric near the tip. Not rust, something thicker. Jonah saw me notice it. "Stop staring," he hissed. "She's bleeding, or somebody else is." That landed between us hard. The car suddenly smelled metallic beneath the subway odors, pennies and wet concrete. The woman took a seat near the middle doors and rested the umbrella across her knees. She seemed calmer now, breathing slower. That frightened me more than the panic. I pulled out my phone and opened the employee incident portal. No signal underground. The loading wheel spun uselessly. Jonah watched me. "You're reporting this?" "I don't know." "What exactly would you even say?" "Good question." Suspicious woman with umbrella matching fake list behaves oddly on train. Even hearing it in my head sounded ridiculous. The train entered DeKalb Avenue slower than normal. The platform outside was packed shoulder to shoulder. Delays backing up lines. Commuters pressing toward the yellow strip with dead-eyed impatience. The speaker overhead crackled unintelligibly. Then a different sound rolled across the station. A scream, not horror movie loud, human loud, sharp, startled, cut short. Everybody in our car turned toward the platform windows instinctively. 2 cops were pushing through the crowd near the far staircase. People backed away in messy ripples. Someone dropped a shopping bag, oranges bouncing across the platform tiles. I caught flashes only. A body on the ground. Blue jacket, child-sized. The woman with the umbrella stood so quickly the train lurched her sideways. "My son," she said. For the first time, her voice sounded genuinely raw. The doors opened. Passengers immediately surged away from the doorway instead of toward it. That told me everything about the mood on the platform. Something bad enough that people wanted distance. The woman stepped off the train, then stopped. She turned back toward our car slowly, eyes moving across faces again. "Did he get off here?" she asked. Nobody answered. Even the tourists looked away now. Jonah grabbed my arm. "We are absolutely leaving." But I stayed frozen. The child on the platform was moving, not dead. one cop kneeling beside him while the other shouted into a radio. Blood ran from somewhere near the kid's scalp, dark against the tile. The woman with the umbrella stared, not rushing to him, not calling his name, just staring. Then she walked away in the opposite direction, straight toward the station exit. A transit employee near the stairs yelled after her, "Ma'am, ma'am." She disappeared into the crowd. The doors closed again. The train pulled out. Jonah swore under his breath. Nope, nope, we should have gotten off. I watched the platform slide away behind us. The injured boy, the cops, the commuters filming on their phones already. He wasn't hers, I said quietly. You don't know that. She never asked what station he got off at. She never described his face. She never even said his name. Jonah rubbed both hands over his face. Mara, listen to yourself. But he sounded shaken too. The car had changed after that. People who'd ignored each other now watched each other openly. The businessman moved to another seat. The teenager removed one earbud completely. Every time the train slowed, heads lifted toward the windows. Fear spreads socially before it spreads logically. My phone buzzed suddenly with restored signal as we neared another station. A flood of notifications appeared. One from work. Service disruption. Southbound R delays due to track level injury incident at DK Biave. Track level injury. Not child struck. Not assault. Careful wording again. Then another notification arrived from an unknown number. No caller ID, just a text. You should not have taken the paper. I stared at it. Jonah saw my face immediately. What? I turned the screen toward him. His expression flattened. Okay, that's not funny anymore. A second message came before either of us spoke. Get off AT53 RD. Last safe stop. I looked up automatically at the route map above the doors. 53rd Street was 3 stations away. Probably Collins, Jonah said too quickly. No, you don't know that. He didn't have my number. The typing bubble appeared again. Do not speak to the green backpack. Both of us looked down the car at the same moment. Near the end door stood a teenage, who I could have sworn had not been there 30 seconds earlier. 16, maybe 17. Male, thin, green backpack slung over both shoulders. His lips moved quietly. 23, 24, 25, counting. The businessman noticed him too. You okay, kid? He asked. The teenager looked up. 26. I stood so fast my knee cracked against the pole. Don't, I snapped, too loud. Half the car looked at me. The businessman frowned. Excuse me. I didn't know how to explain myself without sounding insane. The teenager smiled faintly. 27. Jonah grabbed my sleeve again, harder this time. Sit down. He's on the list. You cannot keep saying that like it means something. But Jonah's voice had started thinning at the edges. The businessman turned back toward the kid anyway. You lost or something? The teenager tilted his head. 28. Then the train lights went out completely. Not flicker. Gone. The car plunged into thick mechanical darkness, broken only by phone screens and the weak emergency strips near the floor. Gasps rippled instantly through the passengers. Somebody cursed. The baby started screaming. Brakes slammed hard enough to throw several people sideways. Metal shrieked around us. My shoulder hit the pole. Jonah crashed into the seat edge beside me with a grunt. The train stopped dead between stations. For 1 second, all you could hear was breathing, electronics buzzing faintly, and somewhere underneath us, far below the floor, the groan of another train moving through a different tunnel. Then came the smell. Smoke. Thin at first. Electrical. woman shouted from the next car, "Fire! I smell fire." Panic moved faster than thought after that. People surged toward the doors. Someone pounded the emergency intercom. The businessman shoved past two passengers trying to reach the conductor cab. The baby screamed harder. A man at the far end started coughing violently. Emergency lights painted everybody in sick red strips. And through all of it, steady and calm, the teenager with the green backpack kept counting. 31. Jonah grabbed my wrist. "Mara," he said, voice tight now, "we need to move." The intercom crackled alive. Not the conductor this time. A different voice. Low, male, close to the microphone. "Do not exit the train," it said. "There are people on the tracks." Then screaming erupted in the next car. Loud enough this time that nobody could pretend it was normal anymore. The screaming in the next car stopped too suddenly. Not faded. Stopped. 1 second it was high and chaotic, multiple voices, overlapping panic, somebody shouting for help. And the next, there was only the tunnel hum under us and the dry electric crackle from the emergency lights. Everybody in our car froze. Then people started moving all at once. A man in a Yankees cap shoved past me toward the end doors connecting to the next car. Someone else pulled the emergency handle near the center doors, yanking hard enough to snap the plastic cover. Nothing happened. The doors stayed sealed. Smoke thickened near the ceiling in pale gray ribbons. "Back up," somebody yelled. The businessman who'd spoken to the teenager earlier was coughing hard now, his tie loosened halfway down his chest. "We need out of this car." Jonah still had my wrist. His grip hurt. "Mara," I looked at him. His face had gone pale under the emergency lights, freckles standing out sharply against his skin. Sweat darkened the collar of his jacket. "We moved toward the conductor," he said. "Now." That was logical. Front of the train. "Staff, radios, procedures," I nodded. The teenage boy with the green backpack stood near the end doors, still counting under his breath. 34, 35. Nobody wanted to pass him, which was ridiculous. He was a skinny kid. Maybe a runaway. Maybe mentally ill. Maybe part of some coordinated prank that had spiraled into real panic once the train failed. There were explanations, but the car naturally bent around him anyway, passengers pressing themselves into the seats to keep distance. The emergency strips cast his face upward in red light, making his eyes look hollowed out. Jonah pulled me toward the opposite end of the car instead. We pushed through bodies and backpacks and the thickening heat. The subway car suddenly felt much smaller than it had 10 minutes ago. Every movement involved brushing strangers, wet sleeves, sharp elbows, hair against your cheek. A woman near the center doors was crying quietly into her phone. "Mom, I'm underground. I don't know where, no signal." Her screen showed call failed. At the far end, the inter-car door window had fogged slightly from heat and breath. Through the glass, I could see shapes moving in the next car. Too fast. Then a transit employee stumbled through the connecting door. Young guy, early 20s, male, orange reflective vest, half unzipped over an MTA hoodie. Blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow into his eyelashes. He nearly fell entering our car. Passengers recoiled instinctively. "Move," he shouted hoarsely. "Everybody move away from the back car." "What happened?" someone yelled. The employee slammed the connecting door shut behind him and fumbled at the emergency latch with shaking hands. "There's a guy back there with a knife." The whole car inhaled together. Not not screaming this time. Worse, that stunned animal silence before panic fully catches up. Transit worker leaned against the door, breathing hard. He came through after the lights went out, started waving it around, said nobody was allowed to leave. Jesus Christ, Jonah muttered. Did he stab somebody? The businessman asked. The worker nodded once. Where's transit police? Another passenger snapped. We already called it in. You called it in to who? We're underground. The worker ignored that. Blood dripped from his chin onto his vest. Then he noticed the teenager with the green backpack. The counting. The worker's expression changed instantly. 38, you, the worker said softly. The teenager smiled faintly. Every muscle in the transit worker's body tightened. Don't talk to him, he whispered. The words hit me harder than they should have, because they came from someone who clearly had never seen the list. The businessman heard it too. What the hell does that mean? But the worker had already turned away, pulling a radio from his belt. Only static answered. Jonah and I exchanged a look. That was the first failed attempt, reaching the conductor. The path forward now meant passing through a car with an armed man inside. Nobody moved toward it anymore. Instead, the entire car compressed inward, human bodies unconsciously clustering away from the threat behind the sealed connector door. Then something slammed against the other side of the glass. People screamed. A bloody handprint streaked down the window. A woman's voice cried, "Please." Another impact cut her off. The businessman backed away so fast he collided with the seats. Someone started praying softly in Spanish near the center pole. The transit worker kept fumbling with his radio. Control, this is train 643 southbound. Emergency situation. Possible assault in rear car between DeKalb and Union. Static swallowed the rest. The smell of electrical smoke deepened. I knew that smell from old maintenance yards. Overheated wiring. Burnt insulation. Not immediate fire maybe, but bad enough. We can't stay stopped, I said. The transit worker looked at me sharply. UMTA, I showed him my badge. Then you know these emergency lights won't last forever. He swallowed hard. Yeah, what's your name? Louis Ortega, track maintenance. Louis Ortega, 24, male. Young enough that the stubble on his cheeks still grew unevenly. Jonah pointed upward. Can the conductor move the train? If power's dead, no. Then what? Louis hesitated. That hesitation scared me more than the knife. There's an emergency walkway, he said finally. Left side of the tunnel. Leads north toward the cross passage. Toward Union Street, I asked. Yeah, about 600 feet maybe. Subway geography started assembling itself in my head automatically. We were between DeKalb and Union, deep under 4th Avenue. Narrow side walkway beside active tracks. Cross passage connecting service access points. Evacuation route. If we reach the cross passage, I said, we can get to the maintenance stairwell. Louis nodded once. But we'd have to leave the train, Jonah said. Nobody liked saying that aloud. Leaving a stalled subway car in a dark tunnel goes against instinct, against years of announcements and warnings and news stories about third rails. The businessman overheard us immediately. No way. We can't stay here either, I said. As if to answer me, the train lights dimmed lower. Red emergency strips flickering now. Somebody near the rear doors shouted, "He's trying to get through." The connector door shook violently. Metal shrieked. The woman beside me whimpered. Then came a terrible scraping sound across the glass. For one awful second, I thought it was the knife. Then the transit worker cursed in relief. Flashlight. The armed man in the next car was dragging a flashlight beam across the window, not a blade. The scraping noise came from the flashlight body grinding the metal frame. Misdirection. Human brains filling darkness with worse things. Still terrifying. Still real. The beam illuminated brief, chaotic images through the small glass pane. Overturned bags, passengers crouched low, one man clutching his shoulder, while another pressed a jacket against the wound. And near the far end of that car stood a tall figure in dark clothes, holding something long and metallic. Knife, after all. The flashlight beam vanished. The connector door rattled again. Lewis made the decision for everyone. We evacuate. Instant arguments erupted. No, there's live tracks. What if another train comes? I'm not walking through a tunnel. Jonah leaned toward me. Tell them. What? You're MTA. They'll listen to you. That private fear of responsibility came roaring back. I didn't want this. Didn't want 30 strangers looking at me like I knew what to do because I had a plastic badge and spreadsheets on my work laptop. But they were already looking. The businessman first, then the crying woman, then others. Waiting, tunnel air pressed hot against my face. The connector door slammed again. 41, the teenager whispered behind us. I swallowed. If we stay, I said carefully. Smoke gets worse, battery backup dies, and we're trapped between cars with an armed person behind us. The evacuation walkway is standard procedure if power stays out. Standard, the businessman snapped. This is standard to you. No, I said, but the walkway is real. A small thing shifted then. Not trust exactly. Momentum. Lewis moved to the side doors and unlocked the emergency release with a maintenance key from his belt. Cold tunnel air poured in immediately through the narrow gap. Blackness outside. Concrete wall inches away on the right side. Open track trench to the left. The smell hit next. Oil, wet stone, brake dust, and the deep mineral smell of underground water. People hesitated at the threshold. The tunnel always looks wrong from inside a train. Too cramped. Too industrial. Like seeing the guts behind scenery. Lewis climbed down first onto the narrow walkway. Single file, he called. Stay against the wall. Don't touch the third rail. Someone asked shakily, which one's the third rail? The one that can kill you. Not reassuring. Jonah went before me, dropping awkwardly onto the concrete with a grunt. I followed carefully, shoes slipping slightly on damp grit. The tunnel ceiling felt lower outside the train, compressed. Emergency lights from the car painted everything bloody red behind us. Passengers climbed down one by one, crying, cursing, helping each other. The teenager with the green backpack remained inside, watching. 42. Leave him, Jonah said quietly when he saw me looking. The businessman slipped climbing down and smashed his shin against the metal edge hard enough to cry out. Lewis and Jonah caught him before he pitched toward the tracks. Physical panic was setting in now. Shaking hands, poor balance, ragged breathing. Tunnel evacuations sound louder in movies than in real life. Mostly, it was shoes scraping concrete and people breathing too fast. We started north toward Union Street. Train on our right. Concrete wall on our left now after the tunnel curve shifted. The walkway narrowed unpredictably where maintenance boxes jutted from the wall. Water dripped steadily somewhere ahead. I kept glancing back. Bad idea. The stalled train stretched behind us like a red-lit animal carcass in the dark. Then movement appeared inside one of the windows. A face, not the armed man, the woman with the red umbrella. She stood inside the train, staring out through the glass as we moved away. "How the hell is she still on there?" Jonah whispered. I stopped walking before I realized I had. She raised one hand slowly to the window, not waving, pointing at us. Then the tunnel lights snapped back on. Full fluorescent power exploded overhead. Everyone flinched. The train roared alive behind us with a metallic shudder. "Oh my God," someone shouted. The cars lurched forward, straight toward us. People screamed and flattened against the tunnel wall instinctively. Lewis shouted, "Run!" Panic detonated completely then. The train wasn't supposed to move, not while passengers were on the walkway. The headlights flooded the tunnel white behind us. Wind blasted forward, carrying hot electrical stink and dust. I ran. Everybody ran. Concrete tore at my palms when I slammed into the wall to avoid slipping. Jonah grabbed the back of my coat and yanked me upright again. The businessman limped badly, nearly falling every few steps. Ahead, maybe 100 feet away now, I saw the dark rectangle of the cross passage opening. Too far. The train screamed behind us, gaining speed. Then, suddenly, brakes shrieked. The entire tunnel vibrated. The train stopped again, maybe 3 car lengths short of where we'd been seconds earlier. Silence crashed down afterward, except for metal ticking as the cars settled. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed normally. Then a voice echoed through the tunnel from the stopped train, amplified faintly through the reopened intercom. Passengers are instructed to return to the train immediately, not the conductor. The same low male voice from before. Track evacuation is unauthorized. Lewis stared back at the train in disbelief. They restarted power. Jonah bent over with hands on knees, gasping for air. "Who is they?" No one answered. Then came another sound from farther ahead in the tunnel. Footsteps, multiple, echoing toward us through the cross passage darkness. Flashlights flickered against the tunnel walls. For one beautiful second, I thought rescue. Transit police maybe. Emergency response. Then I saw what the lights illuminated. 2 men walking side by side. Matching reflective work gloves. Exactly like the list. They stopped at the entrance to the cross passage, blocking it completely. One of them raised a flashlight toward us. Behind us, the train doors began opening one by one with hollow mechanical thunks. Ahead of us, the men in matching gloves stepped onto the narrow walkway. And in that moment, I understood with cold certainty that we could no longer go back to being ordinary passengers who had seen something weird on the subway. Whatever this was had crossed too many systems already. Transit staff, train control, the tunnels themselves. We were inside it now. The 2 men in matching work gloves didn't hurry. That was what made everyone stop running. They came out of the cross passage with flashlights held low, beams swinging over our shoes, the damp concrete, the bright silver edge of the 3rd rail cover. Both wore dark jackets with reflective tape, hard hats, and those heavy gray gloves with orange rubber palms. They looked like track workers if you only glanced. But Lewis glanced properly. "No," he whispered, "they're not ours." The man on the left was older, maybe 50, male, broad around the shoulders. The man on the right was younger, male, thinner, with a patchy beard visible under the hard hat strap. Neither had an ID badge clipped to their chest. Neither carried a radio. Behind us, the train doors finished opening with one last hollow clunk. Inside the cars, red emergency light spilled onto the walkway. The low voice came again from the train speakers. "Return to the train. Stay together. Do not engage unauthorized persons. Jonah made a cracked sound that was almost a laugh. Unauthorized persons. That's rich. The businessman with the bleeding shin started backing toward the train. I'm going back. No, I said. He looked at me like he hated me. You don't know anything. He was right. That was the worst part. I knew paperwork. I knew route maps. I knew incident wording and how often one department blamed another when something failed. I did not know how to stand in a subway tunnel between imposter workers and a train that had just tried to roll over us. Lewis raised both hands. We've got injured passengers. You need to identify yourselves. The older man lifted his flashlight into Lewis's face. Lewis flinched but held his ground. Maintenance directive, the older man said. Return passengers to train. His voice was flat, practiced. Which division? Lewis asked. No answer. Show badge. The younger man's hand slipped into his jacket pocket. Jonah moved before I did. He grabbed Lewis by the back of the vest and yanked him sideways, just as the younger man pulled out a collapsible baton and swung. It cracked against the tunnel wall where Lewis's head had been. Sound exploded off the concrete. People screamed. Then everything broke loose. The narrow walkway turned into a crush of bodies. Some passengers shoved toward the train. Others scrambled toward the cross passage. The older man lunged for Lewis. The younger one swung the baton again, low this time, catching the businessman across the shoulder as he tried to pass. The man dropped hard, his head bouncing once against the concrete. No one was heroic at first. We were just frightened people in a place made for machines. I grabbed Jonah's backpack strap to keep from being separated. Lewis ducked under the older man's arm and slammed him shoulder first into the train's exterior. Metal boomed. The older man grunted and shoved back, stronger than Lewis by a lot. The younger man pointed his baton at the passengers. Back on the train, a woman sobbed, "Please, please, we just want out." Back on the train. From inside the nearest car, the teenage boy with the green backpack stood framed in the doorway, counting. 48, 49, he looked delighted. Not supernatural, not possessed, just delighted in the way cruel people can be when panic becomes predictable. And that clicked something into place. The list wasn't about ghosts. It was about scripts, questions designed to make passengers respond, panic designed to sort people by instinct. The man with the newspaper, the umbrella woman, the counting boy, they weren't inexplicable. They were cues, tests, human tripwires. Jonah, I gasped. They're measuring responses. What? They need people to engage, to move where they want. The train speakers hissed. All passengers must return to the train for safe evacuation. Safe evacuation. Wrong phrase. I looked at the open doors. The woman with the red umbrella stood just inside one of them now, umbrella hanging from her wrist. The dark stain near its tip looked black under the red lights. Behind her, deeper in the car, passengers crouched with hands over their heads. And farther back, through the connecting door window, I saw the armed man, knife in hand, waiting. They're herding us back, I said. Jonah followed my look. His face changed. Lewis was losing ground. The older imposter had him pressed against the train, forearm across his throat. Lewis clawed at the man's sleeve, boots scraping uselessly on grit. I didn't think. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out the paper list. The fake memo. The thing everyone wanted. I held it up. Hey, the older man looked. So did the younger one. So did the teenager in the doorway. That attention landed on me like weight. "Have it," I said, my voice shaking badly enough that the words came out uneven. "This is what you want, right?" Jonah hissed. "Mara, what are you doing?" "Improvising." The older man released enough pressure for Lewis to drag in a wet breath. "Give it here," the older man said. "Let them through first." He smiled without warmth. "You're not in charge." "No," I said, "but you don't want this torn up and floating through 3 agencies by morning." That was a bluff, mostly, but the younger man hesitated. His eyes flicked to the paper. The first real fear I'd seen from any of them. The list mattered, not because it was official, because it was evidence. My phone buzzed in my pocket. One message, not the paper, the back, the handwritten note. "Do not distribute digitally. If challenged, deny knowledge." My hands felt slick. I turned the paper slightly, letting the back show. "You don't know who I sent this to," I said. The older man's face tightened. Jonah understood before I did. He pulled out his phone, raised it high, and shouted, "Recording." He was no signal, maybe no storage. Maybe the camera app wasn't even open yet. But half the passengers copied him. Phones came up, screens glowed. The younger man recoiled, as if light itself hurt him. "Stop filming," he shouted. That was our opening. Lewis drove his knee up into the older man's thigh and shoved him backward. Jonah threw his backpack into the younger man's face. The baton swing went wild, catching Jonah across the forearm with a hard crack. Jonah yelled and dropped to one knee. I grabbed his jacket. Lewis shouted, "Cross passage, move." Passengers surged forward. The younger imposter tried to block them, but panic had changed direction now. 10 people hit him at once, shoulders, elbows, bags, pure desperation. He stumbled toward the open track side, arms windmilling. Lewis caught him, actually caught him. Even then, he grabbed the back of the man's jacket and hauled him away from the drop toward the rail bed. "Don't touch the rail," Lewis screamed. The younger man twisted and punched Lewis in the mouth. Lewis went down. Hard, blood sprayed onto the concrete. The older imposter recovered and grabbed me by the coat. His glove closed around my collar and yanked me so sharply my feet skidded. My shoulder tore with a hot white flash of pain. "Paper," he said. His breath smelled like coffee and gum. Close. Too close. I shoved the list into my mouth. Not all the way, just enough. Then I bit down. He stared at me, stunned. I ripped backward, tearing the paper in half with my teeth and hands. The taste of toner and dirty fibers filled my mouth. I gagged, spit, tore again. "Jesus, Mara," Jonah shouted from the ground. The older man slapped me. Open hand, heavy glove, my ear rang. My knees buckled. For a second, the tunnel narrowed to light, concrete, and the copper taste of blood. Then the woman with the red umbrella stepped out of the train. "Enough," she said. Everyone heard her, even the imposters. She walked along the narrow strip of platform edge walkway with the calm of someone who had practiced it. The umbrella tip tapped once against concrete. Tap, tap, tap. The older man let go of me. "You were told to stay in the car," he snapped. She ignored him and looked at the teenager. "How many?" The boy swallowed. The delight was gone. 53, needed 40. My stomach turned. Passengers, counts, thresholds for what? Lawsuit leverage, extortion. Some staged security incident, insurance fraud. A sick network of employees and imposters creating controlled chaos. I didn't have time to understand it. The woman reached into her coat. Jonah shouted, "Knife," but it was. She pulled out a key ring. Transit keys. Not one. Several. Lewis, bleeding from the mouth, stared at them. Where did you get those? The woman looked almost bored. Same place he got his. She pointed at Lewis's belt. Then she moved toward the maintenance door inside the cross passage. The older imposter cursed and shoved past me after her. That was when the real danger behind us finally arrived. The armed man from the rear car jumped down from the train. He was tall, male, maybe 30s, wearing a black hoodie and latex gloves under cut-off work gloves. His knife was not huge. Kitchen knife. 6 inches. Terrifying enough. He grabbed the nearest passenger, the crying woman who had tried to call her mother, and hooked an arm around her chest. Back, he shouted. Everybody stopped. The cross passage was 10 feet ahead, blocked by confusion. Train behind, knife beside us. The older imposter near the door. The umbrella woman with keys. The teenager counting under his breath again, faster now. Jonah tried to stand and nearly fell. His right forearm hung wrong, swelling already where the baton had hit. He said, teeth clenched, "Don't," because I was looking at the emergency intercom panel beside the open train door, not inside the car, the exterior service panel, a small locked box used by crew. Lewis saw my eyes go there. "No," he mumbled through blood. "Needs key." I looked at the torn paper in my hand, then at the umbrella woman's key ring. She had turned toward the maintenance door. If she opened it, they would disappear into the system. The evidence would vanish. The injured would stay injured. We would become confused passengers with unbelievable stories. My flaw had brought me here. Now responsibility had me by the throat. I ran at her, not gracefully, not bravely. I slipped on damp grit and slammed shoulder first into the older imposter instead. Pain burst down my arm. He stumbled into the umbrella woman. Her keys flew from her hand and skittered across the concrete toward the open trackside. "Keys," I shouted. Lewis crawled. The younger imposter grabbed for them too. Jonah, with one good arm, kicked the key ring away from the younger man's fingers. It slid under the edge of the walkway, stopped inches from the drop. Lewis flattened himself belly down and reached. The armed man screamed. I said back. The crying woman bit him. Hard, he howled and loosened his grip. Someone tackled him from the side. The businessman. Bad shin, bleeding head, still moving. They hit the train exterior together. The knife clattered to the walkway. For half a second, everyone stared at it, and 3 people kicked it into the track bed. It bounced once and disappeared under the train. The armed man tried to scramble after it. Lewis screamed, "Don't," too late. His hand hit the 3rd rail cover, not the rail itself, but the shock of realizing how close he was made him freeze completely. 2 passengers dragged him backward and pinned him face down. The older imposter bolted for the cross passage. The umbrella woman followed. Lewis got the keys. He threw them to me. I missed. They hit my chest and fell. I snatched them up with shaking fingers, trying key after key on the exterior service panel. Nothing. Jonah limped to me. Give. His broken arm was useless, but his left hand was steadier than mine. He found the right key on the 4th try. The panel opened. Inside, emergency phone. Hardline. MTA internal, I lifted it. Dead tone. Then a click. Rail control, a woman's voice said. Identify. For one stupid second, I almost cried. This is Mara Voss, employee ID, my mind blanked. Jonah shouted my number from memory. I had no idea he knew it. I repeated it. We're between DeKalb and Union. Southbound are unauthorized persons in tunnel. Passengers evacuated, armed assault, train movement during evacuation. Kill power. Send NYPD and EMS to Union Street access and DeKalb. Do not move this train. A pause. Then, power removal requested. Stay clear of rails. The tunnel lights dipped. The deep electrical hum changed pitch. The third rail went dead. Not safe exactly. Safer. The older imposter reached the cross passage door. The umbrella woman was already through. Louis staggered after them, but I grabbed his vest. No, they'll get away, and you'll die trying. He hated me for it. I could see that. Then, from the cross passage, came a heavy metal slam. The door shut from the other side, locked. The immediate fight was over. Not cleanly. Not satisfyingly. Just over because the route closed, the power died, and the people who could still run had run. Sirens did not arrive instantly. Real life never times rescue that neatly. We waited in the tunnel for 11 minutes that felt longer than the whole night before flashlights appeared from the Union Street direction, real ones, with shouted commands, radios, helmets, NYPD voices, EMS bags banging against hips. By then, Jonah was sitting against the wall, gray-faced, cradling his arm. Louis had a split lip and 2 loose teeth. The businessman vomited beside the train from pain and adrenaline. The crying woman shook so badly a paramedic had to hold both her hands. The teenager with the green backpack was gone. So were the woman with the red umbrella and the older imposter. But the knife man was pinned. The younger imposter too. Phones had recorded faces, voices, injuries, the open service panel, the fake credentials, the baton. Enough to make denial harder. Not impossible. Harder. When transit police finally walked us along the tunnel toward Union Street, I looked back once. The R train sat dark behind us, doors open, windows glowing faintly with abandoned phone screens. In one window, for a second, I thought I saw a folded newspaper pressed against the glass. Then the angle changed. It was only an ad torn loose and hanging crooked. Probably. Jonah saw me looking and said, "Don't." So I didn't. I kept walking. The official explanation came out 36 hours later. Electrical fire under a southbound R train between DeKalb Avenue and Union Street. Emergency evacuation, complicated by passenger panic after an unrelated assault in one car. 3 arrests, 7 injuries, service delays lasting 4 hours. No mention of lists, no mention of fake workers, no mention of why the train regained power during evacuation. I read the statement on my phone while sitting in an urgent care waiting room that smelled like lemon disinfectant and microwaved soup. The television overhead played muted daytime talk shows with subtitles drifting under everyone's heads. Jonah sat beside me in a sling, staring at nothing. The fracture in his forearm wasn't catastrophic. Hairline break near the ulna. Splint for 6 weeks, maybe surgery if healing shifted wrong. His face had a bruise fading yellow under one eye where somebody's elbow or shoulder had caught him in the tunnel. Every few minutes, he flexed his fingers compulsively, checking they still worked. "You gonna keep reading that?" he asked. I locked my phone. "Sorry, you're doing the thing again." "What thing?" "Digging." I leaned back against the plastic chair. My shoulder ached where the older imposter had jerked me down. Nothing broken there, just torn muscle and a web of bruising across my collarbone. Across the room, a little girl played with the paper liner from a tongue depressor while her father filled out forms. Somewhere behind the treatment doors, somebody coughed wetly for almost a minute straight. Normal life, cheap chairs, exhausted nurses, sticky vending machine buttons. The world hadn't ended. That felt strange. Jonah exhaled slowly. You slept? Not really. Me neither. He wasn't angry at me anymore. That would have been easier in some ways. Anger burns hot and clean. What sat between us now was harder to organize. We had crossed some ugly, invisible line together underground, and now every normal conversation sounded slightly rehearsed. A nurse opened the door and called his name. When he stood, he swayed once from exhaustion. I reached for him automatically. He gave me a tired smile. Still here, unfortunately, that's the spirit. But before he followed the nurse, he stopped beside my chair. You're not going back to work tomorrow, he said. I looked away. Mara, I don't know how not to. That's not the same thing. Then he disappeared through the swinging door. I sat there another 10 minutes listening to the television captions scroll by before my phone buzzed. Unknown number. No message this time, just an image attachment. My stomach tightened before I opened it. It was grainy, pulled from security footage somewhere. Timestamped 11:42 p.m. Atlantic Avenue, Barclay Station. The woman with the red umbrella stood near the turnstiles looking directly up at the camera. Beside her was the teenage boy with the green backpack, and next to them stood Earl Collins, the retired transit worker who had handed me the list. All three were walking together. I stared at the image until the pixels blurred. Then another message arrived beneath it. You looked at the umbrella. No reply option. No sender information. Just that sentence. A nurse called my name before I could decide whether to delete the message or save it. Internal investigations moved fast at first, then slow, then sideways. I spent 2 days in conference rooms under fluorescent lights, answering the same questions from different people with different titles. MTA investigators, transit police, a woman from the city legal department who spoke so gently, it made me distrust her immediately. Did I personally witness the train regaining power? Yes. Did I observe unauthorized personnel? Yes. Could I identify them? One of them, maybe. Could I explain why passengers evacuated before emergency responders arrived? Because we thought we were going to die in the tunnel. That answer usually ended the line of questioning for a minute. Luis Ortega backed most of my account. So did the businessman, whose name turned out to be Daniel Kerr, 47, male, insurance adjuster from Bay Ridge. He had needed 12 stitches in his scalp. The crying woman from the train refused interviews after the first day. Jonah cooperated only because I asked him to. The knife attacker was real, easy to process. Prior arrests, unstable housing, history of assault. Transit police liked him because he made the story understandable. Violence from one disturbed man. Electrical malfunction. Panic. The younger imposter with the baton existed too. Several blurry videos caught him before he disappeared during the confusion after responders arrived. But nobody found him afterward. Same with the older man and the woman with the red umbrella. Gone. The official position became cautious very quickly. Unverified reports amid a traumatic event. That phrase showed up a lot. The list itself should have mattered more. Except I had torn it apart in the tunnel. Transit police recovered half of it from my coat pocket and another soaked fragment near the walkway. Enough to confirm it existed, not enough to trace cleanly. The logo was fake. The paper came from a common office copier. Fingerprints smudged beyond use. When I asked about the handwritten note referencing the Stillwell incident, one investigator frowned at me blankly and said, "What Stillwell incident?" Like the phrase meant nothing. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was bait. 3 days after the evacuation, I went back to work. Jonah told me not to. Lewis texted me that I was insane. They were probably both right, but routine can feel medicinal after fear. You cling to schedules, coffee times, passwords, familiar hallways. The operations office in Lower Manhattan looked exactly the same as before. Beige cubicles, buzzing lights, someone's old Yankees calendar still stuck on March, a burnt smell from the communal toaster oven. My supervisor, Denise Harmon, 53, female, met me near the elevators. "You look terrible," she said. "Good morning to you too." She hugged me before I could react. That nearly broke me more than the tunnel had. Because kindness after adrenaline feels unbearable sometimes. "You should have taken more leave," she said quietly. "I needed normal. You picked the wrong building." We both laughed a little too hard at that. Then she handed me a paper cup of coffee and lowered her voice. "Transit police came by." My stomach tightened immediately. "What now?" "They wanted access logs from root operations." She shrugged. "It already pulled everything." "Did they find anything?" "That depends who you ask." Not reassuring. I spent most of the morning pretending to work, while actually rereading maintenance records from the night of the evacuation. Power fluctuations, emergency override requests, signal interruptions. At 1:17 a.m., exactly 4 minutes before the train restarted in the tunnel, an authenticated remote authorization had cleared the southbound rail segment for temporary power restoration. Approved by employee credentials belonging to a maintenance supervisor who had died 8 months earlier. I stared at the screen for a long time. Human error, I thought immediately. Old credentials not properly disabled, shared passwords, administrative laziness. That was the reasonable answer, but my hands still shook. Denise rolled her chair over beside me. "You okay?" "Yeah, lie." She looked at the monitor. "You're not supposed to have this file open." "I know. You should close it." "I know." Neither of us moved for a second. Then she said quietly, "Mara, there are rumors." "What kind of rumors?" Denise hesitated. "About informal safety bulletins." I turned toward her slowly. "From who?" "Operators, cleaning crews, night maintenance, old stuff." She rubbed her temple. "You know how transit employees are. Everybody has stories." "That's not an answer." "No." She looked genuinely tired. "It's the only one I have." After work, I took the subway home because apparently I had lost all instinct for self-preservation. Crowded platform at 59th Street. Smell of wet newspapers and brake dust. Busker somewhere down the corridor playing saxophone badly enough to hurt. Everything ordinary now felt staged. Every passenger became briefly suspicious. A woman scratching her wrist too hard. A man staring at route maps without blinking enough. A teenager counting gum wrappers in his lap. I hated myself for it. The train arrived with the usual gust of tunnel heat. People boarded. People scrolled phones. Someone argued quietly about dinner plans over earbuds. Normal. I got on anyway. At first, I stood near the doors out of habit. Then I realized my breathing had gone shallow and moved to sit instead. Across from me, an exhausted nurse slept with her head against the window. Beside her, a construction worker watched baseball highlights without sound. Nobody strange. Nobody from the list. The train rolled south. At Atlantic Avenue Barclays, more passengers boarded. One of them carried a folded newspaper tucked under his arm. My pulse jumped so hard it hurt. The man noticed me staring and frowned. "Problem?" "No," I said quickly. "Sorry." He took a seat at the far end of the car. Not him, just a commuter. My stop came and went before I realized it. I stayed on accidentally all the way to 36th Street, the same station where the man in the pea coat had stepped off. When the doors opened, cold air slid through the car, carrying the smell of rain from street level. Nobody got on. Nobody got off except me. I stood on the platform, listening to the departing train rattle away. The station looked smaller than I remembered. Dirt caught in the tile grout. Old water stains spreading across the ceiling near the downtown sign. A rat darting along the opposite track bed. A transit employee swept near the stairs. For one irrational second, I considered asking him about the list. Instead, I bought a coffee from the vending machine upstairs and walked home through drizzle. Almost ordinary. That's the phrase I keep coming back to, because life afterward did continue. Jonah healed slowly. Physical therapy twice a week. He moved out of the building 3 months later, closer to his sister in Queens. We still text sometimes, but less than before. Trauma rearranges people unevenly. Lewis transferred to daytime maintenance. Daniel Kerr sued the city. The official report blamed poor emergency coordination and inadequate communication during tunnel evacuation procedures. Recommendations were made, committees formed, meetings scheduled. The city absorbed it the way cities absorb most terrible things. By morning, another delay always arrives. I tried for a while to let it end there. Mostly, I succeeded. Then 6 months later, I was reviewing overnight incident logs when I found a note attached to a conductor complaint from the queue line. Passenger repeatedly asking riders whether this train stops at Rector Street. Removed at Canal Street without incident. I stared at the screen. Tiny report, barely important, probably coincidence. I almost closed it. Instead, without really thinking, I checked the attachment folder. There was a still image from platform security footage. Grainy. Late night. A man in a navy pea coat holding a folded newspaper against his chest. The timestamp showed he'd boarded at 59th Street. And standing 20 feet behind him on the platform, half turned away from the camera beneath a black umbrella, was Jonah. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I work at a theme park. The employee handbook explains why the carousel doesn't stop is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that went wrong was small enough that I pretended not to notice it. The carousel music was half a beat behind itself. Not broken exactly. Not warped in that horror movie way people imagine when they've never worked around old ride machinery and don't know how many sounds a normal, functioning attraction can make. Gears whine. Belts chirp. Brake pads squeal when the weather gets damp. Speakers crackle If a kid spills lemonade into the baseboard and nobody tells maintenance until the sugar has dried into amber glue. A theme park at opening shift is never quiet, never clean, never as cheerful as it looks from the parking lot. But the carousel music had a limp. The brass notes came out bright and tinny from the painted canopy. Then another set of notes followed just behind them, softer, like an echo from inside a wall. The tune was Over the Waves, one of the old ones, the kind you hear in every carousel scene in every movie about childhood. But this morning, it sounded like two bands trying to play, while one of them watched the other's fingers. I stood at the operator gate with my scanner in one hand and a lukewarm gas station coffee in the other, watching a white horse with a chipped blue saddle rise and fall. Its pole scraped faintly at the top bracket each time it climbed. Scrape, dip, scrape, dip. The ride should have been stopped. We weren't open yet. Please tell me you started it, I said. The only other person on the platform was Mason Reed, 22, male, seasonal ride attendant, college dropout by his own proud description, and the kind of guy who could make even a company-issued polo look like something he had slept in on purpose. He was squatting near the control pedestal. One knee popped out to the side, tapping the touchscreen with the blunt irritation of someone trying to get a vending machine to accept a dollar bill. He looked up at me with his eyebrows already apologizing. I thought you started it. My keys are still on my belt. He glanced at my waist like I might be lying about something that stupid. The key ring hung there, bright orange plastic tag, stamped Ride OPS Zone C, bumping against my black work pants. I jangled it once. The sound came out smaller than I wanted. Mason stood and wiped his fingers on his shorts. Okay, well, it's in pre-cycle. It can't be in pre-cycle without a login. That's what I said to myself. Then I said several other things that would get me written up. I was 19 that summer, female, and officially a lead attendant at Whistle Stop Grove, which sounded like a children's book, but was really a mid-sized theme park wedged between Williamsburg and Newport News, Virginia, close enough to the interstate that you could hear trucks downshifting on humid mornings. My name is Claire Weller. I had been at the park 3 seasons, long enough to stop getting excited about free funnel cake vouchers, and long enough to know which rules mattered because someone had once bled for them. The carousel was called the Fairweather Carousel, though nobody called it that unless a supervisor was nearby. To us, it was just Fairweather, or the Roundhouse, or that antique liability with horses. It sat near the back of the park, in a section designed to look like a turn-of-the-century boardwalk, even though the nearest real ocean was more than an hour away. The building was octagonal, with cream trim and green shingles, open on all sides except for waist-high railings, and a maintenance shed tucked behind a mural of painted clouds. In July, it smelled like grease, old wood, damp straw from the petting zoo across the walkway, and the sweet metallic tang of the coin press machine. That morning, the Midway lights were still warming up. The arcade doors were locked. The cotton candy stand had its shutters down. Somewhere past the gift shop, a pressure washer hissed and coughed. The park did not yet belong to guests. It belonged to people in faded uniforms carrying radios, clipboards, trash bags, and private dread. Mine was simple. I was terrified of getting someone hurt because I missed something, not the dramatic kind of fear. I didn't shake or refuse shifts. I was reliable. That was my whole thing. I checked restraint bars twice. I made rookies read height charts out loud. I would rather be called bossy than explain to a parent why their kid's fingers got pinched in a gate. But that fear had made me careful in a way that sometimes slid into cowardice. I trusted procedure because procedure meant the blame had somewhere to go besides my own ribs. Mason leaned over the panel again. Screen says manual override unavailable. It's not supposed to say that. No kidding. Kill the music, he tapped. Nothing changed. The carousel turned in its slow circle, empty horses bobbing, mirrors catching the gray-blue morning. The echo in the music lagged by a fraction of a second, then caught up, then fell behind again. A painted lion with glass eyes rose past us and sank, its carved mouth open in a permanent snarl. Use the hard stop, I said. Mason's hand hovered over the red mushroom button mounted under the panel cover. He looked at me. I hated that look. The one people gave leads when they wanted permission to do something they already knew was right, but didn't want to own alone. Hit it, I said. He slapped the button. The platform kept turning. Not faster, not wild. That would almost have been easier. It continued at its normal 8 revolutions per minute, calm as breath, while the emergency stop button stayed punched down under Mason's palm. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then Mason said quietly, "Claire, I see it. Do you?" "Yeah." "No, I mean, do you see the panel?" The screen had gone black. The carousel music played on. I set my coffee on the operator ledge and thumbed my radio. Zone C to maintenance. Static. A pop. Then a voice thick with sleep and chewing gum. "Maintenance go. This is Claire at Fairweather. We have an unauthorized start and emergency stop failure. No riders. Request immediate response." There was a pause long enough for the carousel to bring the blue saddled horse around again. "Say again, emergency stop failure." Mason mouthed, "Nice." I ignored him. "Affirmative. Ride is moving with no operator login. Panel is black. Hard stop not responding. Copy. Lock your gate. Keep guests clear. We're sending Danny. Park isn't open for another 40. Then keep ghosts clear. I don't know. Danny's on his way." The radio clicked off. Mason exhaled through his nose, almost a laugh, but not quite. Do we put that in the daily inspection? Ghost control. Satisfactory. Don't start. I cope with jokes. You cope badly. He gave me half a grin, but it didn't stick. He looked back at the platform. Could be a relay stuck. Could be. Or power surge. Could be. Or rats, big ones, union rats. "Mason, sorry." I walked to the gate and pulled it shut, then clipped the chain across the entrance. The sign beside it read, "Ride closed, please see attendant." The words looked embarrassed in the empty midway. Behind me, footsteps slapped the concrete in a quick, uneven rhythm. Tanya Brooks, 34, female, Zone C supervisor, came around the corner with her radio already in her hand, and a lanyard full of keys bouncing against her chest. Tanya had been a high school basketball coach before she came to the park full-time, and she still moved like she was crossing a court to break up a fight. Her hair was pulled into a tight bun. Her uniform shirt was spotless, had the calm, flat expression of someone who knew panic was contagious and refused to be a carrier. "What do we do?" she asked. "Nothing," I said. "Love that. Very comforting." Mason raised a hand. "I personally did nothing with excellence." Tanya gave him one look and he lowered it. She stepped up to the rail, watched the carousel for maybe 3 revolutions, then held her radio near her mouth with without speaking into it yet. Panel dead. Black after the E-stop, I said. Ride didn't stop. Music too, still running. House lights, normal, Tanya nodded once, not because that made sense, but because she was filing things in the order she wanted them. Main disconnect, I hesitated. The main disconnect was in the maintenance shed behind the mural, inside a locked gray box. Leads had access for shutdown, but only maintenance was supposed to pull it, except in an immediate life safety situation. No guests, no riders, no visible mechanical failure. The handbook was very clear, and like most very clear things at Whistle Stop Grove, it had been written after a legal department found a way to make fear sound professional. Tanya noticed the hesitation. Of course she did. Claire, I can pull it. I didn't ask if you could. We have no riders. We have an attraction moving without command. Mason looked between us. I vote for the big switch. You don't vote, Tanya said. The tune stumbled again. This time the lagging notes dragged longer. And for a moment, the carousel sounded like it was slowing, though the platform speed didn't change. The horses rose, fell, rose, scrape, dip, scrape, dip. A gull cried overhead, though we weren't near enough to the water for that to be normal. Then I realized it was the brakes on a delivery cart squeaking somewhere behind the arcade. Normal things, explainable things. That was the trick. The park was full of sounds that could become anything if you gave them enough room. A man's voice called from the midway. You break my favorite death trap already. Danny Ortiz, 46, male, senior maintenance technician, rolled up on a green utility cart with a tool bag wedged beside him, and a paper-wrapped breakfast biscuit balanced on the dashboard. He had forearms like fence posts, silver in his beard, and the permanent squint of someone who had spent too many years looking into machinery, with a flashlight clenched in his teeth. Danny treated most ride problems like personal insults. He parked crooked, stepped out, and looked at the moving carousel. The joke left his face. Who cycled it? He asked. No one, Tanya said. Danny looked at me. No one, I repeated. He walked past us without another word and unlocked the control pedestal's lower panel. He flipped it open, then crouched. The smell that came out was warm dust and electrical insulation. He reached in with a tester, touched 2 points, frowned, touched 2. Panels got power, he said. Screen's black, Mason said. Danny didn't look at him. My eyes work. Tanya folded her arms. Can you stop it from here? Maybe, Danny. He pulled a flashlight from his belt and shone it into the pedestal. Motor contactors engaged. Command circuit shouldn't be live without the PLC telling it to be live. In English, something S feeding the motor when it shouldn't. Can we pull main? He was already standing. We should have pulled main before I got here. My stomach tightened at that stupidly because I had known it and didn't do it. Tanya didn't scold me. Somehow that made it worse. We walked around the carousel toward the shed. From this angle, you could see the underside of the platform through the gaps. Grease-black arms, old drive rods, the central sweep, wheels riding their circular track. It was old machinery dressed in birthday colors. That was what people forgot. Every smiling horse was bolted to something that could crush a hand. The maintenance shed door sat behind the cloud mural, half hidden from guests by potted shrubs and a fake ticket booth used for stroller parking. Danny unlocked it. The hinges complained. Inside were shelves of spare bulbs, warning cones, a mop bucket, bags of absorbent powder, and the gray disconnect box mounted at shoulder height. He opened the box. The switch was already down. Off. For a while, the only thing I heard was the carousel music behind us, cheerful and limping, working its way through the same 16 bars. Mason whispered, "That seems bad." Danny stared at the switch like it had insulted his mother. Tanya stepped closer. "Is that definitely the main?" Danny's jaw moved. "Unless somebody built another carousel while I was off yesterday. But the ride has power. The ride has movement. That's not the same sentence." "Danny." He turned, and the look he gave her was not anger. It was calculation with no answer at the end of it. "I need to get under the deck." "No," Tanya said immediately. "I didn't say climb into the drive path. I said under the deck. No one goes under a moving ride. I know the rule, then enjoy following it." His mouth tightened. That was when Erin Pike arrived, 27, female, assistant operations manager, walking fast in clean white sneakers that had never seen a grease pit. Erin was new to Whistle Stop Grove that season, transferred from a corporate water park in Ohio, and she carried herself with a clipboard confidence that made veteran staff quietly cruel. She wasn't stupid. That was the problem. Stupid managers were easy to dismiss. Erin was smart, polished, and desperate to prove that every crisis could be turned into a bullet point before it became a lawsuit. "What's our status?" she asked. Tanya answered before anyone else could. "Fairweather is rotating without operator command. E-stop failed. Control screen dead. Main disconnect appears off, but ride continues moving. No guests involved." Erin blinked once. To her credit, that was all she allowed herself. "Park opening is in 32 minutes. "Then we delay opening this section," Tanya said. "We may need to delay more than that." Danny shut the disconnect box, then opened it again, as if reality might correct itself out of embarrassment. The switch was still down. Erin looked toward the carousel. Could there be a secondary supply, backup battery, generator tie-in? Danny laughed once. No humor. For a carousel built when people thought asbestos was a personality trait. "No, there's got to be an explanation," Mason said. Everyone looked at him. He lifted both palms. "I'm not saying there is. I'm saying there has to be, right?" The question hung there, too honest for the uniform. From the front of the ride came a faint clatter. Not mechanical. Plastic. I stepped out of the shed and saw my coffee cup on the operator ledge trembling. The platform wasn't shaking. The rail wasn't shaking. Just the cup, vibrating in tiny increments toward the edge as the bass note in the carousel music pulsed through the wood. "Mason," I said. He saw it too and jogged over, reaching the ledge just as the cup tipped. He caught it against his chest and hissed when hot coffee sloshed onto his shirt. "Great," he said through his teeth. "Cool. Love being rewarded for heroism." I almost laughed. I needed to laugh. Then the carousel lights flickered. Once, every bulb under the canopy dimmed to a brownish glow, then snapped bright again. The mirrors flashed. For that instant, all the painted animals seemed to be in different positions than my brain expected, like the ride had skipped a few feet forward while I blinked. But it hadn't. It was moving at the same steady pace. Tanya lifted her radio. "All units, Zone C supervisor. Hold opening for Boardwalk Row. Repeat, hold opening for Boardwalk Row until further notice." Erin turned sharply. "I need you to clear that with 'I just did,'" Tanya said. A reply crackled through. "Security copies." Another voice, "Guest services copies." Then, after a burst of static, "Ops control copies, reason." Tanya looked at Erin. Erin looked at the carousel, then at Danny, then at me. Whatever answer she gave would start a chain of calls that might end with corporate, inspectors, refunds, angry families at the gate, and local news vans if somebody used the wrong words. I could see her measuring all of it. Mechanical issue, Erin said into her radio. Precautionary hold, Danny snorted. She lowered the radio. Not helpful, not meant to be. I watched the horses circle. There were 36 of them, plus 2 chariots. I knew because the handbook made us count during close, and because kids loved to argue over which one was fastest, though none of them were. The blue saddled horse came around again. Scrape, dip, scrape, dip. Something pale was tucked beneath its saddle strap. At first I thought it was a napkin. Guests left trash everywhere, wet wipes, maps, popcorn boats, friendship bracelets, the occasional retainer wrapped in tissue. But the carousel had been swept last night. I had done the closing walk myself with another attendant, checked every row, signed the sheet, locked the gate at 10:14 p.m. The pale thing fluttered as the horse rose. Paper. Mason, I said, did you see that? What? On the blue horse. He leaned over the rail. Trash, maybe. Tanya heard the uncertainty in my voice. What is it? The horse rotated away. We waited for it to come back, all of us now watching one carved animal among many. It passed the lion, the giraffe with the repaired ear, the black horse with gold reins. When the blue horse returned, the paper lifted again. Not a napkin, a folded sheet wedged under the leatherette saddle strap with a red border printed along one edge. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I had forgotten to drink water before a double shift. That's from the handbook, I said. Erin frowned. What? The red border. Emergency procedures pages have red borders. Mason looked at me. You can tell that from here. Yes, he stared at the moving horse. Of course you can. Tanya's face changed slightly. Not fear, focus. Which procedure? I don't know. Danny had gone very still beside the shed. I noticed that too. Danny, Tanya said. He didn't answer at first. His eyes tracked the horse as it moved away, came around, moved away again. Then he said, nobody touch it while it's moving. No one was planning to, Erin said, but I had been. Not consciously, maybe. Not in a way that had become a decision. Still, my body had already shifted toward the gate, because a piece of the handbook was on my ride, and that meant a rule existed. And if a rule existed then, maybe the situation had edges. Maybe it could be held. Tanya unclipped the chain and stopped with it in her hand. The carousel music limped into another loop. We have 2 options, she said. We wait for outside ride safety and keep this contained, or we find out what that paper says before guests start lining up at the barricades and rumors do the rest. Erin's eyes snapped to her. You are not suggesting someone step onto a moving platform. I am not suggesting anything yet, Danny said. You'd have to time it from the outer rail, grab the strap, and step back before the next rise. No, I said quickly. Everyone looked at me again. I hated that even more than before. I swallowed. No one should do that. Tanya studied me. Agreed. The blue horse came around, patient as a machine could be. The folded page fluttered once, like it was breathing with the motion of the pole. Mason wiped coffee from his shirt with both hands and said, so we just stare at the cursed employee handbook page until Richmond sends a guy with a clipboard. It's not cursed, Erin said, too sharply. No, yeah, obviously. It's aggressively normal. I kept my eyes on the horse. The platform was only moving at walking speed. I had stepped on and off it hundreds of times during guest assists, helping toddlers, holding elbows for grandmothers, guiding parents who tried to carry 3 bags and a baby at once. The rule said not to board a moving ride. The rule was right, but the rule had been written for a ride that stopped when told. Tanya still held the chain. Danny had one hand on his radio, not pressing the button. Aaron was watching the empty midway where the first families would appear in half an hour if the front gates opened on schedule. The choice sat there among us, ugly and practical. Keep our distance and wait, or break one rule to understand why all the others had already failed. The carousel kept turning, and every time the blue horse passed, the red bordered page flashed in the dim morning light, close enough to read if someone was willing to reach. Tanya did the things supervisors do when they want to pretend a bad choice is still a choice. She made it a procedure. No one steps onto the platform, she said, holding the chain across the entrance with both hands. No full boarding, no climbing, no reaching past centerline. We retrieve the paper from the outer rail only if the horse comes within safe distance, and only if we can do it without body weight transferring onto the ride. Danny made a sound in his throat. Tanya cut her eyes to him. You disagree? I disagree with the English language being used like duct tape. Noted. Because what you just described is stepping onto the platform without calling it stepping onto the platform. Erin Pike checked her watch. She had one of those slim silver ones that looked too delicate for a workplace where everything was either sticky, rusty, or wet. Front gates open in 26 minutes. Boardwalk Row is already blocked, but guest services is asking whether to call it a delayed area opening or a maintenance closure. Tell them delayed, Tanya said. Delayed implies temporary. Tanya looked at the moving carousel. I'm feeling optimistic. Mason snorted, then coughed it into his fist when nobody joined in. I stood at the operator gate with my hands resting on the top rail. The metal was cool and faintly gritty beneath my palms. Every few seconds, the blue horse drifted into view, rising on its brass pole. That folded red bordered page pinned under the saddle strap like someone had slid it there in a hurry. It shouldn't have mattered so much. It was paper. One sheet. A handbook page from a binder. Every employee was forced to pretend they'd read cover to cover during training. But standing there, with a ride moving after its power had supposedly been killed, that page felt like a hand raised in the back of a dark room. Someone knew something, or someone wanted us to think they did. Claire, Tanya said. I turned. She had that coach look again, the one that made you straighten your shoulders before you knew why. You know the platform rhythm better than anyone here except Danny. How close does the blue horse come to the rail on the outside sweep? About 18 inches from the inner edge, I said. Maybe 20. Depends where you stand. Can it be reached from outside? With a hook, maybe. Danny pointed toward the maintenance shed. Fiberglass reach pole. We use it for dropped hats. I'll get it, Mason said. No, Tanya said. Claire. The word landed harder than it should have. Mason looked at her. Why Claire? Because she won't show off. He opened his mouth, then closed it, because even he knew that was fair. I stepped toward the shed before my brain caught up with my feet. Tanya trusted me because I was careful, because I followed rules even when people rolled their eyes, because I had once stopped a loading cycle on the kiddie coaster over a lap bar that looked locked but didn't sound locked, and the mechanic later found a cracked latch spring. For 2 weeks after that, Tanya called me ears. I had liked it. Now my carefulness was being handed back to me as a tool, and I hated the weight of it. Inside the shed, the air was warmer, boxed in, smelling of dust, old mop water, and rubber. I found the reach pole clipped above a shelf of warning cones. It was bright yellow fiberglass, maybe 8 feet long, with a small rubber-coated hook at the end. My fingers slipped once on the clips before I got it down. When I came back, Danny was on the radio with someone from facilities. "No, not the row," he said. "The ride. I need confirmation from the sub-panel, not your office screen. Send somebody to breaker room 3 and physically look at C12 through C16. He listened, jaw tight. "I don't care what the building management system says. I am looking at an off disconnect and a moving platform." The carousel music popped through the canopy speakers. For 2 seconds, the tune vanished under a low electrical hum. Then the brass notes came back, too loud, making the boards under my shoes buzz. Aaron flinched, but recovered quickly. Could this be a stored energy issue? Danny lowered the radio. "For 12 minutes, I'm asking." "No, hydraulic drift." "It's not hydraulic." "Momentum." Danny stared at her. "Have you ever seen a carousel coast for 12 minutes uphill and downhill with music?" Aaron's mouth pressed into a thin line. "I am trying not to underreact." "No," Danny said. "You're trying to name it something harmless." Tanya stepped between them without actually moving much. Enough. Out beyond Boardwalk Row, the park was waking up. A forklift beeped behind the game's warehouse. Someone tested the microphone at the stunt show and sent a hollow thump rolling through the service road. Gulls picked at a torn trash bag near the fry stand until a sweeper chased them off with a broom. All ordinary. All of it happening too brightly around our small, wrong circle. My radio crackled. "Ops control to Zone C front gate. Reports early guest buildup. Estimate 9 minutes to entry scan unless delayed. Do you need full park hold?" Erin grabbed her radio so fast her clipboard smacked her thigh. "Negative on full park hold. Maintain boardwalk, row closure. Route guests through Garden Lane." Tanya looked at her. "You sure? That keeps them away from here. For now." "Full hold means every department asks why," Danny muttered. "Maybe because the haunted merry-go-round's running on spite." "It's not haunted," I said, too fast. Everyone heard it. Mason's expression softened a little, and that was somehow worse than if he'd made a joke. I adjusted my grip on the pole. "Where do you want me?" Tanya clipped the entrance chain back into place, then pointed to a section of rail near the operator booth. "There. You'll have the best angle when the horse dips." Danny took the pole from me before I could move. "Listen, hook the paper from the open fold, not the strap. You pull the strap, you might loosen the saddle trim or catch the pole bracket." "Okay. If the hook catches, let go." "I know. I'm serious. Don't wrestle a moving ride. Pride loses fingers." "I know." He held my gaze a second longer, then gave the pole back. I stepped to the rail. The carousel platform rotated past in layered pieces: horse legs, brass poles, painted panels, mirrors, shadows. The blue horse was on the far side. I watched it go behind the central column, disappear between a rearing black stallion and a sleigh chariot, then emerge again. My hands began sweating. Not shaking, sweating. I wiped one palm on my pants and heard my mother's voice from 3 summers earlier after I got promoted to lead. "Don't be the person who freezes because you want everything to be perfect." She hadn't meant it cruelly. She knew me. That was the problem. I liked rules because rules delayed the moment when I had to trust myself. The horse came closer. Not this pass, Danny said. I see it. Too high. I see it. The blue horse rose, and the folded page lifted with the saddle strap just out of reach. It slid by. The music dragged behind itself, one bright melody, one sickly echo. I could see the underside of the paper now. It had black print on it, large words, maybe a heading. Mason stood a few feet back, bouncing on his heels. You want me to? No, Tanya, Danny, and I all said at once. Fine, great, team unity. The horse came around again. This time it dipped at the nearest point. I extended the pole slowly, the hook hovering over the moving edge of the platform. The rubber tip trembled from the vibration traveling up the fiberglass. For one strange second, my entire world narrowed to the paper, the hook, and the scrape of that top bracket. Scrape, dip, I caught the fold. Got it, Mason whispered. Easy, Danny said. I pulled. The page shifted, then stuck. The pole flexed in my hands. Let go if it catches, Danny said. It's not caught. It was caught. Not on the saddle strap, on something underneath it. A staple maybe, or tape. I tugged again, too gently to free it, too stubborn to stop. The horse continued moving. The pole angled with it. Claire, Tanya said, I have it. Let it go. I can. The hook slipped. The pole snapped sideways, clanged against the brass support, and jerked out of my right hand. For a half second, it balanced across the rail and the moving platform like a lever. The far end dipped between two horses. Danny lunged and grabbed the near end with both hands. The carousel took the other end. The pole bucked. Let go, Tanya shouted. Danny let go. The pole spun onto the platform, bounced once, then slid inward across the painted boards. It struck the base of the lion, rattled, and vanished under the inner row of horses. A grinding sound followed. Not loud, not catastrophic, just a dry, chewing noise from below the platform. Then the carousel slowed. Everyone froze. The music slowed with it, notes sagging and stretching like tape pulled through dirty heads. The horses rose and fell more heavily. The bulbs under the canopy flickered again, dimming to that brown old light color. It's stopping, Mason said. No one answered. The platform slowed to half speed, then a quarter. The blue horse came around, page still tucked under the strap, and stopped directly in front of the operator gate. For one breath, the whole carousel held still. Then the music cut out. The sudden quiet was not silence. It was worse, because the park rushed into the empty space. Distant voices at the front gate. A leaf blower whining near the bathrooms. Tanya's radio hissing against her belt. The tick of some cooling relay inside the dead control pedestal. I stared at the blue horse. The page was close enough now that I could read the heading through the fold. FAIRWATHER Carousel Continuous Operation Event below it, in smaller bold letters. Do not interrupt rotation until all riders are accounted for. Continuous Operation Event, Erin said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Danny's face had gone a color I didn't like. Not pale, flat. Tanya saw it too. You know that phrase. He didn't answer. The radio on Erin's shoulder burst alive. Guest services to ops management. We've got first entry through front gates in 2 minutes. Confirm Garden Lane redirect. Erin kept staring at the page. Erin, Tanya said. She startled. Yes, confirm redirect. Keep boardwalk row closed. Copy. Also, We have a parent at the front asking about a lost child report from last night. Security says they're bringing her to the office, but she's upset and says the child may have been near boardwalk. The words entered slowly, like they had to pass through thick glass before they made sense. Lost child report from last night, near boardwalk. Mason stopped bouncing. Danny closed his eyes once. Tanya lifted her radio. Zone C to security. Repeat that. A different voice came on, male, older, controlled, but winded. Security here. We have a woman at front gate. Says her daughter did not come home from a friend's house last night. Claims daughter texted from Whistle Stop around 11 p.m. Park was closed. We have no overnight missing child report in our log. She has a photo. Name appears to be Lily Carver, age 9. My mind did something mean to me then. It gave me a picture of my closing sheet from last night. The neat boxes, the time, my initials, the line that said final sweep complete. I heard my own pen scratching the paper. I had walked the platform at 10:09. I had checked under the chariots because kids like to hide there during the day. I had looked behind the operator booth, inside the stroller nook, around the mural. I remembered being tired. I remembered Mason complaining that the trash compactor smelled like hot ketchup. I remembered locking the gate at 10:14. I did not remember counting the horses. I always counted the horses. Usually. Tanya looked at me, and I wished she hadn't. Claire, she said carefully, you closed Fairweather last night. With Josh, I said. My voice came out thin. Josh and me. Mason shook his head. No way. There wasn't a kid here after close. You don't know that, Danny said. Mason turned on him. Okay, thank you, that helps. Danny pointed at the page. That procedure exists for a reason, which you apparently knew 5 minutes ago and didn't mention. I knew there was an old binder supplement. I didn't know somebody had put a page on the ride. Tanya's tone sharpened. What old binder supplement? Danny rubbed both hands over his face, dragging the skin down. Years ago, before most of you. Fairweather had an incident. Not a death, he added quickly, maybe because he saw Aaron's expression. A child climbed back onto the platform after unload, hid in the chariot. Operator didn't see. Ride cycled empty during close. Kid panicked, tried to jump, broke an ankle. After that, corporate added a continuous operation checklist. If the carousel is found moving outside command, you assume unauthorized rider or entrapment until proven otherwise. Entrapment where? Aaron asked. Under the platform, inside the inner sweep, between the chariot panels. Anywhere a kid can fit, because kids are liquid when they want to hide. I could taste coffee acid at the back of my throat. Tanya unclipped the chain. Danny caught her wrist. Wait, the ride is stopped. Because a reach pole jammed something under the deck. That means it could restart. Or it could shift while someone's on it. The security radio came back. Zone C, be advised. Mother State's daughter was wearing a yellow rain jacket and red sneakers. Last known text was a photo from near carousel horses. Timestamp 10:47 p.m. My closing time was 10:14. Park sweep ended at 11:00. The carousel sat in the back of my skull like an object dropped into deep water. Aaron spoke first. How did a 9-year-old get inside after close? Mason said. Friend's house. Maybe she snuck out. Service gate. Fence gap. Kids do dumb stuff. Not helpful, Aaron snapped. It's actually very helpful if it's true, Tanya said. Security needs every access point checked. Now, Aaron relayed it, her voice steadier than her hands. I looked at the blue horse again. The paper had stopped fluttering. Up close, I could see smudges on the fold, grease maybe, or dirt. Along one lower corner was a faint reddish-brown streak, thin as a pencil line. I didn't say blood. I wasn't going to be the first person to say blood. Tanya stepped onto the loading threshold, but not onto the carousel platform. Danny, can you stabilize it? I can lock out the drive if the pole jammed the sweep gear, but I need access below. No one goes under until we check the platform. We need a borescope, he said. Tool cart has one, camera on a flex line. We can look under without crawling in. Get it? Danny moved toward his utility cart, then stopped. It's in the central shop. How long? 10 minutes if I drive like I hate my suspension. Aaron said, we may not have 10 minutes if there's a child. That broke something. Not dramatically. No shouting. Just the small, terrible crack of everyone realizing the same thing at the same time. If Lily Carver was under that carousel, time had already mattered for hours. If she was injured, dehydrated, trapped by a moving assembly, or too scared to call out, every minute we spent protecting ourselves with procedure might be another minute she lost. And if she wasn't there, if the page was some old prank or warning left by a staff member with a rotten sense of humor, then stepping onto the ride could create the emergency we were trying to prevent. My fear curled around both possibilities. Miss the danger, someone gets hurt. Rush toward it, someone gets hurt. Tanya looked at me again, but this time not as a supervisor. As a person asking another person to stand inside an ugly maybe. Claire, she said, last night after close, did you hear anything? See anyone? Anything at all? I wanted to say no immediately. Instead, memory opened the wrong drawer. At 10:12, while I was checking the outer row, I had heard a tapping sound from the service side. 3 little knocks, then a pause, then 2. I thought it was Mason messing with the coin press, a loose shutter, or one of the arcade prizes swinging in its claw machine. At 10:13, my phone had buzzed with a text from my younger brother asking if I could pick him up after his late shift at the grocery store. I had looked down, just for a few seconds. Then I'd signed the sheet. I hadn't told anyone because it was nothing. Because everything is nothing until it lines up afterward. I heard tapping, I said. Mason turned. What? Last night? During close? Near the mural or the shed? I thought it was equipment. Danny's eyes moved toward the painted clouds. Tanya's face stayed controlled, but something in her shoulders lowered by a fraction. You didn't check. I checked the area. Did you check the shed? It was locked. Behind the mural, yes. Under the platform, I stared at her. She closed her eyes briefly. Sorry, that wasn't fair. But it had been fair enough to hurt. A voice floated from beyond the barricades. A woman's voice, sharp with fear. Lily Carver. Security was bringing her closer than they should have. Erin swore under her breath and hurried toward the midway entrance. Tanya followed 2 steps, then stopped herself. She looked torn in a way I had never seen from her. Danny came back from his cart with a flashlight, a lockout bar, and a pry tool. Central Shop S sending the borescope with Pete, but we need to secure the deck before anything else. The carousel gave a soft, metallic pop. The platform shifted 3 inches, not rotated exactly. Dropped. One side settled with a heavy wooden thunk, like a tired knee giving out. The blue horse dipped lower on its pole. The page slid free from under the strap and landed on the platform at my feet, just inside the rail. At the same moment, from beneath the carousel, under the painted boards and machinery and old music pipes, came 2 small knocks, then a pause, then 2 more. Nobody moved. The mother's voice called again from the barricade, closer now, breaking on the name. Lily. From under the platform, faint enough that I almost convinced myself it was the machinery cooling. Someone knocked back. Tanya lifted the chain. Danny said, "If we step on that deck and it shifts again." "I know," Tanya said. Mason whispered, "Oh, God." The red-bordered page lay open now, print facing up, its first instruction visible between the rail slats. If rotation ceases before rider location is confirmed, do not reset power. Manual access required through service. Hatch B. Danny looked toward the mural. "There's no Hatch B anymore," he said. Tanya turned to him slowly. He swallowed. They paneled over it during the boardwalk renovation. The carousel settled another inch with a groan from underneath, and the knocking stopped. The worst part was how quickly everyone started whispering. Not because we were calm, because Lily's mother was close enough to hear us. Security had stopped her at the boardwalk row barricade, where the midway narrowed between the fried dough stand and the old penny arcade. I could see pieces of her through the gaps between bodies. A woman in jeans and a gray sweatshirt, one hand clamped around her phone, dark hair coming loose from a clip. Her voice kept climbing and breaking on the same 2 words. "My daughter." Then a breath. "My daughter." Tanya took one look toward the barricade and made her decision. "Aaron, keep her back," she said. "I don't care if you have to put every security guard in the park between her and this ride. She does not come past the arcade." Aaron's face tightened. "You want me to physically block a mother from a possible rescue scene. I want you to keep her from stepping onto an unstable ride and becoming a second patient." That landed. Aaron nodded once and walked fast toward the barricade, already lifting both hands in that smooth manager way, palms open, voice soft but firm. Security closed around her. Lily's mother shouted something I couldn't make out. Tanya turned to the rest of us. The carousel sat in the middle of its octagonal pavilion like an animal pretending to sleep. The outer rail ran around it waist high, broken by the operator gate on the south side, facing the arcade. The maintenance shed was behind the cloud mural on the east side. Behind that, a narrow service lane cut between Boardwalk Row and the games warehouse, where delivery carts came through before opening. The north side faced the petting zoo path. The west side opened toward the fry stand and the public walkway where guests would eventually be rooted away, assuming guests ever listened to signs. Under the platform, Lily might have been anywhere. That was the shape of the trap, a circle with no good entrance. Danny crouched at the operator gate and shone his flashlight through the lowest gap between the stationary platform and the concrete floor. The beam caught old grease, a bolt head, a strip of blue gum hardened into a fossil, and the yellow reach pole wedged diagonally under the inner sweep. "Don't touch the deck," he said. "I'm not touching the deck," Mason said, though he wasn't close enough to touch anything. "I'm telling everyone." The platform had settled unevenly. The side nearest the operator gate, the painted trim sat maybe 6 inches above the concrete. On the far side, near the mural, it looked closer to 4. Not much of a difference until you imagined a child under there, or a hand, or the carousel deciding to settle another inch. Tanya knelt beside Danny. "Can you see her?" "No." "Can you see Hatch B?" Danny swung the light slowly. "No. Hatch B used to be east side, under the chariot panel, about 2 horse lengths clockwise from the mural. During the renovation, they built that decorative skirt over the access line. You let them panel over an access hatch. I didn't let them do anything. I wrote 3 emails and got told the updated skirt was removable. Is it? He looked up at her. We're about to find out. That was our first attempt. Danny took us around to the east side, behind the cloud mural where guests were not meant to look too closely. Up close, the painted clouds were chipped along the bottom, and the screws holding the decorative skirt to the platform were painted over in thick cream layers. The skirt was a curved wooden fascia, pretty from 10 feet away, useless from 1 foot away. It hugged the platform edge and hid the old access line entirely. Mason brought the tool bag. I brought cones, because my brain still believed cones made things safer. Tanya kept one hand on her radio and one eye on the carousel. The music had stopped, but every so often one of the canopy speakers clicked, like it was trying to remember the tune. Danny gave me the flashlight. Hold it here. I pointed the beam where he tapped. His hands moved fast. Pry tool under the trim. Twist. Nothing. He tried again, harder. Paint cracked in a jagged white line. From beneath the platform came a faint scrape. We all stopped. Lily, Tanya called, crouching low but keeping her feet on the concrete. Lily Carver, my name is Tanya. We're here to help you. If you can hear me, knock once. Nothing. Then, from somewhere behind us, 3 quick taps. Mason backed into the mural so hard it rattled. Nope. The taps came again. Tanya lifted her flashlight toward the platform. Wait, I said. The sound wasn't under the ride. It was above us, small and hard, tapping in an uneven rhythm from inside the canopy. Tap, 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 tap. Mason whispered, "Please tell me that's a bird." Danny squinted upward, then swore. "It's the speaker relay." He pointed with his pry tool. Near the upper ring, behind a carved cherub with one peeling cheek, a small access box ticked and twitched every few seconds. Electrical contacts clicking. Not a person, not a signal. The relief made my knees feel loose. Mason laughed once, breathless. Great. Love that my nervous system just tried to exit through my skin. Focus, Tanya said, but her own voice had a thin edge now. Danny went back to the trim. The first screw head stripped. The second did too. Years of paint had turned them into smooth little coins. He jammed the pry tool deeper and pulled. A section of skirt cracked loose with a sound like a bat hitting a fence post. Underneath was not a hatch. It was plywood. Fresh, pressure-treated plywood, screwed across the old opening from the inside. Danny stared at it. Tanya's mouth went flat. That looks new. It is new. How new? Newer than the renovation. He ran his fingers along the plywood edge. The screws were clean, not painted. Bright metal. Someone had covered hatch B after the decorative skirt went on. Mason leaned in. Maintenance. Danny didn't answer right away. Danny. No work order came through me for this. That tightened the circle. Tanya radioed ops control. I need all maintenance work orders for Fairweather Carousel for the past 30 days. Anything involving access panels, platform skirt, electrical, or after-hours contractors. A pause. Copy. Stand by. From the barricade, Lily's mother screamed her daughter's name again, and this time it tore into a sob at the end. The sound went through me in a way the carousel music hadn't. Human panic does not echo neatly, it spreads. Danny tried the plywood with the pry tool. It flexed, but did not give. We can cut it, he said, but not with hand tools. Where's the saw? Tanya asked. Central shop. Same place as the borescope. Yeah, Mason rubbed his face. He had coffee drying in brown blotches down the front of his polo, and his usual messy confidence looked wrung out of him. Can Pete hurry up? As if called by name, a utility cart shot into the service lane behind the games warehouse and braked too hard, tires chirping on damp concrete. Pete Alvarez, 39, male, maintenance mechanic, climbed out with a hard case in one hand and a cordless reciprocating saw in the other. Pete was shorter than Danny, wider through the shoulders, with close-cropped hair and safety glasses pushed up on his head. He had the expression of a man who had been told only half the emergency and had guessed the rest correctly. Borescope, he said. Saw 2 batteries. What the hell am I walking into? Later, Danny said. That was our second attempt. The borescope camera was a black flexible line with a light at the tip and a handheld screen the size of a phone. Danny fed it through the gap near the operator gate first, because that was where the platform sat highest. Tanya lay on her stomach on the concrete beside him, not under the ride, just close enough to watch the screen. I knelt behind them with the radio volume turned low. Mason stood guard at the gate as if he could stop machinery with his body. Pete hovered with the saw, restless. The screen showed a cramped little world in blue-white light. Grease on metal. Dust hanging from cross braces in gray beards. The underside of the carousel looked nothing like the painted animals above. It was all rods, brackets, wiring runs, and old wood. Danny guided the camera in slow arcs, narrating under his breath. Outer sweep clear, drive wheel, track, reach poles jammed against the inner brace. Don't love that, moving clockwise. No, camera clockwise. There's the lion base, chariot support. Any yellow? Tanya asked. Not yet. Yellow rain jacket. Red sneakers. My stomach kept grabbing those details and squeezing. The camera bumped something soft. On the screen, pale strands drifted across the lens. Mason made a sound. Hair. I stopped breathing. Danny froze the camera, then angled the light. The pale strands became shredded cotton candy wrapped around a bracket, pink and yellow, dried into sticky ropes with bits of gravel stuck to it. Trash, Danny said. Mason bent at the waist, hands on knees. I hate this place. Keep looking, Tanya said. Danny fed the camera deeper. Lines scraped against something and sent a shudder up the image. For a moment, we saw a flash of red. A sneaker, I saw it. Tanya saw it. Mason said, "Oh God," so softly it was almost polite. Danny pushed the camera closer. The red shape turned, not a sneaker. A prize ribbon from one of the Midway games, caught around a bolt, printed with the words "Big Winner" in gold flaking letters. Misdirection again. Explainable, stupid, cruel. Tanya pressed her thumb and forefinger hard into her eyes. Danny, I'm looking. The camera light flickered. Battery, Pete asked. No, cable pinch, Danny said. The image dipped, then steadied, aimed toward the east side where hatch B should have opened. There, beyond the reach pole and a triangular brace, something yellow appeared at the edge of the screen. Not cotton candy, not a ribbon, fabric. Nobody spoke. Danny inched forward. The picture shook. A strip of yellow raincoat was caught on a screw point at the base of a support beam. Beside it, on the dusty underside of the platform, were 4 dark scrape marks, parallel, like fingernails dragged through grime. Tanya's voice changed. Lily, if you can hear us, we see your jacket. Knock once. A long second passed. Then one knock came from under the platform. Not loud, but real, Lily's mother heard it from the barricade. Her scream rose, and security had to hold her back. Erin's voice threaded through it, urgent and soothing, useless against the animal logic of a parent who had just heard proof. "We have contact," Tanya said into her radio. "Possible child under Fairweather Carousel. Fire and EMS now. Repeat now. Tell them mechanical entrapment, unstable ride platform, child possibly injured." Ops control came back sharper than before. "Emergency services being called." "Already should have been," Danny muttered. Tanya ignored that because he was right, and because being right did not help. Danny kept the camera on the yellow fabric. "She's east side, near the covered hatch, maybe 3 feet in from the edge. I can't see her body. Something's blocking the view." "What?" Tanya asked. "Inner trim, maybe old chariot panel." "Maybe." The screen went black. Danny's hand jerked. "Cable stuck. Can you pull it back?" he tried. The cable tightened, then stopped. Pete crouched. "Don't yank it." "I am aware." The carousel gave another low groan. The platform shifted. Not much. Less than before. But enough that the gap at the operator side narrowed. The borescope cable pinched flat where it entered. Danny let go immediately. "Back," he snapped. "Everyone back from the rail." We moved. The platform settled with a wooden complaint that came up through my shoes. The blue horse dipped. The black stallion beside it leaned a fraction outward on its pole. Not enough to fall, enough to make the bolts at its base creak. The borescope cable was trapped under the platform now, leading from Danny's dead screen into the dark gap, like a fishing line into a sealed pond. Second attempt, partial success, then failure. We knew Lily was likely under there. We also knew the ride was shifting. Pete lifted the saw. We cut the plywood. "Not while the platform's settling," Danny said. "We can cut from the outside." "And if the vibration drops the deck on her?" Pete lowered the saw, jaw working. Tanya looked toward the east side, then west, mapping it the way I was. Operator gate south. Mural and covered hatch east. Service lane behind that. Barricade and Lily's mother west. Petting zoo path north. Fire trucks, if they came through the service gate, would have to enter from the east lane behind the games warehouse. "How long for fire?" she asked Erin over radio. Erin answered from the barricade, voice strained under Lily's mother's crying. "Dispatch says 6 to 8 minutes if service gate is open." Open, a pause. Security is checking. That pause was too long. Tanya closed her eyes for half a second. Security should already know. Mason, who had been quiet too long, said, "There's the animal gate." We turned to him. He pointed north past the carousel, toward the petting zoo path. "Behind the goat barn. There's a double gate for hay deliveries. It backs onto the same service road, but closer to Fairweather. We could get EMS stretcher access from there." Tanya frowned. "Is it unlocked?" Mason hesitated. "Mason, usually no, but," he rubbed the back of his neck. "But Josh props it sometimes when he smokes behind the feed shed." Josh, my closing partner from last night. The name touched every exposed nerve I had. Tanya radioed security to check the animal gate. Then she looked at me. "Where is Josh?" I had not thought to ask that, and the shame of it came hot and fast. Mason answered before I could. "He texted the group chat this morning. Said he was sick." Tanya's stare sharpened. "What time?" 6 something. "Show me." Mason pulled out his phone, thumbed through with clumsy fingers, and handed it over. Tanya read the message. Her expression did not change, but the way she held the phone did. "What?" I asked. She turned the screen toward me. "Josh can't come in. Food poisoning or something. Tell Tanya sorry. Sent 6:03 a.m. below it, Mason had replied with a vomit emoji. 2 other seasonal employees had liked the message. Nothing strange, except now everything was strange. Tanya gave the phone back. Call him. Mason tapped Josh's contact and put it on speaker. It rang 6 times. Voicemail. Mason tried again. Voicemail. From the east side, Pete said, guys. He was standing by the mural, looking down at the cracked skirt where they had exposed the plywood. On the plywood, near one clean screw head, someone had drawn an arrow in black marker. Not big, not obvious, just a short arrow pointing down toward the covered hatch seam. Beside it were 2 letters. B.I. Danny stared. That wasn't there during renovation. Tanya said, bye. Maybe B1, Pete said. Or initials. I thought of the page. Service, hatch B, Mason said. Could be B and Roman numeral 1. Like hatch B1, Danny shook his head. There was only one B hatch. Tanya photographed it with her phone. No one touched that area more than necessary. The trap tightened again. Not just a mechanical failure. Someone had worked here. Someone had covered a rescue access point recently, marked it, and either didn't tell maintenance or made sure there was no record. And a child might now be trapped behind it. The radio crackled with security. Zone C, animal gate is locked. Key not in box. Tanya's voice became dangerously calm. Say again. Key not in Knox-style lockbox. Padlock present. We're looking for bolt cutters. Aaron came over the radio too. Fire is at the main service entrance, but delivery truck is blocking the lane by receiving. They're moving it. Danny looked like he might throw his radio into the carousel. Time became physical then, not numbers. Wait. I could feel it in my legs from crouching, in my throat from calling Lily's name, in the sour sweat drying under my collar. Mason's hands kept opening and closing at his sides. Pete changed the saw battery, even though we hadn't used it. Tanya had a smear of grease across her cheek and no idea it was there. From beneath the platform came another knock, then a tiny voice. Mom. It was so faint that for half a second I thought the canopy relay had clicked again. But Lily's mother heard it. She broke through. Not past everyone. Not cleanly. She ducked under one security guard's arm, stumbled around Aaron, and ran along the west side of the carousel, sobbing, Lily, baby, I'm here. Stop her, Tanya shouted. I moved without thinking. So did Mason. We intercepted her near the operator gate. She was stronger than she looked, all panic and elbows, phone still in one hand, nails digging into my forearm as I caught her. Let me go, she screamed. That's my child. I know, I said, and my voice cracked. I know, but the floor can drop. I heard her. We heard her too. That slowed her for 1 second. She looked at me then, really looked. And what I saw in her face was worse than anger because it was begging. Please, she said, please get her out. Her name was Melissa Carver, 31, female, Lily's mother, and up close she looked like she had aged 10 years since sunrise. She had mascara under one eye, mud on her sneakers, and a pink phone case with a child's sticker peeling off the back. She was not a problem to manage. She was what the problem meant. Tanya came up beside me. Miss Carver, we have contact with Lily. Fire is arriving. We need you to stay where she can hear your voice, but not where the platform can hurt you. Melissa shook her head. She hates dark spaces. She hides when she's scared. She won't answer strangers. That was a new fact, and it mattered. Tanya softened. Then talk to her from here. Here, right here. Do not cross the rail. Tell her to keep still. Melissa gripped the rail with both hands and leaned down. Lily. "Lily, it's Mom. Don't move, okay? Don't try to crawl, just stay where you are." A muffled sound came from under the carousel. Not words, crying maybe. Then, from the east side, the reciprocating saw started. Everyone jumped. "Pete," Tanya barked. Pete had the blade against the plywood. Danny shoved the saw away before it bit more than a quarter inch. The two men nearly slammed into the mural. "What the hell are you doing?" Danny shouted, making an opening. "You don't cut blind over a trapped kid. We can't wait forever. And we can't vibrate the deck down on her." Pete's face was red. "Then give me something to do besides watch a child suffocate under a carnival antique." The word suffocate hit Melissa like a slap. She made a noise and folded against the rail. Tanya pointed at Pete. "Back away from the saw." Pete backed away, breathing hard. Third attempt stopped before it became a disaster. Then the park lights flickered. Not just the carousel. The whole boardwalk row, arcade signs, midway bulbs, the fry stand menu. Everything dimmed, surged bright, dimmed again. From the dead control panel came a beep. One clean electronic beep. The black screen lit. Mason whispered, "No." The panel displayed a boot logo, then a status line. "Power restored, calibrating home position." Danny sprinted to the pedestal. Nobody touched the platform. The carousel motor engaged with a low thump beneath the floor. The blue horse jerked half an inch. Melissa screamed Lily's name. Danny ripped open the lower panel and reached inside, then snatched his hand back with a curse. A red line opened across the back of his knuckles, where something sharp had caught him. "Contactors pulling in," he said. "It's trying to restart." Tanya grabbed her radio. "Kill boardwalk power. Now." Ops control answered, panicked. "We show boardwalk power already isolated. Then isolate upstream. We need facilities." The carousel lights brightened. The music began again, not fully, just the first few notes winding up out of order. Danny slammed the lockout bar into the mechanism under the pedestal, wedging it across the manual linkage. Pete threw his shoulder against the operator gate to keep it from rattling open. Mason grabbed Melissa and pulled her back from the rail as the platform shuddered. "Claire," Tanya shouted, "read the page." The red-bordered page still lay on the platform just inside the rail, close enough now, but the deck was trembling. I dropped to my knees outside the rail and flattened myself until my cheek almost touched the concrete. The platform edge hovered inches away. My arm fit through the lowest gap if I turned my wrist sideways. "Don't reach," Danny snapped. I reached. My fingers closed on paper. The carousel jerked again, dragging the page an inch. I held on. The edge sliced into my thumb, sharp and ridiculous. I pulled the sheet free and fell backward onto the concrete. Mason shouted something. Melissa was crying. Danny was bleeding onto the control pedestal. The music coughed through 3 warped notes and stopped. I sat up, breathless, and read the next visible line. "In event of false power isolation, locate secondary feed AT maintenance closet east wall. Do not use operator reset." "Secondary feed," I said. Danny went still. Tanya turned toward the maintenance shed behind the mural. "There is no secondary feed," Danny said, but his voice had changed. "There shouldn't be." The carousel motor thumped again, harder this time. From under the platform, Lily screamed. Not knocked, not whimpered, screamed. And then the platform began to move. Only an inch at first, then another. Danny threw himself against the pedestal linkage. Pete grabbed the lockout bar with him. Tanya shoved the chain open and stepped through the operator gate onto the threshold, 1 foot on concrete, 1 on the trembling edge of the ride, trying to reach the emergency brake housing. "Get out of there," I yelled. She didn't. Melissa broke free of Mason and lunged for the rail. He caught her around the waist, and she fought him so hard they both went down. The carousel crawled forward, slow enough to see every inch, strong enough that nothing human was going to stop it for long. On the east side, behind the cracked mural and the plywood-covered hatch, a section of decorative skirt bowed outward. Once, twice, like something underneath was pushing against it. Tanya looked at me from the gate, and in that second the choice disappeared. Waiting was over. Procedure was over. Fire was still trapped behind a delivery truck. The animal gate was locked. The hatch was covered, and the carousel was trying to rotate with Lily somewhere beneath it. Danny shouted, "If it completes home calibration, it'll run a full cycle." "How long?" Tanya yelled. "Maybe 40 seconds. The platform ground forward another inch. The bowed east panel cracked down the middle. A small hand appeared through the split plywood and vanished. Melissa saw it and screamed so hard her voice broke apart. I was already moving toward the mural. Mason scrambled up behind me. Pete grabbed the saw from the ground. Danny yelled for us to stop, but he was pinned at the pedestal with both hands on the lockout bar, blood running down his wrist. There was no safe side anymore. By the time I reached the east wall, the carousel had started its slow, unstoppable crawl. The hidden hatch was splitting open from the wrong side, and Lily Carver was alive beneath a machine that had just decided to finish what it started. Pete hit the plywood with the saw like he was trying to cut through guilt itself. The blade screamed. Not a clean construction site scream. This was uglier, boxed in by the carousel pavilion and chopped up by the music trying to start above us. The first few notes of Over the Waves came through the canopy speakers in sick little bursts, then dropped out, then came back slower. The platform crawled clockwise. 1 inch. Another. The blue horse moved away from the operator gate, its chipped saddle rising with a tired scrape. Danny and Tanya were at the south side, by the control pedestal, fighting the carousel with their bodies. Pete and I were at the east side, behind the cloud mural, where the decorative skirt had cracked, and the hidden service hatch was trying to become real again. Mason was behind me with Melissa Carver, both of them on the concrete, both trying not to let her throw herself under the rail. "Lily," Melissa shouted, "baby, answer me." From under the platform came a thin, panicked cry. "Mom." The saw kicked in Pete's hands. He cursed and yanked it back. The blade had struck a screw. "Angle it," I said. He shot me a look, sweat running down the side of his face. "You want to do it?" "No, I want you not to hit her." That shut us both up for half a second. Pete changed his grip, pressed the saw shoe flat against the plywood, and cut lower, where the page had said hatch B should be. The fresh plywood had split already from Lily pushing on it, but it wasn't enough. I could see 2 of her fingers through the crack. Small, dirty. The nails broken down to jagged crescents. "Lily," I said, dropping to my knees. "Pull your hand back. Sweetheart, pull your hand back from the wood." "I'm stuck," she sobbed. "Your hand, just your hand. I can't see." "I know, follow my voice. Hand back." The fingers vanished. "Clear," I told Pete. He cut. The blade chewed a short vertical line, then another across the bottom. The smell hit me first. Hot wood, old grease, and something sour from under the carousel, like wet clothing left in a locker. Sawdust stuck to the sweat on my wrist. My thumb throbbed where the handbook page had sliced it. The carousel jerked. The cut widened crookedly. "Stop," Danny shouted from the control pedestal. Pete lifted the saw. The platform moved another 2 inches. A horse pole groaned overhead. Beneath the deck, metal dragged against metal with the deep, stubborn sound of a machine, not understanding that people were begging it to stop. At the south side, Danny had both hands on the lockout bar jammed into the pedestal linkage. His injured hand was slick red. Tanya was half inside the operator threshold, bracing one foot against the concrete and one against the edge of the platform, shoulder pressed into the emergency brake housing. She was not supposed to be there. She knew it. The carousel didn't care. "Secondary feed," I shouted. "East wall, maintenance closet." Danny snapped his head toward me. "Shed behind the shelves." "Where?" "Back wall, right side. If it exists, it'll be conduit into a gray junction box. Kill anything feeding out of it." Pete looked at me. I looked at him. "I'll go," he said. "You're cutting. You know electrical." "No." "Then I'll go." He thrust the saw into my hands. It was heavier than I expected. Warm. Vibrating even after he released the trigger. "No," I said. "Yes." He leaned close enough that I smelled coffee and metal on his breath. "Cut small. Cut away from the hand. If you see skin, stop." Then he was gone, sprinting around the mural toward the maintenance shed. I stared at the saw. I had operated rides. I had swept vomit into absorbent powder. I had told angry fathers their kids were too short by half an inch. I had never cut into a carousel with a child underneath it. The blade trembled in my hands because I did. Not because of the tool, because of me. Mason crouched beside me. "Claire, I can't." "You can. I can't see where she is." He swallowed and leaned toward the crack. "Lily, hey, my name's Mason. I'm the guy who spilled coffee all over himself earlier. Not relevant, just embarrassing." A weak, confused hiccup came from under the platform. Mason kept going, voice shaking but gentle. "Can you move your fingers again, but lower? Like touch the bottom of the board." "No," Lily cried. My shoes caught. Her shoe, red sneakers. "Which shoe?" I asked. "My right, it hurts." "Can you wiggle your left foot?" "I don't know." "Try." A small scraping sound came from inside. Then a soft knock against the wood, lower than the crack. Mason pointed. "There. She's lower and left of the split." The carousel pulled against Danny's lockout bar. The whole pedestal rattled. "Claire," Tanya yelled. "Now." I set the saw against the plywood. The first cut bounced. I almost dropped it. Mason grabbed my elbow but didn't touch the saw. Again, I pressed harder, trigger, screech. Sawdust burst out in a pale fan. The blade slid down, then snagged, then freed itself. I stopped after 4 inches, breath coming too fast. Again, Mason said, "I know." Another cut. Horizontal this time. The saw fought me. The wood smoked. Something popped behind the panel. I stopped instantly. "Lily, I'm here. Did I touch you?" "No." The relief almost made me useless. At the south side, Danny screamed, "Pete." From inside the maintenance shed came a crash. A shelf falling. Then Pete shouted, muffled, "I found it." The carousel lights flared bright. Every bulb under the canopy came alive at once, too white for morning. The mirrors flashed around the center column. For 1 second, I saw all of us in fragments. Mason's open mouth, my own face streaked with sawdust, Melissa's hands clamped over the rail, Tanya bent at a brutal angle, Danny bleeding into the machinery. Then the motor surged. The lockout bar bent. Danny fell to one knee but held on. Tanya slammed her shoulder harder into the brake housing and cried out, a sharp, bitten sound. Her foot slipped on the platform edge. The carousel dragged her a few inches before she caught the rail. Tanya. I shouted, cut, she shouted back. I cut, no more thinking. Vertical, horizontal, lower, stop, listen. Lily crying, good, alive, cut again. The plywood panel loosened but didn't fall. It was still held by one screw near the top, bright metal, the one Danny had said was new. I jammed my fingers under the edge and pulled. It flexed. Not enough. Mason. He shoved his hands into the split beside mine. We pulled together. The wood bit into my palm. Mason grunted. The panel cracked, tearing around the screw. A triangular piece came free and dropped outward onto the concrete. The opening was small, too small for a child to crawl through, but big enough to see inside. Lily Carver was curled on her side beneath the carousel, wedged between a low cross brace and the old chariot support. She wore a yellow rain jacket, smeared black at the elbows. One red sneaker was trapped under a metal linkage rod. Her other shoe was gone. Her face was gray with dust, except for 2 clean lines under her eyes where tears had cut through. She blinked at the light like it hurt. Melissa made a sound behind us that I will never forget. It had her daughter's name in it, but not as a word. Lily, I said, forcing my voice level. Don't move toward us yet. I want Mom. I know, we're getting your shoe loose first. It hurts. I know. The carousel lurched again. The metal linkage pinning her shoe shifted. Lily screamed. Melissa broke Mason's grip and lunged to the opening. He caught her around the shoulders this time, both of them stumbling. You can't fit. You'll block the hole. Let go of me. I can't, she hit him. Not hard enough to injure, hard enough to mean it. He took it and held on. At the shed, Pete shouted, there's a lock on the box. Danny, still at the pedestal, yelled back, cut it. With what, my teeth? Bolt cutters on the cart. The cart was on the south side. Between Pete and the cart was the carousel. Between all of us and time was the carousel. I looked through the opening at Lily's foot. The red sneaker was pinned under a flat bar connected to the rotating sweep. The bar had moved just enough to trap the rubber sole, not crush her foot completely. But if the carousel completed calibration and the bar traveled through its arc, it would drag her leg under the brace. No mystery there. No metaphor. Just leverage. Lay flat on the concrete and reached through the opening. My shoulder scraped the broken plywood. The edge caught my uniform sleeve and tore it. My fingers reached Lily's ankle. She flinched. Sorry, I'm not pulling yet. Please don't let it move. I'm trying. I was, not directly. That was the worst truth. I had my hand on a child's ankle while other people held back thousands of pounds of machinery with bars, brakes, and stubbornness. Can you untie your shoe? I asked. My fingers hurt. Okay, I slid my hand lower. The sneaker was wet, not soaked, but damp from whatever grime collected under the platform overnight. The laces were double knotted. Of course they were. Some parent had loved her well enough to double knot her shoes before she left the house. My fingers fumbled. The carousel jolted. The bar tightened. Lily screamed again, higher. I yanked my hand back before the linkage could catch my wrist. The metal scraped my knuckles open anyway, a fast, bright pain. I can't get the lace, I said. Danny heard me. Cut the shoe. With what? Mason patted his pockets like a man searching for a miracle. I have keys, phone, pen, Nothing. Melissa suddenly stopped fighting him. Her face changed. "My keys," she said. "I have a seatbelt cutter." "What?" "In my car keychain. For emergencies. Pink thing." Mason let go with one arm while still blocking her from the opening. She tore through her purse with shaking hands, dumping tissues, receipts, a granola bar, and a small plastic toy horse onto the concrete. Then she held out a pink keychain cutter, the kind with a protected razor notch. It was tiny. It was perfect. She pushed it into my hand. "Please," I reached back through. This time Lily stayed still except for sobbing. I hooked the cutter under the laces and pulled. The first lace snapped. Then the second. I shoved 2 fingers into the heel of the shoe and tried to peel it off. It didn't move. Her foot was swollen. "Lily, this is going to hurt." "No, I'm sorry." No, I pulled. The sneaker came halfway off. Lily kicked by reflex. The trapped sole twisted under the linkage. The bar shifted again. My wrist was suddenly between the shoe and the brace. For half a second I was stuck. The carousel tugged. Pain shot up my arm, hot and electric. I made a noise I didn't recognize as mine. Mason grabbed my belt from behind and hauled backward. My wrist tore free. Skin stayed behind. The red sneaker came with me, caught on 2 of my fingers. Lily's foot was free. I rolled onto my back, clutching the shoe against my chest like I had rescued the wrong thing. "Now pull her," Melissa screamed. "Wait," Danny shouted. "Wait." But waiting had become a word from another life. The motor surged again. The platform moved 6 inches in one ugly crawl. At the south side, the lockout bar bent fully and popped loose. Danny fell backward onto the concrete. Tanya, still braced at the brake housing, went down hard on one knee on the platform edge. The carousel began to rotate. Slowly, but truly, the horses moved. The lion passed the operator gate. The blue horse scraped overhead. The linkage that had pinned Lily's shoe started its next sweep. "Claire," Tanya shouted. I rolled back to the opening and reached both arms in. "Lily, crawl to me." "I can't." "Yes, you can." My jacket stuck. The yellow raincoat had snagged on the same screw point the borescope had found. The screw held the fabric at her shoulder, pinning her twisted between brace and panel. Payoff. Another stupid, tiny thing turned deadly. "Take it off," I yelled. The zipper stuck. Mason dropped beside me with the saw. "Move." "No saw," I said. "I'm not cutting near her." He flipped it around and used the blunt battery end like a hammer, smashing at the remaining plywood around the opening. Once, twice, the wood cracked wider. Melissa leaned over us, talking to Lily in a shaking stream. "Baby, listen to Claire. Listen to her voice. You are so brave. You are doing so good. I'm right here. I'm right here." Pete burst from the shed with bolt cutters. He must have found them somewhere inside, because he came out carrying them like a weapon, shoulder streaked with dust, cheek bleeding from a shallow cut. "Box lock," he shouted. Danny, from the ground, pointed with his injured hand. "Kill it." Pete disappeared back inside. The carousel picked up another fraction of speed. Not full cycle yet. Calibration crawl. Enough. Lily's jacket stretched as the platform movement dragged the snagged fabric. Her body slid an inch away from us. "No," I said. I reached in with the pink cutter. The opening was wider now, but still jagged. Broken plywood dug into my ribs. My bad wrist screamed when I put weight on it. I ignored it because Lily's face was right there, eyes huge and unfocused. "Hold still." I hooked the cutter into the raincoat fabric at her shoulder. It didn't cut, too thick. I tried again, sawing like an idiot with a tool made for seatbelts. The fabric frayed. The screw held. Mason shoved his arm in beside mine with his pen, a cheap plastic ballpoint. He jammed it under the fabric and lifted, making space. Now, he grunted. I pulled the cutter hard. The raincoat tore. Lily slid forward suddenly, free of the screw but not free of the space. Her hip caught on the brace. The platform dragged again. Her head bumped the underside of the deck. She went quiet, too quiet. "Lily," Melissa said. No answer. "Lily." A metallic crack came from inside the shed. Then Pete shouted, "Power's dead." The carousel lights went out. The music stopped mid-note. The motor died. But the platform still coasted. Momentum. Not magic, not spite. Just mass and gears and the last shove of a machine already in motion. It rolled another few inches. Lily's body shifted toward the sweep bar. Danny, bleeding and limping, threw himself against the platform trim on the south side with both shoulders. Tanya did the same from the gate, face twisted with pain. Mason left the opening and ran to help them, slamming his weight into the outer edge. It should not have worked. 3 people cannot stop a carousel, but it was already dying. It was coasting, not driving. Their weight and the jammed reach pole and whatever Danny had bent in the pedestal stole just enough motion. The platform shuddered, stopped. No one celebrated. There was no room for it. I reached in and grabbed Lily under both arms. My right wrist nearly folded. I screamed through my teeth and pulled anyway. Melissa grabbed the back of my shirt, anchoring me. Sin came back, dropped flat, reached over my shoulder, and caught Lily's other arm. Together we dragged her toward the broken hatch. Her hips stuck. "Turn her," Danny rasped from somewhere behind us. "Shoulder first." "Lily," I said, "we're turning you. Don't fight." She didn't answer. I hated that. We rotated her as gently as panic allowed. Her jacket tore more. Her bare right foot scraped over the concrete lip beneath the platform. She made a small sound then, a breathy animal whimper. Alive. Mason pulled. I pulled. Melissa sobbed and whispered, "Come on, come on, come on." Lily came through the hatch in a rush of dust, yellow plastic, and limp limbs. We slid backward with her. My shoulder hit the mural. Mason landed on his side. Melissa crawled over both of us and gathered Lily into her lap before anyone could tell her not to. For 2 seconds, the world shrank to a mother rocking her child on filthy concrete beneath painted clouds. Then training returned, ugly and useful. "Don't move her too much," Tanya said, limping toward us. "Keep her still. Check breathing." Melissa froze, arms around Lily, but not squeezing now. Lily coughed. It was the best sound I had ever heard. She coughed again, gagged, and began to cry. Not loud, not strong, but steady. Melissa folded over her, shaking. Danny sank down beside the operator gate, holding his bleeding hand against his chest. Tanya sat hard on the threshold, one knee already swelling under her black pants, her face gray with pain. Mason stared at the red sneaker still near my leg, and then looked away like it had accused him of something. Pete came out of the shed, carrying the broken lock from the secondary feed box. "Somebody wired it," he said, breathless. "Not code, not park work. Extension feed through the east wall conduit, tied into the ride control after the disconnect. Hidden behind shelves." Aaron's voice came from the midway. "Fire S here." Boots pounded down the service lane. Real help, late but real. I should have felt relief. I did, somewhere. Mostly, I felt the concrete under my knees, the burn in my wrist, the wet warmth of blood running along my thumb, and the horrible delayed knowledge that Lily had been under my ride while I signed a sheet saying she was. A firefighter knelt beside Melissa. Another moved toward Danny. Someone asked me if I was injured, and I said no while holding my wrist against my stomach because I didn't want one more person looking at me. Tanya heard me lie. Even sitting on the platform edge, even in pain, she heard it. "Claire," she said. I looked at her. Her eyes went to my wrist, then to the broken hatch, then to Lily. "We got her out," she said. It was not forgiveness. It was not absolution. It was just the fact we had. And for that moment, facts were all any of us could stand. Behind us, the Fairweather carousel sat dead at last. Horses froze in mid-rise, mirrors dark. The blue saddled horse stopped near the operator gate with its chipped paint and scraping bracket and empty leather strap. On the concrete near the broken hatch, Melissa's little plastic toy horse had fallen from her purse during the struggle. It lay on its side in sawdust, one painted eye staring toward the plywood we had torn open. Inside the maintenance shed, the secondary feed box hung open. The fresh plywood over hatch B was split outward, and on the remaining piece of wood, just below the black arrow and the letters we still couldn't explain, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small smear of orange plastic, the same color as my Ride Ops key tag, or Josh's, or anyone's, if they had access. Firefighters moved between me and the mark before I could point it out. Lily coughed again. The carousel did not move. But even with the power dead, even with the motor quiet, I could still hear the tune in my head lagging half a beat behind itself, as if one version of the morning had stopped and another was still trying to catch up. They put Lily on a backboard, even though she kept asking to sit up. That was the first ordinary thing that made the morning feel worse. Not the carousel, not the hidden wire, not the music that still seemed to twitch behind my teeth after the speakers went dead. It was the sight of a 9-year-old girl arguing weakly with paramedics because the strap scared her, because the cervical collar made her chin itch, because she wanted her mother's hand and didn't understand why everyone kept telling Melissa to stand on one side, then the other, then please, ma'am, give us room. Lily was alive. That should have made everything simpler. It didn't. Her right ankle had swollen around the sock until the fabric cut a line into her skin. Her left cheek was scraped raw. She had bruising along her ribs where she'd been wedged against the cross brace, and the paramedic who checked her pupils kept asking if she knew what day it was. She did not. She knew it was summer. She knew she was at Whistle Stop Grove. She knew her mother was crying because she kept saying, "Mom, I'm sorry," in a cracked little voice that made Melissa shake harder every time. "You don't apologize," Melissa said, bending close while the EMT worked. "You hear me? You don't apologize for being scared." Lily blinked up at her. I dropped my phone. "We'll get another phone. It has the horse picture. We'll get another picture." That broke me more than I expected. I was sitting on the concrete near the east side of the carousel, my back against the painted cloud mural, while a firefighter wrapped my wrist. The first strip of gauze went around too tight, and I hissed through my teeth. "Sorry," he said. He was maybe 30, male, with a shaved head and a calm voice that sounded practiced but not fake. "Can you move your fingers?" I moved them. Pain ran from my knuckles to my elbow. "Probably not broken," he said. "Needs cleaning." Maybe stitches here. He pointed to the torn skin where the linkage had scraped me. I nodded like he had told me the weather. Across the platform, Tanya sat on the loading threshold with an ice pack against her knee. She was refusing transport in the exact tone she used when teenagers tried to argue height restrictions. "I can feel my toes," she told the EMT. "I can bend it. I am not taking an ambulance ride for a sprain." The EMT looked at the swelling. "Might be more than a sprain. Then urgent care can enjoy my company." Danny was less stubborn only because he had lost enough blood from his hand to make even him look reasonable. He sat on the back bumper of the fire truck while another paramedic cleaned the cut across his knuckles. Every time the antiseptic touched him, his jaw jumped, but he kept staring at the maintenance shed as if he could shame it into explaining itself. Pete leaned against the open shed door, arms folded, sawdust in his hair. He had not said much since cutting the power. When a police officer asked him to describe the secondary feed, he did it in short, careful sentences. Non-standard wiring, hidden junction, fed after the ride disconnect, not park spec, not labeled, lock installed on the secondary box. The officer, a woman in her 40s named Ramirez, wrote that down. Who had access? Pete looked toward Danny. Danny answered without being asked. Maintenance leads, operations leads for lockout, supervisors, some contractors, depending on the job. Too many people, if you want the honest answer. Officer Ramirez did not look surprised. Police never seemed surprised in the way people hoped they would. She just wrote more. By then, the park had made its official announcement. Mechanical issue in Boardwalk Row. Delayed opening of select attractions. Guests were being redirected through Garden Lane with free drink vouchers. You could hear them beyond the barricades. That restless crowd noise that happens when people know something is wrong, but have not yet been given permission to call it wrong. Children whined. Parents asked employees questions the employees could not answer. Somewhere, unbelievably, someone laughed near the ring toss booth. Normal life kept walking around the hole. Aaron stood near the arcade doors with 2 police officers and a man from corporate risk management who had arrived too fast for my comfort. He wore a navy blazer in July and had a tablet tucked under one arm. His face had the polite blankness of someone already deciding which words could become liability. No interviews on site, he told Aaron. Aaron's voice was tired enough to be honest. Police are interviewing everyone. I mean staff to media. There is no media. He looked toward the front gate. There will be. She rubbed both hands over her face, smearing mascara under one eye. It made her look younger. A child was trapped under a ride. I'm aware. No, she said, and her voice sharpened. You are informed. That's different. I liked her better for that. Officer Ramirez came to me after Lily's ambulance left. Melissa rode with her. Before they closed the doors, she looked back once toward the carousel, then at me. I expected anger. I almost wanted it. It would have given my guilt a place to stand. Instead, she said, thank you, 2 words. Raw, not forgiving, not absolving, just true from where she was standing. I couldn't answer before the ambulance pulled away. Ramirez crouched so she wasn't towering over me. Claire Weller, yes. You were lead attendant last night. Yes. And you performed closing sweep with Josh Haynes. Spell that. I did. Josh Haynes, 21 male, seasonal ride attendant, had not appeared during the rescue, which had made him feel less like a coworker and more like an empty space shaped exactly like suspicion. I told Ramirez about his sick text, about his voicemail, about the tapping I had heard and dismissed. I told her about signing the sheet at 10:14 p.m. My voice stayed steady until I got to that part. Then it didn't. I should have checked again, I said. Ramirez paused her pen. You checked the ride? Yes. Found no child? No. Was the park closed to guests? Yes. Were you trained to inspect beneath the carousel platform during routine closing? No. That answer hurt because it was helpful. Procedure reaching out to protect me after procedure had failed Lily. Ramirez wrote something down. We'll need the closing sheet. It's in ops. We'll collect it. I looked at my phone, I said. She glanced up. At 10:13, my brother texted. It was only a few seconds, but I looked away. Ramirez did not soften or harden. Okay. I heard tapping before that. Where? Near the mural. I thought it was equipment. Okay. The second okay was worse. It did not punish me. It simply made room for the fact and moved on. Later, we found out Josh had not been sick, not in the way he claimed. Security located him at his apartment around noon after police asked for a welfare check. He had a cut on one forearm and a story that changed 3 times before he stopped talking. By then, detectives had already pulled badge logs and camera footage from the service road. The footage was not dramatic. That almost made it more horrible. At 10:36 p.m., Lily Carver appeared near the petting zoo path, small in her yellow rain jacket, walking along the fence line with her phone light on. She had slipped through the animal gate, which had not latched properly because someone had looped a piece of trash bag tie around the striker plate. She had come to the park after arguing with a friend at a sleepover 2 neighborhoods over. She knew Whistle Stop Grove from day trips. She thought, according to what she later told police, that if she waited by the carousel until morning, someone would help her call home. At 10:42 p.m., the camera caught Josh at the east side of Fairweather. He was not alone in the frame at first. Lily was there too, half hidden by the mural. There was no audio. That was one mercy or one cruelty, depending on which part of me was looking. Josh seemed to speak to her. She stepped back. He pointed toward the chariot entrance, maybe telling her to hide, maybe telling her not to. We didn't know. Then the camera flickered from a power test Danny swore no one had authorized. When the picture returned, Lily was gone. Josh was carrying a cordless drill. That was enough to arrest him for reckless endangerment, obstruction, and a list of charges I only half understood. The illegal secondary feed had apparently been his solution to a problem he created weeks earlier, after he damaged part of the carousel control wiring during an unauthorized after-hours test. He had been cycling the ride without logging it, trying to avoid a write-up, feeding power through a hidden line he thought he could remove before inspection. The fresh plywood over hatch B had been his patch over another patch, installed after he found the old access loose and worried maintenance would notice. When Lily showed up, he panicked. That was the word people used, panicked. It sounded too small to hold the image of that plywood. He told police he thought she had run away from the carousel before the automatic cycle started. He said he heard knocking later, but convinced himself it was the relay box. He said he came back before dawn, saw the carousel moving, and left the handbook page because he was scared to call anyone directly. I did not know which parts were lies. I did not know if it mattered. The animal gate key was found in his backpack. So was an orange Ride Ops key tag, cracked at one corner. That explained the smear near the hatch. Closed question on paper. Paper is good at pretending things are closed. Whistle Stop Grove shut down Boardwalk Row for the rest of the season. The official statement said an employee had violated safety procedures and that the park was cooperating fully with authorities. It mentioned enhanced training, third-party inspections, and support for the affected family. It did not mention the sound Lily made when we pulled her through the hatch. It did not mention Melissa's seatbelt cutter. It did not mention that Tanya had to wear a hinged knee brace for 6 weeks, or that Danny lost some movement in 2 fingers, or that Mason quit before his next scheduled shift and mailed his uniform back in a grocery bag. Pete stayed. Danny stayed. Tanya stayed too, because of course she did, though she stopped calling me ears. Not unkindly. She just didn't. I went back after 10 days. People asked me why. Some asked with judgment, some with concern, some because they wanted a better story than the one in the local news. I told them I needed the money. That was true. I told them I didn't want the last thing I did there to be the worst thing that happened there. That was also true. Mostly, I went back because staying away made the carousel larger in my head, and I needed to see it as wood and metal again. It was covered in a white tarp when I returned. Fairweather looked smaller under it. The pavilion had caution tape across every entrance. The operator booth was empty. The coin press machine was unplugged. The nearby fry stand opened like nothing had happened. And by noon, the smell of oil and powdered sugar moved through Boardwalk Row as if it owned the air. Guests still wandered to the barricade and asked, "Is the carousel closed?" Employees still said, "For maintenance." Everyone understood the script. My new assignment was the kiddie train near Garden Lane. It ran on a simple oval track with a bell that stuck if you didn't tap the housing twice before dispatch. I checked every lap bar twice, then 3 times. I walked the platform until my supervisor told me I was slowing dispatch. "I'm being careful," I said. "I know," she said gently, "but careful still has to move." That stayed with me. Careful still has to move. At close, I did not just check the train. I checked under benches, behind trash cans, inside the little tunnel where kids like to throw popcorn. I checked until my knees hurt. I kept my phone in my locker. No one teased me. News about Lily came through Tanya unofficially. Broken ankle, mild concussion, dehydration, nightmares, therapy. Melissa had hired a lawyer. "Good," Tanya said, and I agreed. One afternoon in August, a thank you card arrived at operations in a pale yellow envelope. Melissa had written it. Lily had signed her name in purple marker, the letters uneven. There was a drawing inside of a carousel horse, but it was not blue. It was pink with wings, and beneath it, Lily had written, "I am not going on rides for a while." That made Tanya laugh once, very softly, and then she had to step into the hallway. I kept a copy of the final incident report for myself. I wasn't supposed to, probably. It sat folded in the back of my employee locker behind extra socks and a granola bar I never ate. Sometimes, before shift, I would unfold it and read the timeline like repetition could make it cleaner. 10:14 p.m. ride closed. 10:36 p.m. minor enters restricted area. 10:42 p.m. employee observed in unauthorized location. 10:47 p.m. minor sends photo. 5:58 a.m. carousel observed in motion. 6:41 a.m. miner extricated alive. That was the official shape. But the report left things out. It left out the first tapping I heard. It left out the way the carousel music lagged behind itself. It left out that the handbook page had been folded under the blue horses, strapped so neatly that even Danny, who hated mysteries, admitted it must have been placed after the ride started moving. Josh said he tossed it onto the platform from the rail before leaving. He said the motion must have carried it there. Maybe. Machines do strange things with paper. Air currents, vibration, luck. Maybe the fold caught exactly where it needed to. The park reopened most of Boardwalk Row by Labor Day. The carousel did not reopen. Corporate said it was awaiting evaluation, then awaiting parts, then under long-term review. By October, the tarp had dark stains where rainwater pooled. By November, the brass poles had begun to dull. I walked past it on my last day of the season. The park was nearly empty, only weekend hours then. All pumpkins and fake cobwebs and cinnamon smell pumped from the snack carts. The Fairweather Pavilion sat behind temporary fencing, its sign removed, its platform still hidden under white vinyl. A breeze moved through the open sides and lifted one corner of the tarp, just enough to show the lower half of a blue-painted horse. I stopped. No music played. No lights flickered. No hidden motor woke up. Somewhere behind me, the kiddie train bell stuck, and a new attendant tapped it twice, exactly like I had taught her. Normal, almost. Then, from under the tarp, I heard one small sound. Tap. I stood very still. A second tap followed. Then a third, quicker. For one stupid second, my body believed in every impossible thing my brain rejected. Then a squirrel shot out from beneath the platform's skirt with a stolen fry carton in its mouth, claws skittering on the concrete, tail high like a flag. It vanished under the fence and into the shrubs by the closed arcade. I laughed, not because it was funny, because my knees had nearly given out and laughing was what came instead. I walked to the employee exit with the sound of my own breath in my ears. At the gate, I looked back once. The tarp had settled again. The carousel did not move. Still, before I left, I found Tanya in ops and told her what I had heard. The squirrel, the tarp, the stupid taps. She listened without smiling. Then she picked up the radio and called maintenance to check Fairweather before dark. That was how we lived with it afterward. Not terrified, not fine, just unwilling to let small sounds stay small without looking. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, I'm a night janitor at a wax museum, and the figure's sweat in the dark is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time I saw one of the wax figures sweat, I was on my knees under Abraham Lincoln, with a bottle of glass cleaner in one hand and a wad of paper towels in the other, trying to scrub somebody's chewing gum off the base of his shoes. It wasn't dramatic. No creaking floorboards, no thunder, no face turning in the dark, just a clear bead of moisture slipping from the corner of Lincoln's jaw and catching in the low security light like a tear. I stared at it for a few seconds, because that is what you do when your brain refuses to make a decision. Then I wiped it away with my thumb. It felt warm. My name is Nick Marlowe, 32, male, night janitor, occasional maintenance helper, and unofficial keeper of every disgusting thing tourists leave behind at the American Heritage Wax Museum in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. I started there because the hours were ugly and the rent in town had stopped being funny. My lease on a second-floor apartment above a framing shop was $1,150 a month, not counting heat, and I had one credit card that made a sound in my head like a mousetrap every time I used it. I worked nights because I didn't sleep well anyway. That was the clean way I explained it. The truth was messier. A year before, I had been working hotel maintenance in Baltimore when a fire alarm failed during a kitchen flare-up. Nobody died, but one dishwasher got smoke in his lungs, and I had been the guy who signed off on the panel inspection 2 weeks earlier because the assistant manager kept leaning on me to not make it a whole thing. I hadn't caused the fire. I knew that. The fire marshal knew that. Still, some nights, my body woke up before my mind did, heart pushing hard, hands already looking for something to fix. So a wax museum after midnight suited me. No guests, no managers hovering, no smoke alarms chirping unless the batteries were actually dying. Just locked doors, humming vents, and rooms full of historical celebrities who could not ask me why the ice machine on the 3rd floor was leaking again. The museum sat on Baltimore Street, not far from all the ghost tour signs and gift shops selling capies, fudge, bullet-shaped keychains, and postcards of dead generals. During the day, buses unloaded school groups out front, and parents took photos of kids beside Wax Ben Franklin and Wax Betsy Ross. At night, the place became what it really was, an old brick building with too many blind corners, too much varnished wood, and a ventilation system that carried smells from one wing to another like gossip. That night was a Tuesday in late September, the kind of Pennsylvania evening where the air outside had gone cool, but the day's damp heat still clung to the floorboards. Inside, the museum smelled like lemon cleaner, old carpet, warm dust, and the faint, oily sweetness of wax. The emergency lights over the exits painted the hallways red at the edges. The glass cases reflected me in pieces. My shoulders, my mop handle, my tired eyes, my phone clipped to my belt because I had cracked the screen twice carrying it in my pocket. I was working the Founding to Civil War gallery, which was my least favorite section because the mannequins were life-sized and staged too close to the walkway. George Washington stood beside a fake writing desk. Harriet Tubman leaned forward in a shawl, one hand raised, as if telling someone to stay quiet. Lincoln sat in a chair near the rear wall, long legs folded badly, black coat shining under the track lights. The museum called them figures, never mannequins. Figures sounded expensive. I had already emptied the lobby trash, wiped ketchup fingerprints off the gift shop counter, and fished a plastic dinosaur out of the fountain in the children's time travel trail which did not technically belong in a heritage museum, but sold tickets. So there it was. I was on the Civil War room because somebody had stuck gum underneath Lincoln's platform, and I had promised myself I would not leave it for tomorrow. That was when the bead ran down his face. For a moment, I thought the roof was leaking. The building was old enough that every hard rain found a new path. I tilted my head and looked up at the ceiling tiles. Dry, no stain, no drip. The HVAC vent above the door gave off its usual low rattle. I touched Lincoln's jaw again, this time with 2 fingers. Warm or close to it. Not body warm, not like skin. More like a coffee mug after it had sat too long. Great, I muttered. You too. The comment came out because, earlier that week, a wax Rosie, the riveter in the World War II exhibit, had developed shiny patches on her forehead. I had assumed the daytime staff had overdone the polish. Before that, one of the astronaut figures in the space race hallway had gotten tacky around the neck seal, like cheap Halloween makeup. Wax gets weird in humidity. That was what I told myself. Wax museums are basically chemistry problems dressed as history. Still, I took my phone out and snapped a photo. The camera made Lincoln look worse than he did in person. The flash caught a glisten along his cheekbone and a dark spot at his collar, where moisture had gathered in the crease between fake skin and shirt. I zoomed in until the image pixelated. Then the walkie on my belt cracked loud enough to make me smack my shoulder into the platform. "Nick," came a voice, thin through static. "You alive back there?" Mara Voss, 46, female front desk manager and closing supervisor, had a voice that always sounded like she had one more cigarette waiting in an ashtray somewhere, though she had quit smoking 7 years earlier, and told everyone the date as if it were a birthday. She ran the museum from 2 p.m. to close with the tight, practical dread of somebody keeping an underfunded place alive by willpower and coupons. Mara wore reading glasses on a chain and kept her graying blonde hair in a bun that slowly collapsed through every shift. She scared the teenage gift shop cashiers, irritated the owner, and was kind to me in a way that made it hard to resent her. I thumbed the walkie. "Alive, deeply employed. What's up? Can you come to the lobby when you get a second? Emergency." A pause. Paper rustled on her end. "Depends what you call emergency." I looked back at Lincoln. The wet spot had already started to dull where I'd wiped it. "Give me 2 minutes." I stood, knees popping, and peeled the gum from the scraper blade with a paper towel. The Civil War room looked ordinary again. Too ordinary, maybe. Washington staring past me. Tubman frozen in the half-dark. Lincoln with his long, sad face, dry now, except for one shining line beneath the jaw where my thumb had missed. Hallway outside curved past the Industrial America section, where a wax Andrew Carnegie stood near a fake steel beam. The overnight lights stayed dim to save money. Only every third fixture burned. My cart squeaked as I pushed it, the front left wheel wobbling with a tiny metallic chirp. Somewhere above the ceiling, the ducts clicked as they cooled. From outside came the soft rush of a car passing on Baltimore Street, then the far-off laugh of people leaving one of the late ghost tour. That laugh helped. It reminded me the world had not ended. People were still buying ice cream and asking where Lincoln got shot. When I reached the lobby, Mara stood behind the admission counter with her cardigan sleeves shoved up, and a stack of printed receipts spread in front of her. The lobby's wax display showed a family of colonial settlers beside a fake hearth, which nobody had dusted properly because the fake ash got everywhere. Mara had one finger pressed between her eyebrows. Beside the vending machines, Eli Bender, 24, male, the museum's part-time security guard, sat on a stool watching the camera monitors with the bored concentration of a man trying not to check his phone. Eli had grown up in Hanover, still lived with his mother while finishing community college, and wore his uniform shirt too tight across the shoulders because he had started lifting weights and wanted people to notice. He was not dumb, but he worked hard at sounding amused by everything, like fear was something older people did when they forgot how to be cool. He looked over as I came in. "You find the kid who threw up in the Revolution room." "No throw up," I said. "Gum, under Lincoln." Eli made a face. "People are animals." Mara didn't look up. "Animals don't wedge gum under a president." "That we know of," Eli said. I parked my cart by the coat rack. "What's the emergency?" Mara slid a receipt toward me. Not emergency, annoying, but possibly expensive. The receipt was from the closing register count. I saw highlighted numbers, then a handwritten note that said, "Basement climate log missing after 7:40 p.m. I looked at her. "That's not my department." "I know, which is why I like it." "I know that too." She tapped the paper. But the system flagged high humidity in 3 exhibit zones around 9:15. Then the log stopped. I can't get the climate dashboard to load from the office computer. It keeps timing out. Eli spun slightly on his stool. "Internet's been garbage all night." "Not internet," Mara said. "Internal network." I glanced toward the hallway that led to the staff stairs. "Call Dennis." Dennis Rourke, 58, male, was the museum owner and a man who believed every repair could be postponed if you put a tasteful sign in front of it. He bought the museum after selling 2 funeral homes outside Lancaster and approached both industries with the same philosophy. Keep the lighting flattering and don't let people see behind the curtain. He rarely stayed past 6 unless there was a donor event. Mara gave me the look she used when someone suggested something technically correct and practically useless. "I called," she said. "He didn't answer. Text him." I texted. He replied with a thumbs up. Eli laughed under his breath. Mara pointed at him without turning. "Don't." I picked up the receipt and read it again, though there wasn't much to read. High humidity. Log missing. Basement climate control. In a building full of wax figures, humidity mattered. Too dry and they cracked. Too warm and they softened. Too damp and the clothes mildewed, the hair lifted, the skin went glossy. It was one of the first things they told me when I started. Don't blast hot water near the figures. Don't leave exterior doors propped open. Don't touch faces with solvent, and never ignore the climate alarms. "Probably the sensor box froze," I said. "Those things are ancient." "That's my guess." Mara's mouth tightened. "But the Civil War room camera is also out." That landed differently. I looked at Eli. He lifted both hands. "It's been flickering since 8. I wrote it in the log." "You wrote camera weird," Mara said. "It was weird. Helpful. Accurate." Mara turned the monitor slightly so I could see. The screen showed a grid of camera feeds: lobby, gift shop, front doors, World War II room, space race hallway, stairwell, employee entrance. One square was black. Another showed static crawling diagonally across an image of the Civil War gallery. Every few seconds, the room appeared in ghostly green-gray, then broke apart. In one of those flashes, Lincoln's chair was visible, empty. My first thought was not that he had moved. It was that I was looking at the wrong angle, or the chair had never been in frame the way I remembered, or the static had sliced the image and made his black coat blend into the background. That is how the mind protects itself at first. It does paperwork. Camera S cutting out, I said. Mara must have heard something in my voice because she stopped touching the receipts. What? Nothing. I was just in there. And Lincoln was sitting where Lincoln sits. Eli leaned forward. That sounded like a sentence from a man who saw something. I saw moisture on his face. Mara blinked. Moisture, sweating maybe, condensation, whatever, same thing Rosie had. Mara's eyes moved toward the dark hallway, then back to me. She lowered her voice, though there was nobody in the lobby but us. How much? A bead, warm to the touch. Eli's grin faded halfway. Wax can be warm. If the room's warm, I said. Is the room warm? I thought about the air on my neck in the Civil War gallery. Not hot, damp maybe, close. Mara took off her glasses and rubbed one lens with the corner of her cardigan. That was her tell. When she was worried, she cleaned things that were already clean. Dennis had a private walkthrough tonight, she said. I waited. 2 men. After close, around 7:30. They were in the basement with him. What men? I don't know. He told me donors. She put her glasses back on. They didn't look like donors. Eli clicked his tongue. What do donors look like? Not like they bought their suits in an airport because their luggage was lost, Mara said, and not carrying plastic storage cases. That gave the room a new shape. The museum basement was half storage, half workshop, half graveyard for broken figures. I knew that was too many halves, but that was how it felt. Old torsos in rolling racks, heads wrapped in muslin, crates of uniforms and wigs, paint tins, a dehumidifier that needed kicking twice a week, a maintenance closet with shut-off valves, electrical panels, and a floor drain that backed up whenever the restaurant next door dumped grease like idiots. I avoided the basement unless I needed supplies. Not because it was spooky, because it reminded me of the hotel service corridors in Baltimore. All those locked panels and unseen systems that could fail quietly until someone paid for it. What storage cases? I asked. Gray, Mara said. Hard plastic, like camera equipment maybe. Eli reached for his phone. Could be ghost hunters. Mara and I both looked at him. What? People pay for that. Dennis would have told us if there was a ghost hunting group in the basement, Mara said, though none of us believed that for even a second. The lobby lights buzzed overhead. A moth ticked itself against the inside of the front window, tapping once, twice, then vanishing into the dark strip above the frame. I became aware of the building's noises in layers. The vending machine compressor, the camera monitor's faint electric whine, the old wood settling near the stairwell, a drip somewhere behind the concession sink. Then the black square on the monitor changed. Not fully, just a pale smear at the edge of the Civil War feed, moving through the static. It could have been interference. It could have been the camera trying to correct itself. It looked, for half a second, like a white shirt passing close to the lens. Eli sat up. Mara said, "Was that you?" I didn't answer right away. The employee entrance was locked. The front doors were locked. The motion alarm wasn't armed yet because I was still inside, but every exterior door chirped when opened. None had chirped. Could be the camera, I said. Mara exhaled through her nose. Could be. Nobody moved. That was the calm part, if you can call it calm. 3 adults in a lobby, each waiting for someone else to choose the normal explanation and make it official. Then a sound came from the direction of the galleries. A soft plastic thump, not loud, not even close. Something like a hand-sized object falling onto carpet. Eli stood so quickly, the stool legs scraped the tile. Mara whispered, "Nick." I hated that she said my name like I was already on my way. I took my flashlight from the side pocket of the cart. It was a heavy black one with a rubber grip and a dent near the lens from when I dropped it into the mop sink. I clicked it on and aimed it down the hallway. The beam hit the red exit sign glow, the edge of the gift shop doorway, the framed poster advertising the museum's newest exhibit, Faces of American Courage, now featuring first responders. That exhibit was still being installed in the back wing. Dennis had bought 3 figures from a closed museum in Ohio and hired a restoration guy to freshen them up. I had seen one covered in a sheet 2 nights earlier, a firefighter with one hand raised near his helmet. The sheet made him look smaller somehow, like a patient. "Probably something fell," I said. Eli grabbed the ring of keys from the counter. "I'll go with you." Mara caught his wrist. "No hero stuff." He gave her a nervous smile. "It's wax people, Mara." "Then you won't need to act brave." That shut him up. Mara pulled her own phone from her back pocket and checked the screen. "No signal in here again." "You're on Wi-Fi?" I asked, trying to be. The museum's Wi-Fi cut out whenever the router got warm, which was often. Eli's radio connected only to mine and Mara's, not the police. The landline behind the counter worked, unless the internal phone system decided to reboot, which it did every few weeks for reasons Dennis blamed on the cloud, though I'm not sure he knew what that meant. Mara looked at me, then at the hallway. "We can lock the gallery doors and wait until morning." It was a reasonable suggestion. It was also the kind of suggestion that gets you written up when a sensor fails and a $40,000 figure warps overnight. Dennis would not care that the camera glitched or that something fell. Dennis would care that we had not checked. Mara knew that. I knew that. Eli knew it too, though he was young enough to think unfairness was still a surprise. The private fear I carried around, the one I tried not to feed, was that I was the sort of person who noticed problems only after they became emergencies. I had signed that hotel inspection form. I had told myself it was probably fine. I had let a thing stay unfixed because somebody above me made it easier to look away. So when Mara said we could wait, all I heard was the old panel in Baltimore chirping once, then going quiet. "No," I said. "I'll check Civil War and the climate panel. 5 minutes." Mara's face tightened. "We go together or nobody goes." Eli nodded too fast. "Together works. I don't need a parade." "Good," Mara said, "because you're not getting one. You're getting 2 tired employees and a ring of keys." Another sound came then. Not a thump. A slow squeak from the gallery hallway, like rubber dragging over polished wood. My cart was still beside me. The front left wheel was not moving. We all looked down at it anyway. The squeak came again, farther back this time, and stopped. The monitor flickered. Static crawled over Lincoln's room. For one clean second, the camera feed steadied enough to show the Civil War gallery from above. Lincoln was in his chair. His head looked turned slightly toward the doorway. The screen went black. Eli said very softly, "That's not how it was before, right?" Mara didn't answer. I tightened my grip on the flashlight until the rubber pressed patterns into my palm. The hallway waited under the red exit glow, ordinary and narrow, and full of things that had been shaped to look alive. Mara lifted the keys. They gave a small, bright jingle. "We checked the panel first," she said. "Basement stairs are closer than the gallery." "And if the basement door is open?" Eli asked. She looked at me, not him. That was the choice in front of us. Go left toward the basement and the climate system that might explain everything, or go straight into the galleries and confirm whether the figures were only sweating in the dark. Neither direction felt good, but one of them would let us keep pretending this was a maintenance problem for a little longer. I pointed my flashlight toward the staff hall. "Basement first," I said, and the three of us stepped away from the lobby counter, leaving the monitors behind us to flash and die in the dark. The staff hallway always felt narrower after closing. During the day, it was nothing. Beige walls, scuffed baseboards, corkboard full of schedules, and OSHA posters nobody read unless Mara made them. A soda machine that ate quarters, and the door to the stairs with a cracked plastic sign that said employees only. At night, with the lobby behind us and the galleries breathing quietly on the other side of the wall, that hallway turned into a throat. Mara led with the keys clenched in her fist, not because she was trying to be in charge, though she was always a little in charge, but because she knew which key opened what without squinting. Eli walked behind her, holding his radio up near his mouth like he expected it to become more useful if he kept it close. I brought up the rear with the flashlight, partly so I could keep the beam steady on the floor ahead of us, partly because I didn't like anything at my back. The squeak we'd heard did not come again. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. A normal sound repeats. A bad wheel chirps every rotation. A loose pipe knocks in patterns. A building settling makes its little wooden complaints, and then quits because physics says it can. What bothered me was the sense of interruption, like something had made a noise, and then listened to see whether we'd noticed. Mara stopped at the basement door and tried one key. Wrong one. She muttered something under her breath and tried another. "Take your time," Eli said, trying for light. "Eli," she said, "right, shutting up." The second key turned, but the door stuck in the frame, swollen from years of damp air. Mara pulled once. Nothing. I reached past her and put my shoulder into it. The door gave with a wooden cough. Warm air came up from below. Not hot, not furnace hot, but wrong for a basement. Wet and heavy, carrying the smell of cardboard, old fabric, machine oil, and something sweeter underneath, like candles left too close to a radiator. Mara wrinkled her nose. "That's not normal." "No," I said. Eli shone his phone light down the stairs, though mine already had the steps lit. "Maybe the boiler's acting up." "The boiler's in the rear utility room," I said. "Climate panels at the bottom, left wall." "Great. Love that you have a map of hell." Mara looked at me. "How bad is warm for them, for the figures?" "For the figures, the costumes, the wigs, the whole stupid investment Dennis keeps insured better than his staff." I swallowed. The air coming up the stairs made my shirt cling between my shoulder blades. "Bad if it keeps climbing," I said. "Wax can soften, details slump, paint can lift, glue loosens, mold if the humidity stays high." Timeline. "I don't know, hours. Less if it's hot enough." Mara's jaw worked once. She was doing the math. The museum had maybe 70 full figures, plus partial displays, dioramas, props, costumes, loaned artifacts under glass. Some were cheap tourist bait, some weren't. Dennis liked to exaggerate value, but even his exaggerations had paperwork behind them. Then the lights flickered. Once. Not out. Just a dip, like the building blinked. From upstairs, somewhere in the gallery wing, a faint alarm started chirping. One beep every 5 seconds. Mara closed her eyes. Please tell me that's not the fire panel. I listened. Beep, pause, beep. No, I said, that's a climate alarm. Same panel, probably. Eli shifted behind us. So time sensitive. Mara looked down the stairs. Nick, there it was. My name again, handed to me like a tool. I stepped onto the first basement stair. The wood creaked under me, not scary, just old. But the air thickened with each step. The beam from my flashlight caught dust hanging in it, slow moving flecks, and then it caught the left wall at the bottom, where the climate control panel was mounted. The panel's little screen was red. That was new. Usually it glowed a cheap green, showing temperature and humidity numbers for each zone. Tonight it flashed zone failure/manual override active in blocky text. I stopped halfway down. Mara was close enough behind me that I heard her breathing change. Manual override. Someone set it by hand, I said. Could it do that itself? No. Eli, still 2 steps above Mara, said, Can we not say things like that in a basement? I went the rest of the way down and crossed to the panel. The concrete floor felt tacky under my work shoes. Not wet exactly. More like a movie theater floor after a soda spill dries halfway. Pointed the flashlight down and saw a sheen across the gray paint, thin and uneven. Mara came down behind me. Is that water? I crouched and touched the floor. Not water, oil maybe, or something waxy. My fingertip came away slick and faintly beige. Don't step in it, I said. Eli immediately looked at his shoes. Too late. The panel beeped again. Up close, the sound was sharper, irritating, like a microwave that had been abandoned after finishing. Mara read over my shoulder. Can you fix it? Maybe. I opened the panel door. Inside, the wiring was as organized as a junk drawer. Labels curled at the edges. Someone had written Gallery AHU on masking tape in black marker. A small access port hung open, and below it, plugged into the panel, was a white USB cable leading nowhere. No, not nowhere. It trailed along the floor toward the maintenance closet, disappearing under the half-open door. I pointed at it. That isn't ours. Mara crouched beside me, careful not to touch the slick patch. You're sure? Mara, Dennis won't buy replacement mop heads unless I send him photos. He did not secretly upgrade to mysterious basement cables. Eli gave a short laugh that died fast. Mara straightened. So those men were messing with the climate system. Looks like. Why? I didn't answer because any guess I made would either sound stupid or worse than stupid. The alarm beeped again. The panel showed numbers now, cycling through zones. Civil War. 82 degrees F/91% RH founding. 79 degrees F/88% RH first responders. 85 degrees F/94% RH basement storage. 89 degrees F/96% RH Mara whispered. 96. That was the concrete problem. There it was, in red digits, not shadows, or camera static, or my imagination making Lincoln dramatic. Nearly 90 degrees in basement storage. Nearly saturated air. Wax figures, old costumes, adhesives, plaster molds, wiring, wood, paper records, all sitting in a damp heat box below a locked museum. and the system was still in manual override. "We need to reset it," I said. "Now, then reset it. I need the override code." Mara looked at me. "You don't have it. Dennis changed it after the compressor repair because he didn't want unauthorized adjustments. Your maintenance." "I'm janitorial maintenance, which means I'm authorized to get blamed, not trusted." Eli said, "Can you call him?" Mara already had her phone out. "No service." One bar appeared, vanished, then came back with no data. "Landline upstairs," she said. "Or we kill power to the panel from the breaker," I said. Mara turned. "Would that reset it?" "Maybe. Or it could leave the damper stuck and shut everything down completely." "Which is worse?" I stared at the panel. The numbers ticked up. Basement storage, 90 degrees F/96% RH. Ask me when I'm smarter. The maintenance closet door gave a soft click. All three of us looked at it. It hadn't opened, not visibly, but the door, which had been resting half an inch ajar, now sat wider. Maybe the air pressure changed. Maybe the swollen frame released. Maybe one of us brushed the cable without noticing. Eli raised his radio. "Hello?" Mara shot him a look. "What?" he whispered. I didn't say, "Come out." The closet interior was dark beyond the reach of the hallway light. My flashlight beam cut across shelves of paint cans, pipe insulation, a mop bucket with a broken wringer, and the gray metal breaker boxes along the back wall. The white USB cable disappeared behind a stack of plastic bins labeled Wigs/Rev-War. There was another smell now, sharper than the waxy sweetness. Bleach. Not museum cleaner. Not the lemon stuff I used. Straight bleach, like a hotel bathroom after somebody tried too hard to erase a problem. My mouth went dry. In Baltimore, after the kitchen fire, the hallway had smelled like wet drywall, burnt grease, and panic sweat. But before anyone admitted the alarm panel failed, before the manager started talking in careful sentences, one of the cooks had dumped bleach across the prep floor because he thought cleaning would make the accident smaller. That was what hit me in the basement. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Somebody had tried to make something smaller. Mara must have seen my face. "Nick, stay here." "No, Mara, no. You do not get to turn into the man who goes alone into the room with the weird cable." Eli swallowed. "I vote nobody goes alone into anything." The panel beeped again, louder in my head than in the room. The climate system mattered. That was the official emergency. But the cable mattered too. Someone had plugged into the controls and routed it into the closet. If we just pulled the breaker without knowing what else was attached, we could fry something or lock the system in place, or set off the alarm, or shut down the whole building and trap ourselves in worse heat with no cameras. "I need to see where that cable goes," I said. Mara nodded once. "Fine, slow." We moved toward the closet like idiots in a training video about what not to do. I kept the flashlight beam low first, then lifted it shelf by shelf. Paint cans, empty caulk tubes, a box of nitrile gloves, 2 5-gallon buckets with lids, a roll of plastic sheeting, the breaker panel, the bins, and beside the bins, on the floor, a gray plastic storage case. It matched Mara's description. Eli said, "That wasn't here yesterday." "You sure?" Mara asked. "No, I mean," he looked embarrassed, then angry at being embarrassed. "No, okay, I'm not sure. I don't inventory spooky basement luggage." I stepped closer. The case was about 3 feet long, hard shell, with black latches and a luggage tag looped through the handle. No name on the tag, just a strip of white tape with a 17 written on it. The USB cable ran behind it. I did not touch the case. That was one good decision I made. I did touch the bins. The top bin shifted with a wet, sticky sound, and something slid off the lid. A latex glove. It landed on the floor, palm up, fingertips curled, stained a faint yellow-brown. Not blood. I don't think it was blood. It was the color of old varnish, maybe wax tint, maybe whatever chemical restorers used on figures when tourists weren't meant to see. Mara took one step back. Eli whispered, "Okay, that is police stuff. Maybe restoration stuff," I said. He looked at me. "You hear yourself?" Yes, I did. I heard myself doing the same paperwork my mind had done upstairs with Lincoln's empty chair, filing the facts into harmless folders. Condensation, camera glitch, restoration supplies, power issue, anything except someone in the building with us. The panel alarm changed. Instead of one beep, it gave 3 fast chirps. From somewhere upstairs, another alarm answered. Then another, farther away. Mara turned toward the stairwell. "That's spreading." I ran back to the panel. The screen cycled. Civil War. 84 degrees F/93% RH founding. 81 degrees F/90% RH first responders. 88 degrees F/96% RH basement storage. 92 degrees F/97% RH. A new message flashed below the zones. Condensation risk. Display cases, Mara swore. The display cases. The smaller artifacts under glass. Old paper, reproduction or not. Fabrics. Some loaned items from a local collector Dennis had been courting for months. If water started forming inside sealed cases, it wasn't just wax slumping. It was damage that would have to be reported. Insurance. Police maybe, depending on the tampering. Lawsuits if the loan agreements were serious. And every minute, the heat rose. "We need Dennis's code," Mara said. "Now." "Landline," Eli said. Mara shoved the keys at him. "Go upstairs, call Dennis. Call the police if you can't reach him. And call the fire department if the alarms trip anything electrical." Eli caught the keys, but didn't move. "You want me to leave you 2 down here? I want one of us on a working phone. What if the phone's dead, then come back? What if, Eli?" He hated being told what to do, especially by fear. I saw it happen across his face. The need to prove he wasn't scared fighting, with the very reasonable knowledge that this was bad. He pointed at me. "You both stay by the panel." "Go," I said. He went. His shoes slapped up the wooden stairs. The basement door groaned open above us. For 2 seconds, we heard the lobby's distant electrical hum. Then the door swung mostly shut and left Mara and me in the wet heat with the alarm. She turned on me immediately. "Don't pull anything yet." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I think about a lot of things." "You get that look." "What look?" "The one where you decide being guilty is the same as being responsible." That hit too close and too clean. I looked back at the numbers because they were easier. Mara softened by maybe half an inch. "Nick, I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying don't make it worse because you're trying to make up for something that happened somewhere else." I signed off on a bad panel. "I know. You don't know. I know enough. You know what I told people. And you think you're the only person who has ever carried an old mistake into a new room." The basement seemed to shrink around us. The fan in the panel housing buzzed. Sweat ran behind my ear. Real sweat, human sweat. I wiped it with my sleeve and smelled bleach again. Then Eli shouted from upstairs. Not words, just my name, dragged hard through the stairwell. Mara and I moved at the same time. At the top of the stairs, Eli was braced against the door, one hand on the frame, breathing through his mouth. His radio was gone. The ring of keys hung from one finger. "What happened?" Mara asked. "The landline's dead." "Okay, and the front doors won't open." Mara stared at him. "What do you mean, won't open?" "I mean the latch releases, but they're chained from the outside or jammed or something." I pushed. "They don't move more than an inch." That made no sense. The front doors opened outward onto Baltimore Street. There were interior locks, panic hardware, a deadbolt Mara set it close, but no exterior chain. Not one we used, not one that should exist. "Side exit?" I asked. "I didn't check." "Employee entrance?" "I heard somebody in the gift shop." None of us spoke. Eli looked younger then. Not 24 with a tight uniform and a joke ready. Younger. Pale around the mouth. Eyes fixed on the dark space behind us, as though he expected the basement to produce whatever he had heard upstairs. "What's somebody?" Mara asked. "I don't know. Movement, like hangers sliding, or someone brushing through racks." "The gift shop has racks," I said. "I know what the gift shop has." His voice cracked on the last word, and that scared me more than the words themselves. The panel alarm downstairs kept chirping. From the gallery level came a dull mechanical thunk. Then the HVAC system made a grinding noise that traveled through the walls. The vent above the stairwell coughed out a gust of warm, damp air that smelled strongly of wax. Mara looked at me. I looked down the stairs at the red panel, then up toward the lobby, where the phones were dead and the doors might be blocked. The time-sensitive problem had split in two. Reset the climate system before the exhibits started sweating themselves apart, and find a working exit or signal before whoever had tampered with the building decided what came next. Then, from below us, inside the maintenance closet, something vibrated. A phone. Not mine. Not Mara's. Not Eli's. A muffled buzz, hard plastic against hard plastic. It stopped. Started again. The sound came from the gray case marked a 17. Mara's hand closed around my wrist. "Don't." The buzzing stopped. A second later, the climate panel gave a long, continuous tone, different from the alarm before. The screen changed from red to white. Remote access active override, locked purge cycle, beginning the ductwork, shuttered overhead. Every vent in the museum opened at once, and from the dark galleries beyond the lobby, something heavy slid across the floor. The purge cycle made the building breathe like something sick. That was the only way I knew how to describe it. The vents overhead didn't just hum or push air. They opened with a series of hard metal clacks, one after another, down the staff hallway, through the lobby, into the galleries. Then the air came out warm and wet, rolling over us in waves that smelled of softened wax, bleach, and damp wool. Mara still had my wrist in her hand. Her grip was tight enough that her fingernails pressed little half-moons into my skin. "Nick," she said, "what is it purging?" "I don't know." That was the first honest answer I had given all night, and I hated how small it sounded. Eli stood on the landing above us with the keys hanging from his fingers. The red exit sign over his shoulder cast his face in a bad color. Behind him, the staff hallway led back to the lobby. Down below us, the basement panel wailed and flashed remote access active like it was proud of itself. "Can you stop it?" Mara asked. "Not from the keypad. It's locked." "Breaker. Maybe." "Then do it. I thought you said don't pull anything yet." "I am revising my position." That that would have been funny on another night. Eli even gave a breath that almost became a laugh. Then a thud came from the gallery direction and took it away. Not a footstep, heavier. Furniture dragged an inch, maybe. Something with weight finding a new place on old flooring. Eli whispered, "We need out." "Yes," Mara said. "But if the purge keeps running and the whole place gets hotter, we could have electrical problems. Alarms, or worse. Worse than trapped in a wax museum with somebody moving around." "Eli, what?" We're all thinking it. The tone from the panel continued below us, steady and punishing. I moved first, not because I was brave, because standing between two bad choices had become worse than either one. "Breaker," I said. "Mara, you stay at the stairs. Eli, watch the hallway upstairs." Eli looked offended. "Why am I always upstairs?" "Because you've got the keys. Keys to doors that won't open. Then use them on doors that might." Mara stepped down after me. "I'm not letting you go alone. I need someone who can read labels while I'm holding the light." Convenient. Accurate. She came anyway. The basement felt worse the second time we descended. The purge had stirred up everything down there, and the wet heat had teeth now. My shirt stuck to my back. The slick patch on the floor had spread, or else the light made it look wider. At the climate panel, the white USB cable still ran into the maintenance closet. The gray case marked a 17 sat where we had left it, quiet now, as if it had never buzzed. I went to the breaker boxes at the back of the closet. The closet was about 12 feet deep and 6 across, with metal shelves on the right and electrical panels on the left. The ceiling was low enough that Eli would have bumped his head if he had come down. The breaker labels were handwritten, faded, and updated by people who hated whoever came after them. Some were useless. Old lights, AUX, East, do not touch. Mara held her phone light beside my flashlight. There, climate. I found 3 breakers grouped together. AHU1, AHU2, humid CTRL. "Okay," I said. "If this works, the system may reboot. If it doesn't, we lose control completely." Mara wiped sweat from her temple. "We don't have control now." "Fair." Flipped humid CTRL first. The panel tone stopped. For one precious second, there was nothing but our breathing and the vents pushing air overhead. Then the tone came back louder. The screen at the panel changed. "Local power interrupt detected. Remote lock maintained. Purge continues. Damn it," Mara said. I flipped AHU1. The basement lights went out. Everything went black except our 2 flashlights and the white square of the panel screen. From upstairs, Eli shouted, "What did you do?" "Wrong breaker," I shouted back. "Outstanding. The emergency lights should have kicked in downstairs. They didn't. Or maybe they had burned out years ago and nobody noticed because nobody wanted to hold Dennis responsible for anything that cost money." I flipped the breaker back. The lights buzzed and returned, weak and yellow. The vent above us rattled harder. Mara touched my shoulder and pointed. The gray case had shifted. Not much. Maybe an inch, maybe less. But the cable running behind it was now taut where it had been slack. I stared at it, every practical thought in me drying up. Then the case moved again. A tiny jerk. Mara sucked in a breath. I raised the flashlight. The case jerked a third time and bumped softly against the plastic bin behind it. For 3 seconds, I was absolutely certain something inside was alive. Then the white USB cable snapped loose from behind the case and whipped across the floor as the purge system pulled it tight through some gap behind the shelves. A cable snag. That was all. The ventilation vibration had been dragging it against the case. Mara pressed a hand flat to her chest. I'm going to kill that case. Later, slowly, later. The misdirection helped for half a heartbeat, because fear that becomes explainable leaves behind anger, and anger is easier to use. I crouched, grabbed the USB cable near the access port, and pulled. It didn't come free. It's locked into something, I said. Can you unplug it from the panel? I can. But if it's transferring control data, Nick. I yanked the cable from the access port. The panel blinked. The tone cut off. The vents overhead slowed. Mara and I stared at the screen. Connection lost, restoring local control. Yes, Mara whispered. Then FALSAFE mode active zone. Dampers closed, the vents slammed shut. All of them. The sudden absence of moving air was almost worse than the heat. The building went close and still. The dampness settled on my face, my arms, the back of my neck. Upstairs, the gallery alarms kept chirping, but softer now, muffled by walls and thick air. Mara read the screen. Closed, dampers shut. It stopped pushing warm air, but it also stopped circulating. So partial victory, temporary problem. Every victory tonight is a temporary problem. I checked the zone readings. The temperatures had stopped climbing as fast, but the humidity stayed high. Basement storage was at 93 and 98%. The first responders' wing was worse than the others. Civil war still hovered in the 80s. We had slowed the damage, not stopped it. That was attempt 1. Kill the override, fail into a sealed building with no airflow. From upstairs came a sharp crash. Glass or acrylic. Something brittle hitting tile. Eli yelled, Mara, we ran. By the time we reached the lobby, my lungs were working too hard. The heat in the building had spread upward, and without the vents moving air, every hallway felt wrapped in plastic. The camera monitors behind the counter had gone black, except for one feed showing the employee entrance in grainy gray. Eli was near the gift shop, one hand on the doorframe, the other pressed to his cheek. Blood ran between his fingers. Mara reached him first. Move your hand. I'm fine. Move your hand. He did. A shallow cut ran along his left cheekbone, bleeding more than it deserved. On the tile near his feet lay a broken snow globe from the gift shop display, Gettysburg in miniature, fake snow floating through leaked water. What happened? I asked. I went to check the side exit. He pointed through the gift shop. Something moved between the racks. I turned, hit the display with my elbow, and one of those stupid globes exploded. Mara examined his cheek. It needs cleaning, not stitches. You a doctor now. I raised 2 sons. Same thing, more blood. Eli tried to smile. It didn't land. The gift shop sat to the right of the lobby if you were facing the front doors. Past it was a short corridor leading to the side exit and the employee entrance at the rear. Straight ahead from the lobby were the galleries. Founding on the left, Civil War deeper back, Industrial America branching right, and the unfinished First Responders exhibit at the far rear. The basement stairs were behind us down the staff hall. If someone wanted to move through the museum unseen, they had too many choices. Mara cleaned Eli's cut with wipes from the first aid kit under the counter. He hissed and cursed. We need the side door, Mara said. That's attempt 2. We get outside, call 911. Let the fire department handle the climate system and whoever's here. I tried, Eli said. Gift shop racks are all over the place. Like someone shoved them against the aisle. Can you get through? Maybe, not fast. I looked at the front doors. Eli had been right. The left door opened an inch, then stopped with a hard metallic clink. I crouched and aimed the flashlight through the gap. Outside, something silver crossed the handles. A chain. Someone had looped a chain through the exterior handles and padlocked it. The street beyond was visible through the glass. Empty sidewalk, dark storefronts. A car passed at the end of the block, headlights sliding over the bricks and disappearing. I hit the glass with the heel of my hand. Hey, the sound went nowhere. Thick safety glass, locked vestibule, warm dead air. Mara looked over. Can you break it? With what? She glanced at my flashlight. Maybe, I said, but it's laminated. And if we start smashing glass, whoever did this knows exactly where we are. They already know, Eli said. He was probably right. Still, we chose the side exit because choosing something felt better than standing in the lobby waiting for the building to sweat itself apart. We moved through the gift shop single file. Eli led now because he knew what he had seen. Mara stayed behind him with the first aid kit still in one hand, like she might throw bandages at an attacker. Came last, flashlight over their shoulders. The gift shop had changed, not dramatically. That was the worst part. The shelves were still shelves, the postcards still postcards, the children's plastic muskets still hung on peg hooks. But 2 rotating racks of keychains had been pushed into the center aisle, blocking the straight path to the side corridor. A display of Blue Union caps had spilled across the floor. The smell of broken snow globe water mixed with hot plastic and dust. Eli whispered, "See." Mara said, "Could the vent have moved them?" "No," I said, "not these." We squeezed between the racks. Keychains brushed my shirt with tiny metal clicks. A wax figure of a colonial shopkeeper stood in the corner as part of the historical commerce display, holding a ledger and smiling at nothing. In the dimness, with sweat shining on his painted face, he looked recently interrupted. Eli stopped so suddenly Mara bumped into him. "What?" she whispered. He pointed. At the end of the gift shop aisle, beside the side corridor, a figure stood facing us. Firefighter uniform, helmet, one hand raised near his face. For one ugly moment, nobody moved. Then I recognized the lifted hand, the covered shape I'd seen 2 nights earlier. "That's from the new exhibit," I said. Eli's voice went thin. "Why is it in the gift shop?" The firefighter's face gleamed under the emergency light, wet along the forehead and upper lip. A thread of moisture ran from one ear down into the collar. The uniform looked too real in the dark. Reflective stripes, heavy boots, turnout coat creased at the elbows. Mara whispered. Dennis said they hadn't placed those yet. I approached it slowly, every nerve expecting a blink. No blink, wax, fiberglass, fabric, dust. One of the figure's boots was on a flat dolly. The other dragged slightly off the edge, leaving a dark smear on the tile where wax or grease had rubbed down. "There," I said. "Dolly," Eli let out a shaky breath. "So someone moved it." "Or it rolled," Mara said. We all looked at the floor. The gift shop sloped almost imperceptibly toward the side corridor. Old building, bad leveling. If the figure had been parked badly and the purge cycle shook the floor hard enough, maybe it rolled. Maybe. The side exit door was behind it. We pushed the dolly aside together. The firefighter was heavier than he looked. My shoulder protested. Mara grunted. Eli's cut opened again and sent a line of blood down his jaw. The side door had a crash bar and a small wired alarm box above it. Mara pressed the bar. Nothing. She pressed harder. The door held. I checked the hinges. Interior hinges, no visible block. Then I noticed the crash bar had been zip-tied at both ends with black industrial ties pulled tight around the mechanism. "Knife?" I asked. Eli patted his pockets. "Security guard, not Batman." Mara dug through the first aid kit and produced tiny medical scissors. "Those won't cut this. Then find something that will." The gift shop sold souvenir pocket knives in a locked case by the register, decorative and probably dull. The keys were with Eli. He tossed them to me, and I went back through the aisle to the front counter. Halfway there, the building lights died completely. Not flicker. Out. The museum dropped into emergency red. Mara said something I couldn't make out. Eli shouted, "Nick." "I'm here." My flashlight beam jumped across shelves, faces, glass, the colonial shopkeeper's smile. The climate alarm stopped. So did the vending machine. So did the monitors behind the counter. The quiet that followed was not silence. It had texture, Mara breathing through her nose, Eli shifting his weight, water dripping from the broken snow globe, the front doors settling against the chain, and somewhere deep in the galleries, a slow, soft patter. Drip, drip, drip. Wax figures sweating in the dark. I found the souvenir knife case and fumbled through the keys. My hands were slick. The third key worked. I grabbed the biggest knife, a folding one with a fake bone handle in Gettysburg, burned crookedly into the side. Then I heard the gift shop racks clicking. Not near Mara and Eli. Behind me. I turned the flashlight. The colonial shopkeeper stood in the corner, still smiling. One of the keychain racks beside him rotated slowly, tinkling metal tags against each other. Second, I saw a shoulder slip behind the postcards. Human height, dark clothing, gone before the beam settled. "Mara," I said. My voice did not carry enough warning, but it carried something. "Run or come?" she called back. Good question. I backed away from the counter, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other. The rack stopped moving. No one came out. I forced myself toward the side exit. Every step felt too loud. When I reached Mara, she took the knife, opened it, and sawed at the zip ties. The blade was as dull as expected, but panic adds pressure. The first tie snapped after 10 seconds. The second took longer. Eli braced the crash bar, glancing over his shoulder again and again. The second tie finally gave. Mara shoved the bar. The door opened 3 inches and hit something outside. A metal scrape answered. "Blocked," she said. I got my shoulder against it and pushed. The door moved another inch. Outside, through the gap, I saw the alley beside the museum. Dumpster had been shoved against the door from the outside, wedged tight. Eli kicked the door. "No, no, no. Stop," Mara said. "You'll break your foot." "I hope I break the door." "You won't. Attempt to. Reach the side exit, cut the ties, find it blocked by a dumpster." The trap tightened so neatly it felt planned because it was planned. We retreated from the gift shop, not because we wanted to, but because the aisle behind us began to click again. This time, it was probably the rack settling. Probably. I did not wait to inspect it. Back in the lobby, Eli bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Blood dotted the tile beneath his face. Mara pressed gauze to his cheek again. "Hold it. I am holding it. Hold it better." I looked at the front doors, the chained handles outside, the black monitors, the dead landline. The museum's interior map formed in my head. Basement behind us. Lobby center. Gift shop and blocked side exit to the right. Galleries ahead. Rear employee entrance past the unfinished first responders exhibit, accessible either through the staff corridor or the back gallery wing. If the front and side were blocked, the rear might still be free, or whoever was inside wanted us to go there. The emergency lights dimmed once. Mara noticed. Backup battery, maybe. How long? Depends if Dennis replaced them. Nobody laughed. A new alarm started, this time from the rear of the museum. Not climate, not fire. A door chime, repeated in a flat electronic note. Beep, 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 beep. Eli lifted his head. Employee entrance. Opened, Mara asked, or forced? The rear employee entrance was our last realistic way out. It opened into the small parking lot behind the building, near the alley and the dumpsters. If it was open, we could get outside. If it was forced, someone else had just entered or left. Either way, it was now the only direction that mattered. Mara looked at me. Sweat had loosened half her bun, and gray strands stuck to her neck. Her face was pale but set. "We don't split up," she said. "No, we don't chase noises. No, we get to the rear door. If there's a path, we leave. We call for help. We do not protect Dennis's museum over our lives." Agreed. Eli straightened, still holding gauze to his cheek. Finally, a policy I support. We moved toward the galleries. That was the point where we stopped pretending we were managing a building problem. The staff hallway to the rear was blocked by a rolling rack that had somehow tipped over, spilling old costumes across the floor. The only clear route was through the public exhibits: Founding Gallery, Civil War Room, Industrial America, then the unfinished First Responders Wing, and the rear hall. As we passed under the archway into Founding, the emergency light behind us flickered and went out. The lobby disappeared. Only the galleries remained ahead, red lit and sweating, with the rear door chime calling us deeper. Beep, 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 beep. And then the basement door, behind us in the dark, slammed shut so hard the wall shook. No retreat that way. No front exit. No side exit. No basement. Only the exhibits. Only forward. The Founding Gallery was not built for escape. It was built for school groups and slow-moving families, for people with maps folded in their hands and plastic gift shop bags bumping against their knees. The path bent around scenes instead of running straight. A fake colonial fireplace here, a drafting table there. Wax men in waistcoats leaned over parchment. Wax women stood near spinning wheels, hands forever paused over wool. In emergency red, every face shone. The heat had done that. Their foreheads, noses, chins. Little tracks of moisture had gathered in the seams near their hairlines and at the corners of their mouths. George Washington looked like he'd been running a fever for 200 years. Betsy Ross had a line of condensation hanging from one eyelash. Eli made a small sound behind me. "Don't look at them," Mara said. "That's like saying don't notice the room is on fire. It isn't on fire. Yet, Eli." We moved in a tight line, me first with the flashlight, Mara behind me with the souvenir knife folded in her fist, Eli last, one hand pressed to the gauze on his cheek. The rear door chime kept calling from somewhere deeper in the building. Beep, beep. Pause. Beep, beep. The route was simple in my head. From the lobby, through Founding, right at the Liberty Bell display, past the cracked archway into Civil War, straight along the wall with the battlefield mural, then through Industrial America and the unfinished First Responders Wing to the rear employee entrance. On paper, less than 2 minutes. In the dark, with the floor slick in places and the wax figures sweating in their clothes, it felt like moving through someone else's dream after the dream had started to rot. Halfway through founding, Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Nick," I turned. Behind us, in the archway from the lobby, stood the colonial shopkeeper from the gift shop. For 1 second, I couldn't make my mind hold him in the right category. He was just there, ledger in hand, smile painted on, same brown coat, same powdered wig, standing where he had not been before. Then I saw the dolly under his feet. Small caster wheels, black, nearly hidden by the long coat. "He was moved," I whispered. Eli backed into a rope barrier. The brass stand tipped and clanged against the floor. The shopkeeper did not move, but from behind him, someone did. A man stepped into the red wash of the emergency light. He was maybe in his 40s, male, medium height, wearing a dark zip-up jacket, dark pants, and blue nitrile gloves. His hair was cropped close. His face had the flattened, tired look of someone who had been awake too long and angry longer. In one hand, he held Eli's radio. In the other, a small black device with a cord dangling from it. Mara said, "Who are you?" The man lifted Eli's radio and pressed the talk button. Our radios squealed from our belts, feedback stabbing through the gallery. Eli flinched and clapped a hand over his ear. I ripped mine free and threw it onto the carpet. Mara did the same. The squeal died. The man smiled without warmth. "I need the case," he said. His voice was calm. That was worse than shouting. Mara raised the little souvenir knife. "We don't have your case. You were downstairs. We didn't open it. You unplugged the system. You locked us in," I said. His eyes moved to me. "You should have stayed in the lobby." "Yeah," Eli snapped, voice shaking. "Our mistake. We'll leave a comment card." The man looked at him then, and Eli shut his mouth. Behind the man, something shifted in the lobby. Another shape. Maybe a person. Maybe another wax figure on a dolly. My flashlight beam didn't reach far enough to know. Mara's voice stayed level. "The building is overheating. You're damaging exhibits. If there are chemicals involved, you could hurt people." "Your people? What? You said hurt people. I see 3. He said it like counting inventory. My hand tightened around the flashlight. It was heavy, dented, the only thing in my hand that had not been designed for tourists. The man took 1 step forward. We took 1 step back. "Case," he said. "It's in the basement," I told him. "I know where it is. You will bring it." Basement door slammed shut. He tilted his head slightly. "It locks from this side." That answered one question and made everything worse. Mara said, "Why do you need us?" The man's expression twitched. Not enough to be fear, enough to be irritation. "Because you tripped the fail-safe," I said slowly. He looked at me. That was it. The remote system was locked out. Dampers closed. Power unstable. He had lost control of whatever he'd been doing. Maybe the case contained his equipment. Maybe evidence. Maybe the phone or device inside had instructions, access, something he needed. But he needed a staff route or staff keys, and he didn't want to run through the building blind any more than we did. The rear chime kept going. Beep, 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 beep. Eli shifted behind me. A tiny movement. Toward the side, where the Liberty Bell display rope had fallen. The man saw it. "Don't." Eli froze. Then the second person appeared. A woman, maybe late 30s, female, wearing a disposable white painter's coverall unzipped at the throat. Her dark hair was tucked under a cap. She held a compact pry bar, not raised, just ready. Her gloves were stained the same yellow-brown as the latex glove in the basement. She came in from the gallery entrance to our right, cutting off the path into civil war. We were boxed in. Front, the man and the shopkeeper figure on its hidden dolly. Right, the woman with the pry bar. Behind, lobby darkness. Left, a fake fireplace display, rope barriers, and wax colonials gleaming like fever patients. Mara whispered, "Nick." The man said, "All of you, basement, now." The woman looked at him. "No, rear first, alarms still going. They saw too much. We fix the door, leave through the rear, and let the system cook. Basement later." They touched the case. They didn't open it. They unplugged, because you lost control of it. The argument was quiet, but it gave us something precious. A crack. Mara saw it too. She lowered the knife a fraction as if surrendering. "I can get you to the rear door," she said. "Staff keys. No problem. Let us walk out after." The man snorted. "No," the woman said. "Shut up, Calder, a name." Mara's eyes flicked to me. I knew that look. Keep him talking. Find the useful part. "Your restorers," I said. The woman's head turned. "Those stains," I said. "The bins. Plastic sheeting. Wax tint. Bleach because something spilled." "Quiet," Calder said. "You were working on the first responders' figures. Dennis brought you in after close." The woman's grip tightened on the pry bar. Mara added, "Off book, right? No permits, no insurance paperwork, no staff witnesses." Eli whispered, "Jesus." Calder took another step. "Enough." Then the rear chime stopped. The whole museum seemed to hold its breath. For 3 seconds, no alarms, no vents, no chime. Then came a different sound from the rear wing. A sprinkler head popping. Then another. A rush of water. Not everywhere, just far back, beyond Civil War and Industrial, where the unfinished exhibit sat. The woman swore. Calder turned his head. Mara seized my wrist again. "Run," she said, not loud. We moved anyway. I swung the flashlight at Calder's face as hard as I could. Not the beam, the metal body. It connected with his wrist as he reached for me. There was a crunch, not dramatic, more like stepping on a thick twig. He shouted and dropped Eli's radio. Eli shoved the fallen rope stand with both hands. It clattered into Calder's legs. Mara grabbed the brass base of another stanchion and swung it low, not at his head, at his knee. It hit with a dull sound, and he folded sideways into the shopkeeper figure. Wax and man went down together. The woman lunged. I caught only a flash. White coverall, pry bar, Mara turning too late. The bar hit Mara's left forearm. She cried out. A sharp animal sound. The souvenir knife fell. Eli moved before I did. He charged the woman, shoulder first, not cleanly, not like a hero in a movie. He slipped on the damp carpet halfway and hit her too low. They both slammed into the fake fireplace display. Brick-colored foam blocks scattered across the floor. One hit my shin. The woman kept the pry bar. She brought it down at Eli's back. I grabbed a wooden display chair and shoved it between them. The pry bar cracked against the chair's rail and split it. Go, Mara shouted. Her left arm hung wrong, not broken sideways, but bad enough. She held it against her stomach, teeth clenched, face gray. Calder was trying to stand, tangled with the shopkeeper figure and the rope stanchion. The wax figure's head had cracked at the temple, exposing pale inner material. Its painted smile stared up from the carpet, grabbed Mara under her good arm. Eli stumbled up, bleeding from his cheek again, and now from one hand, where the display blocks had scraped him raw. We ran toward Civil War. The woman came after us. Calder shouted something. I didn't catch it. The Civil War gallery was worse than before. The humidity had turned the air thick and sour. Lincoln sat in his chair, head tilted toward the doorway, jaw shining. The gum I had scraped earlier lay in a little black curl near the base, absurdly normal. A display case along the wall had fogged from inside. Water droplets collected along the glass over a row of reproduction letters. The battlefield mural curved along the left wall. To the right were wax soldiers in blue and gray uniforms, posed mid-conversation near stacked rifles. The path narrowed between them. Mara stumbled. I caught her. Arm, I said, later. That was all. Behind us, the woman entered Civil War. She had the pry bar in one hand and the souvenir knife in the other. Eli saw it. She got the knife. Keep moving, Mara said. We couldn't outrun her for long. Mara was hurt. Eli was bleeding and limping. I was already breathing like I had run stairs for an hour. We needed to use the building. The thought came with a strange clarity. This was my building at night, not Dennis S., not the guests, mine. I knew the bad wheel on the cart, the warped basement door, the loose carpet edge near Industrial America, the mop sink that sprayed sideways, the display ropes that weren't bolted down. And I knew one thing in Civil War that the woman didn't. The battlefield mural wall was not a wall. It was a sliding access panel for maintenance, used when we needed to reach the old pipe chase behind the exhibits. It stuck if you pulled, but it opened if you lifted the bottom and shoved left. I pushed Mara toward Eli. Go to Industrial, slow enough she follows. Eli stared. What? Do it. Mara grabbed my shirt. Nick, I'm not staying, I'm making a door. The woman was halfway through the room. I crossed to the mural, dropped the flashlight, wedged both hands under the bottom trim and lifted. Nothing. The panel stuck. Of course it stuck. The woman saw me and changed direction. Nick, Eli shouted. I lifted again. Pain shot up my back. The trim bit into my fingers. Warm moisture dripped from my forehead into my eye. The panel popped free with a wooden crack. I shoved left. It opened 8 inches. Not enough. The woman was 10 feet away. I kicked the bottom hard. The panel slid another foot, screeching along its track. Behind it was the pipe chase, narrow, dark, smelling of dust and damp insulation. Big enough for a person sideways. Maybe. The woman swung the pry bar. I ducked. It hit the mural where my head had been, tearing through painted smoke and fake battlefield sky. I grabbed her wrist with both hands and drove my shoulder into her stomach. She hit the half-open panel. We both stumbled into the pipe chase. The space swallowed sound. For a few seconds, there was only grunting, scraping, the pipe insulation tearing under our feet. She was stronger than I expected and more desperate. The pry bar jammed against the wall. I grabbed for it. She slammed her knee into my thigh. My leg went hot and weak. She punched me in the ear. The world narrowed to a hard ringing. I fell sideways into a pipe. Something sharp caught my scalp. Warm blood crawled down behind my ear. She pulled free and backed toward the Civil War room. Then Eli appeared outside the gap, holding one of the stacked fake rifles from the soldier display. Move, he yelled. I flattened myself. He swung the rifle like a bat. The wooden stock hit the woman's forearm. The pry bar dropped into the pipe chase with a metallic clatter. She screamed, more rage than pain. Mara, pale and sweating, came in from the side with the brass stanchion base and hit the sliding panel track. The panel dropped half an inch. The woman tried to push through. I kicked the loose pry bar deeper into the pipe chase, out of her reach, then shoved the panel from inside while Mara shoved from outside. It slid shut on the woman's sleeve. She yanked back fabric tearing. The panel closed, not locked, not secure, but closed enough. "Run," I said. We ran. Industrial America blurred past in pieces. Carnegie by the steel beam, Edison beside fake bulbs. A factory scene with gears that hadn't turned in years. The floor grew slicker as we neared the rear wing. Water flowed in a thin sheet from the unfinished first responders exhibit, spreading over the wood and into the carpet. The sprinklers were running there. Only there. The heat must have triggered a head, or smoke, or someone had broken one. Water hammered down beyond the plastic sheeting that covered the unfinished entrance. Red emergency light flashed through the falling water, making everything look like it was happening inside a wound. The rear employee entrance was past that exhibit. Between us and it stood the firefighter figure, the same one from the gift shop, or its twin. No dolly now. It had tipped across the passage, turnout coat soaked, helmet rolling in little circles near its head. Water splashed over its wax face, which had softened at the cheek until one side sagged slightly toward the floor. Eli laughed once, not because it was funny, because his nerves had run out of useful shapes. "Move it," Mara said. Her voice was thin. We lifted together. Mara could barely use her left arm, so she braced with her shoulder. Eli grabbed the boots. I grabbed under the arms. The figure was water-heavy and awkward. Its softened face brushed my neck. I nearly dropped it. "Nick," Mara snapped. "I've got it." We dragged it aside inch by inch. My thigh throbbed where the woman had kneed me. Blood from my scalp ran into my collar. Eli slipped and hit the floor on one knee, shouting. Mara leaned against the wall, breathing through clenched teeth, her broken or fractured arm tucked tight. Behind us, from Civil War, came the screech of the sliding panel opening. The woman was free. Calder's voice followed, distant, but closer than I wanted. "They're going rear." We shoved the firefighter figure out of the passage. The rear employee entrance stood ahead, under a flickering emergency light. Its alarm box blinked. The crash bar looked intact. Eli got there first. He pushed. The door opened. Cold night air rushed in. For half a second, I saw the parking lot, wet black asphalt, the alley beyond, the side of the dumpster that had blocked the other exit, and the faint glow of Baltimore Street around the corner. Then Calder appeared outside the door. He had gone around. He held a padlock and chain in one hand, and in the other, a box cutter. His right wrist hung awkwardly from where I'd hit him, but he could still move. Eli recoiled. Calder shoved the door inward with his shoulder. I drove into it from our side. The door slammed between us, metal edge cracking against my forearm. Pain flared white. Calder jammed the box cutter through the gap and slashed blindly. The blade caught Eli across the upper arm. Eli screamed. Mara grabbed the firefighter's fallen helmet from the floor and threw it. It hit Calder square in the face, not hard enough to knock him out. Real life doesn't work that way, but hard enough to make him stagger backward into the rain-slick lot, one hand going to his nose. "Now," Mara shouted. We burst through the door. Calder lunged again. I didn't think. I grabbed the chain from his bad hand and pulled. He held on. I pulled harder, stepping backward, dragging him toward the open doorway where water from the sprinklers had turned the threshold slick. He tried to slash with the box cutter. Eli, bleeding from the arm, kicked him in the shin. Calder slipped. His head hit the metal doorframe with a sound I still hear when I'm tired. He went down on the threshold, half in, half out. The box cutter skittered across the wet asphalt. The woman appeared behind us inside the hallway. Mara slammed the rear door against Calder's body to keep the woman from getting through. "Move him," she shouted. "I'm trying," Calder groaned, alive, dazed, maybe concussed. I grabbed under his jacket with both hands and hauled him outside. My thigh nearly gave out. Eli helped one-handed, sobbing through his teeth. We dragged Calder clear. Mara let the door swing shut. The woman hit it from inside. Once, twice. The crash bar rattled. She screamed something we couldn't make out. Mara snatched the chain from the ground with her good hand. Keys. Eli fumbled the ring, dropped it, picked it up with bloody fingers. The woman hit the door again. Mara looped the chain through the exterior handle and the metal railing beside the door, the same way someone had trapped us at the front. Her injured arm hung useless. Her face was wet with sprinkler water and sweat and tears she did not seem aware of. "Padlock," she said. I grabbed it from beside Calder. My hands were shaking so hard I missed the hasp twice. The door slammed from inside. The chain jumped. I got the lock through, clicked it shut. The door hit again. Held. For a few seconds, none of us moved. We stood in the rear parking lot under the damp September sky, 3 employees bleeding and shaking beside an unconscious or semi-conscious man who had tried to trap us inside our own workplace. Through the rear door, the woman pounded once more, then stopped. From inside the museum came the hiss of sprinklers and the distant, steady dripping of wax and water. Then, finally, from the direction of Baltimore Street, somebody shouted, "Hey, you okay back there?" A real voice. A human voice from outside. Mara slid down the brick wall until she was sitting on the wet pavement. Eli dropped beside her, holding his cut arm. I stayed standing because I was afraid that if I sat, I wouldn't get up again. The conflict was over in the only way it could be over for the moment. We were outside. Calder was down. The woman was locked inside. The sprinklers had turned the rear wing into a flood. The museum was ruined in places, maybe badly. Mara looked at me, her face drawn and old under the alley light. "You okay?" she asked. I almost laughed. Instead, I looked through the narrow, wired glass window in the rear door. Inside, beyond the trapped woman's shadow, the firefighter figure lay on its side under the red light, water running over its softened face. For 1 second, as the emergency light flickered, it looked like it was still sweating. Then the light went out. The first person to reach us was a ghost tour guide in a black hoodie with a lantern-shaped flashlight and a group of 12 tourists behind him. That was almost funny. After everything inside the museum, the heat, the alarms, the figures sweating under red emergency lights. It was a man named Brad, 29, male, part-time history teacher and evening ghost tour guide, who came jogging down the alley with a colonial tricorn hat tucked under one arm and said, "Is this part of your event?" Nobody answered him. Mara was sitting against the brick wall with her injured arm cradled in her lap, her face gone pale and flat. Eli was on the wet pavement beside her, pressing both hands over the cut on his upper arm, rocking slightly. Calder lay near the rear door, groaning through his broken nose, his cheek against the asphalt. I stood over the padlock chain with blood running down behind my ear, holding the firefighter helmet like I had forgotten how to put it down. Brad took one look past me at the rear door, where the woman in the white coverall had started pounding again from inside, and his expression changed. "Oh," he said. "Oh, hell. Call 911, Mara told him. Her voice was calm enough that he obeyed before his face caught up. The tourists stayed at the mouth of the alley, clustered under the amber streetlights. A few held phones. One woman cried without making much noise. Another man kept saying, "What happened?" to nobody in particular, as if the right answer might float out of the dark. Brad's call brought everyone. Police first, then fire, then EMS, and more police when somebody cut the chain off the rear door and found the woman in the coverall trying to get through the first responder's wing with the pry bar hidden inside a soaked turnout coat. She did not fight once the officers had lights on her. She went quiet and small, the way some people do when danger becomes paperwork. Calder tried to say he had slipped. Eli laughed at that, while a paramedic wrapped his arm, then immediately winced because laughing pulled at the cut on his cheek. The paramedic working on him was named Tessa Han, 34, female, short and direct, with a ponytail tucked through the back of her cap. She cleaned Eli's wounds in the open rear of the ambulance and told him the arm cut looked ugly, but had missed anything important. "Lucky," she said. Eli stared at her. "Does this look like lucky to you?" She taped gauze over his cheek. "Compared to what it could have been, yeah." He didn't argue after that. Another medic checked my scalp, my ear, my forearm, my thigh. I had a shallow cut on my head, a bruised forearm, swelling in my leg where the woman had kneed me, and a ringing in my left ear that made every radio chirp feel like a nail pressed into my skull. They told me I should go to the hospital. I said, "In a minute." Tessa looked at me the way Mara looked at people who claimed they were fine. That means now. I need to tell them where the basement panel is. You can tell them sitting down. I sat on the ambulance bumper with a foil blanket around my shoulders, feeling ridiculous and cold for the first time all night. Cold, actual cold. It came up from the wet asphalt and through my shoes. It moved under my shirt where the sweat had dried. It should have felt good. Mostly it made me shake. Mara rode in the first ambulance. Her left forearm was fractured. Not cleanly, not catastrophically. Bad enough that she needed surgery the next morning to set it right. She did not cry. She did not make speeches. She looked irritated, which was how I knew she was in real pain. Before they loaded her in, she grabbed my wrist with her good hand. "You tell them Dennis knew people were in there," she said. "I will. Not maybe, not probably. He brought them in. I'll tell them. And you don't protect him." That one landed harder. I looked through the open rear door of the museum. Firefighters were moving inside with portable lights, boots splashing through water. Somewhere in there, wax figures were lying sideways, sweating, sagging, ruined. The building looked less like a museum and more like a place caught after a flood. "I'm done protecting broken systems," I said. Mara held my wrist 1 second longer, then let go. "Good," she said. That was the closest she came to forgiveness, though I'm not sure she knew she was offering any. The police separated us for statements. Officer Denise Ralston, 41, female, Gettysburg Police Department, interviewed me beside the ambulance with a body camera clipped to her vest and a little notebook in one gloved hand. She asked clear questions and did not try to make the story sound neater than it was. When I told her wax figures had seemed to move, she did not smile. "Moved by whom?" she asked. "By them, mostly, on dollies or vibration, or the floor slope. I don't know all of it. Mostly." I looked back at the dark rear doorway. Inside, a firefighter swept his light across the first responders exhibit. For 1 second, the beam hit the wax firefighter's face, where we had dragged it aside. Half the cheek had softened and collapsed underwater. It looked less human now, and somehow that made it harder to look at. "Mostly," I said. Officer Ralston wrote that down. They found the gray case marked as 17 around 2 in the morning. By then, the building had been cleared. The female intruder was in custody. Calder was on his way to the hospital under police guard. And Dennis Rourke had finally arrived in a fleece vest over pajama pants, looking offended by the number of emergency vehicles around his property. Dennis, 58, male, museum owner, did not ask whether Mara was okay. He asked the fire captain how much water had gotten into the rear wing. The fire captain looked at him for a long second and said, "Sir, there are active police questions." Dennis said, "I understand that, but the exhibits." Officer Ralston took him aside before I said something that would have made my statement longer. The case did not contain a body part. That was the part my mind had been bracing for, and the relief came so hard I had to sit down again. It contained a laptop, 2 portable network devices, 3 sealed chemical containers, a small heater rig, gloves, hard drives, cash in bank envelopes, and wrapped wax components. Faces, hands, a section of painted throat, all labeled with accession numbers from other museums. That was the beginning of the real story, the one that belonged to investigators instead of janitors. Calder and the woman, whose name was Livia Brandt, 38, female, were not ghost hunters, not vandals, not thrill seekers. They were part of a small restoration and resale operation, moving damaged or stolen wax components through private collectors. Dennis had hired them off book to evaluate the first responders' figures and quietly repair others without reporting insurance-related damage from a previous leak. That much came out quickly. The rest took longer. The climate override had 2 purposes, according to what police later told us through a victim liaison. First, raise heat and humidity enough to soften selected figures and loosen adhesives without obvious cutting. Second, create a believable environmental explanation if anyone noticed faces, hands, or costume pieces had been removed or replaced. Sweating figures were not the point. They were camouflage. The bleach smell came from a cleanup after one of their chemical containers cracked. The latex glove, the plastic sheeting, the bins, all part of the off-book work. The front chain, the zip ties, the blocked side exit, the dead landline, and the remote access were supposed to buy them an uninterrupted hour after closing. They had not planned for 3 employees to notice too much and keep pushing. That was Officer Ralston's wording. Keep pushing. I thought about that for days. I also thought about the other version, the one where we noticed the humidity alarm, shrugged, and went home. The one where Mara locked the doors. Eli drove back to Hanover with his music loud, and I went upstairs to my apartment smelling like lemon cleaner, telling myself the warm bead on Lincoln's jaw was just wax being wax. Maybe nobody would have been hurt. Maybe the museum would have opened in the morning with a few damaged figures, a few missing parts, and a story about an unfortunate climate control malfunction. Maybe Calder and Livia would have been gone. Maybe Dennis would have blamed me anyway. I don't know which version is worse. The museum stayed closed for 6 weeks, Insurance people came. Fire inspectors came. Detectives came. A restoration team came with cameras and clipboards and expressions that made Dennis look smaller every day. Local news ran the story twice, then moved on to a zoning fight over a hotel expansion. Online, people made jokes. Wax museum meltdown. Gettysburg figures really sweating the investigation. Somebody posted a blurry video of me wrapped in a foil blanket. And for a while, my sister kept sending me screenshots from comment sections until I asked her to stop. Mara had surgery and wore a cast that she hated with focus and dedication. She texted me photos of it, decorated with increasingly rude messages from her sons. Eli needed stitches in his arm and cheek. For the first week, he told everyone he got cut fighting an art thief, which was not entirely wrong, but also sounded better than I broke a snow globe and got slashed by a man in a parking lot. After that, he got quieter. He still joked, but less as armor and more as punctuation. The museum offered him his job back. He said no and started working campus security at the college instead. I went back once before reopening because Officer Ralston called and asked whether I could identify the maintenance access panel in the Civil War mural for the report. The museum in daylight should have felt harmless. It didn't. The lobby smelled like wet wood, disinfectant, and new carpet adhesive. Fans stood everywhere. Extension cords ran like vines. The front doors opened normally. The gift shop racks had been set upright. The colonial shopkeeper was gone, either damaged or taken for evidence. I didn't ask. The Civil War gallery had changed the most. Lincoln was still there, but not the same Lincoln. His coat had been removed. His face had been stabilized with little pins along one side of the jaw. The chair had been pulled away from the wall. The battlefield mural still had the torn place where the pry bar had punched through painted smoke. A restoration tech had marked it with blue tape. Officer Ralston let me show her the access panel. Here, I said, lifting the lower trim. It catches unless you raise it first. She watched me slide it open. Behind the mural, the pipe chase looked smaller in daylight. Narrow, dusty, stupid almost. Not a place where anyone should have fought for their life. Ralston took photos. Thanks, she said. That helps, I nodded. I wanted to leave then, but I didn't. My feet carried me to the basement door. The door had been replaced. New frame, new lock. Dennis hadn't paid for it, insurance had. The stairwell lights were bright now, too bright, showing every chip in the paint. The climate panel had been replaced with a sleek digital unit that looked expensive and smug. No white USB cable, no gray case, no alarm tone, just a basement trying to become ordinary again. On my way back up, I paused beside the maintenance closet. The bleach smell was gone, but underneath the fresh paint and drying fans, I caught a faint sweetness. Wax. Of course it was wax. It was a wax museum. Still, I went upstairs faster than I needed to. Dennis sold the museum 3 months later. That was the official end of it. Plea negotiations for Calder and Livia. Civil suits. Insurance settlements. Dennis claiming through a lawyer that he had been deceived by independent contractors. Mara using her settlement to take 2 months off and visit her sister in Maine. Eli sending me a photo of himself in his new campus security jacket with the caption, "No historical figures yet." As for me, I left janitorial work for a while, not forever. People like me usually circle back to buildings. We notice leaks in ceilings and exit signs with dying bulbs. We know where things get ignored. But I stopped working nights. That helped, mostly. Now I do maintenance for a medical office complex outside town. Fluorescent lights, supply closets, normal things. The mannequins, there are CPR dummies, and even those I keep covered when I can. Some mornings, before patients arrive, I walk the halls with a checklist and a ring of keys. I test emergency lights. I log panel readings. I write down problems, even when they make someone upstairs annoyed. Especially then. I am not cured of anything. That is too clean a word. I still wake sometimes hearing the rear door chime. Beep, 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 beep. I still feel Mara's fingers around my wrist. I still smell warm wax when a floor buffer overheats or someone leaves a scented candle burning too long in a reception office. But I don't ignore alarms anymore. That sounds like a lesson. It is. It's more like a bruise that learned a job. A month after the museum reopened under new ownership, a plain envelope arrived at my apartment above the framing shop. No return address. Inside was a printed visitor brochure from the American Heritage Wax Museum, folded to the map. Someone had circled the first responders exhibit in blue pen. At first, I thought it was some lawyer thing or evidence copy accidentally mailed to me. Then I saw writing on the back, small and blocky. A 17 was not ours. No signature, no explanation. I took it to Officer Ralston. She kept it, asked if I had touched it much. I had. She did not scold me, just put it in a paper sleeve and asked the same questions twice in slightly different ways. Nothing came of it. At least nothing anyone told me. The museum is open again now. New carpet, new signs, better cameras. Online reviews mention the creepy realism of the figures, which seems unfair but accurate. Sometimes tourists still send me pictures because Eli thinks it's funny to forward them. Kids posing beside Lincoln, couples smiling in front of the colonial shopkeeper's replacement, a firefighter figure restored under clean white lights. They look normal. That is the thing people don't understand. Most dangerous places do. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The Rules for the Historic Prison Tour Change Entirely After Midnight. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first rule card was still laminated in clean plastic when we found it on the floor outside cell block 7. But the list printed inside it was wrong. Not strange wrong. Not horror movie wrong. Just wrong enough that all 4 of us stood there longer than we should have, staring at it under the weak yellow spill of a security light, listening to the heating pipes tick inside the old prison walls like somebody tapping a spoon against iron. The card said the midnight tour group had to keep 10 feet between each person at all times. 5 minutes earlier, the guide had told us the exact opposite. "Stay close," she'd said. "This place eats sound, and I don't have the lungs to shout down every corridor." My name is Nathan Rourke, 32 male, and at the time I was trying to convince myself I had only come to the old prison because it would make a good story for my channel, not because my little sister had asked me to do something normal with her before she moved across the country. I lived in Philadelphia then, in a third-floor walk-up near South Street, with a radiator that screamed at 2 in the morning, and a kitchen window that looked straight into my neighbor's bathroom if both of us were unlucky. I made videos about abandoned buildings, bad local legends, and tourist traps that charged $26 to show you a basement and call it haunted. I told people I was skeptical because skepticism sounded professional. The truth was worse. I hated not being in control of a room. That was the thing I never said out loud. Not to my sister, not to my friends, not even to myself, unless I was awake too late and the apartment had gone flat and quiet around me. I had booked the midnight tour at the old prison because my sister, Mia Rourke, 27 female, had texted me 3 weeks earlier with a link and a row of skull emojis. Mia was a nurse at Jefferson, the kind of person who could eat vending machine crackers after a 12-hour shift and still remember the name of a patient's dog. She had been offered a job in Portland, Maine, and was leaving in 9 days. She said she wanted one last, dumb Philly thing before she went. Her words, not mine. She said it like she was kidding, but I knew her well enough to hear the soft part under it. I nearly said no. I had edits due. My sponsor wanted a Halloween-adjacent video, even though it was February, and the city still had dirty snow frozen in the gutters. I had a parking ticket tucked into my visor. I had a headache that started behind my right eye whenever I thought about being trapped in a group where I couldn't leave without making a scene. Instead, I said, "Only if I can film B-roll." Mia sent back, "You're disgusting." Fine. So there we were, just before midnight, standing in front of a historic prison in Philadelphia that looked less like a museum and more like a castle the city had forgotten to demolish. The walls rose in long stone faces from Fairmount Avenue, dark and rough and damp from a late winter drizzle. Cars hissed past toward Broad Street. Somewhere behind us, a bus braked with a tired sigh. You could smell wet asphalt, cigarette smoke from the corner, and that old masonry smell, like rain trapped in rock. The tour entrance was lit by 2 floodlights and a crooked sign that read Night History Experience, Special Access Tour. The word haunted did not appear anywhere, which was funny, because every person in line had clearly come hoping for ghosts. Besides Mia and me, there were 6 other guests waiting by the gate when we arrived. I remember them too clearly now because of how ordinary they were. Ordinary people do not stay ordinary in your memory after a bad night. They become evidence. Lena Morris, 30, female, stood ahead of us with a canvas tote bag pressed under one arm and rain beating on the shoulders of her green parka. She taught 8th grade history in Wilmington and had the alert, patient look of someone who spent her days detecting lies before they became fires. She had brought her husband, Caleb Morris, 31 male, who kept rubbing one thumb over the face of his smartwatch as though he could make time behave by polishing it. Caleb worked in software security and had the narrow-eyed calm of a man who thought every locked door had an exploit if you understood the system. Behind them were 2 college kids from Boston, Trevor Hale, 22, male, and Priya Shah, 21, female. Trevor wore a red socks cap backward and kept narrating things to his phone under his breath, making little jokes for a live stream that had maybe 12 viewers. Priya had purple gloves, sharp eyeliner, and the expression of somebody who had agreed to this because saying no would have caused more trouble than going. She laughed at Trevor's jokes, but half a beat late. The last two guests were Martin Voss, 46, male, and his daughter Ellie Voss, 16, female. Martin was from Lancaster, broad-shouldered, quiet, with water darkening the brim of his old Eagles cap. He looked like the kind of dad who checked tire pressure before road trips and carried napkins in every jacket. Ellie had earbuds in one ear and a paperback folded open in her pocket. She was trying very hard to seem bored, which only made her look young. A guard buzzed us through the gate at 11:52 p.m. The sound was harsh and electric, wrong against all that stone. Our guide met us inside the first courtyard under a hanging lamp that swung slightly in the wind. She was maybe in her early 40s, but fatigue can make ages slippery. Her name tag said Rachel Baines, 43, female. Rachel wore a black museum jacket over a gray hoodie, a radio clipped to her shoulder, and old leather boots that looked like they had done more walking than some cars. Her hair was pulled into a loose knot, and she had a small scar at the edge of her chin, pale against the cold reddened skin. "Midnight group?" she asked. Trevor raised his phone. "That's us. Are we allowed to record?" Rachel looked at the phone, then at him. "You can record in the open areas. No flash. No live streaming in restricted sections. If I say put it away, put it away." "Restricted sections," Trevor said, grinning. "Historic building," she said. "Falling plaster, uneven floors, exposed metal, low ceilings. The exciting stuff is mostly liability." Mia leaned toward me and whispered, "That's what you should call your channel. My brand has dignity. Your last video was about a haunted bowling alley. It had 16,000 views. And asbestos, alleged asbestos." Rachel clapped her hands once, not loud, but sharp enough to bring the group in. "Okay, before we start, a few rules. I know you've all signed the waiver. That doesn't mean you read it." Caleb gave a tiny nod, as if appreciating the assumption. Rachel held up one gloved hand and counted on her fingers. "Stay with the group. Do not enter cells unless I say it's okay. Do not touch doors, bars, bedding, display objects, electrical boxes, or anything that looks interesting. Especially if it looks interesting. No running. No smoking. No vaping. No drinking. If you feel dizzy, cold, anxious, claustrophobic, embarrassed, annoyed, or like you might faint because you skipped dinner, tell me. We can stop." Her eyes landed briefly on me when she said anxious, though there was no reason they should have. I had both hands in my jacket pockets to hide the fact that I was squeezing my own thumb hard enough to ache. Mia nudged me with her elbow. "You good? Fine. You're doing that jaw thing." "I have a jaw. It does things." She smiled, but she watched me a second longer. Rachel continued. "The site closes to regular staff at midnight. Maintenance is here until 1. Security is on site all night, and my radio connects to both. That said, these walls interfere with reception. Your phones may drop service inside. That's normal. The building is stone, metal, and bad decisions." That got a small laugh. The prison swallowed it quickly. We entered through a heavy door into the first corridor, and the city noise thinned behind us. I had visited the place once on a school trip in 7th grade, but memory had cleaned it up, made it brighter and simpler. At night, it felt less like a landmark and more like a machine left running after everyone forgot its purpose. The corridor stretched ahead in a long, arched line. Cell doors stood open on either side, their bars painted over so many times the layers had bubbled and chipped. A few museum placards glowed behind protective plastic. A pipe clanked overhead, followed by a slow drip somewhere deep enough that I could not place it. The air smelled of lime dust, rust, old wood, and the faint sourness of wet wool from our coats. Rachel spoke as we walked, her voice low but practiced. She told us about solitary confinement, reform ideals, the radial design, the way the prison had once been considered modern and humane by people who did not have to sleep inside it. She did not try to scare us. I liked her for that. Talked about architecture, overcrowding, budget cuts, riots, preservation problems, human failures, bureaucratic failures, the real ghosts. I filmed 30 seconds of a corridor with my phone held against my chest to stabilize the shot. The screen brightened the bars into blue-gray lines. Mia stepped beside me. "You're actually enjoying this. I enjoy educational programming. You enjoy decay." "That too." Mom asked if you're coming Sunday. I kept the phone up. "Subtle. She made biryani." "Then yes." She also asked if you're mad at me. That made me lower the phone. We had reached an intersection where 3 cell blocks met under a central hub. A skylight above showed only a square of black sky, rain ticking faintly against the glass. Rachel had paused to answer Lena's question about restoration grants. The others drifted in a loose half-circle. "I'm not mad," I said. "You've been weird. You're moving 10 hours away." 7.5. "In whose car?" She looked down the corridor. "I didn't ask you to stop me." "I know. I also didn't ask you to pretend it's nothing." There it was, the thing underneath the dumb Philly outing. Mia could walk into blood, vomit, grief, and fluorescent hospital chaos without blinking, but she hated emotional mess. She would approach it sideways, through jokes, or logistics, or midnight prison tour. I wanted to say something good. Older brother good. Something that would fix the distance already forming before she had even packed her kitchen. Instead, I said, "I'm here, aren't I?" She nodded once, accepting the answer because she did not want to argue in front of strangers. But I saw it land badly. Rachel called us over to the entrance of cell block 7. "This wing is usually closed during day tour," she said. "Structural stabilization started last year, paused for funding, restarted, paused again. You'll see temporary bracing and covered sections. Keep your hands off the supports. They're not props." It into the block was black iron, and taller than it needed to be. Rachel unlocked it with a key from a ring attached to her belt by a retractable cable. The click carried down the corridor and came back thinner. The temperature dropped as soon as we stepped through. Not impossible, not dramatic, just enough that everyone noticed and nobody wanted to be the first to say it. Old buildings hold pockets of air. That was all. Trevor said, "Okay, that's sick." Priya said, "You say that when food arrives too." "I contain multitudes." Ellie pulled out one earbud. "Dad, is it colder in here?" Martin touched her shoulder. "Keep your jacket zipped." Rachel turned back to us. Cell block 7 had plumbing failures for decades. Water intrusion, bad insulation, broken windows before the museum took over. It's colder because it's damp. Watch your step. A work light had been clipped to a temporary beam halfway down the corridor. casting the walls in a raw white glare that made every peeling surface look medical. Plastic sheeting hung over 2 cells, moving gently in air I couldn't feel. There were signs everywhere: do not cross, staff only, uneven floor, hard hat area beyond this point. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number appeared, then vanished before I could read more than 3 words. Rules have changed. The screen went black. I stopped walking. Mia turned. What? My phone died. You charged it in the car. It was at 60%. She held out her hand. Let me see. I pressed the power button. Nothing. No battery symbol. No emergency screen. Just black glass reflecting a slice of my own face. Caleb, a few steps ahead, glanced back. Cold can kill batteries fast. Not that fast, I said. He shrugged. Depends on the battery. It was an explanation. A reasonable one. My phone was old. The port was loose. I had dropped it in a sink once and lied to myself about the rice helping. Still, I could feel the text sitting behind my eyes. Rules have changed. Everything okay? Rachel asked. Phone died, I said. Common in here. We'll be back near the hub in 15. I nodded and slipped the useless thing into my pocket, annoyed at the small wash of panic that came with losing the screen. I hated that too. The dependence. The little rectangle as exit sign, map, witness, excuse. We moved on. Rachel showed us one of the preserved cells through the bars. A narrow bed frame, a bucket, a Bible replica, a tiny skylight cut into the vaulted ceiling. Imagine being alone in this room 23 hours a day, Lena said softly. Trevor lowered his phone. For once, he had no joke. Somewhere behind us, metal scraped. Everyone turned. The sound came again, a slow drag followed by a soft bump. Rachel's expression changed before her body moved. Not fear, assessment. She raised one hand, telling us to stay put, and shone her flashlight back toward the gate. Maintenance, she called. The corridor held her voice and returned it in pieces. No answer. Another bump. Priya stepped closer to Trevor. Martin moved slightly in front of Ellie without making a big show of it. Mia looked at me, and I saw her hospital face come on, focused, calm, waiting for information. Rachel pressed the button on her shoulder radio. Rachel to base, can you confirm maintenance in 7? Static answered. Then a man's voice broke through, flattened by interference. Say again. Can you confirm maintenance in cell block 7? A hiss, a crackle, something like a cough. Then no maintenance in 7. Rachel did not move for half a second. Caleb said, could be the plastic. Could be, Rachel said. She walked back toward the gate, slow, flashlight beam moving low over the floor. Nobody followed at first. Then Lena took one step, maybe because leaving someone alone felt worse than disobeying. Caleb caught her sleeve. She gave him a look, and he let go. Rachel reached the gate. The laminated rule card lay on the floor just inside it. It had not been there when we entered. I was almost sure, not completely sure. That was the maddening part. Old floor, bad lighting, 8 guests, guide talking, rain tapping overhead. Maybe it had been tucked near the wall. Maybe someone's boot had kicked it loose. Rachel bent and picked it up. What is it? Mia asked. Rachel did not answer right away. She wiped grit off the plastic with her thumb and read. Her mouth tightened. The radio on her shoulder gave a short pop of static that made Ellie flinch. Trevor tried to laugh. New waiver. Rachel looked past us down the corridor, not at any person exactly. Then she turned the card around. The heading said Midnight Tour Rules, CELLBLOCK7. Under it, in plain black type, were 6 numbered instructions. Keep 10 feet between each guest at all times. Do not speak while passing occupied cells. If a guide gives instructions that contradict this card, request a second guide. Do not look into cell 7B after 12:17 a.m. Count your group at every gate. Do not proceed with extra guests. The tour ends only when the gate closes behind you. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Trevor said, too loud, "That is incredible." Priya hit his arm. "Don't. No, I mean, come on. That's obviously part of it." "It isn't," Rachel said. Those 2 words did more than the card had. They took the fun out of the air. Rachel turned the card over. The back was blank except for a printed museum logo and a small QR code. She scanned it with her flashlight as though the paper itself had insulted her. Caleb leaned in, careful not to touch it. "Looks professionally printed. The museum uses these for school groups," Rachel said. "Daytime rule cards, different text." "So someone swapped it," Lena said. Rachel looked toward the gate again. "Or dropped it." "Dropped it when?" Martin asked. Rachel's jaw worked once. "It's what I'm going to find out." Mia said, "What's cell 7B?" Rachel's eyes flicked down the corridor. "A cell? That's not an answer. It's an empty cell." The radio crackled again. "Rachel," she pressed it. "Go. Everything okay?" Rachel kept looking down the corridor. "We found a card in 7, not ours." A pause. Then the radio voice said, "Bring the group back to the hub." Rachel answered immediately, "Copy." I felt relief so sharp it embarrassed me. Back to the hub. Back through the gate. Back to the part with working lights and fewer warning signs. Maybe back outside under the rain and traffic, where a stupid prank could become a refund and a story. Rachel tucked the card under her arm. "We're going to step back for a minute." Trevor groaned. "Seriously, we just got to the good part." "The good part is not getting sued," Rachel said. "We started toward the gate. That was when the work light halfway down cell block 7 went out. Not flickered, not dimmed. Out. Corridor snapped into Rachel's flashlight beam and the yellow emergency bulb above the gate. Beyond the beam, plastic sheeting whispered against itself. Someone exhaled through their teeth. My eyes tried to assemble shapes from the dark and kept getting it wrong. Rachel stopped. "Everyone stay where you are." Caleb's watch lit his wrist. "It's 12:14. "Did anyone touch the cable?" Rachel asked. "No," Martin said. "I didn't," Trevor said, less offended than scared. The radio made a wet clicking sound. Rachel raised it. "Base, the work light in 7 just failed. We're returning to hub." No answer. "Base, static." Then the man's voice came through, but farther away this time, chopped into pieces. "Don't bring," Rachel pressed the radio closer to her ear. "Repeat." Gate closed, the signal died. Mia whispered, "That sounded like 'don't bring.'" "Nobody knows what it sounded like," I said too quickly. She looked at me. I hated the old instinct in myself, the need to flatten fear before it had a name. Hated it more because I was scared too. Rachel unclipped a small flashlight from her belt and handed it to Martin. "Point that at the floor, slowly. Everyone watch your footing. We go back together." "What about the 10 feet thing?" Priya asked. Rachel looked at the rule card under her arm, then down the corridor toward the dark, then back at us. "The card isn't procedure," she said. "But your radio just told you to bring us back," Caleb said. "Then maybe not to bring us back." "It's interference." "Was it?" Lena said his name quietly. "Caleb." He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "I'm not trying to be difficult, but if this is a prank, we should leave. If it isn't a prank, we should still leave. The only question is whether walking back through that gate is safer than waiting here for security to come to us." Rachel did not snap at him. That made me trust her more and feel worse. She looked at the group one by one, counting us with her eyes. Me, Mia, Lena, Caleb, Trevor, Priya, Martin, Ellie, 8 guests, 1 guide. Rain tapped the high windows. Pipes ticked. From somewhere deeper in the block came a tiny metallic sound, like a screw dropping onto concrete and rolling until it met a wall. Rachel swallowed. "Okay," she said. "Here's the choice. We can move back to the hub now together, with lights on the floor and nobody wandering. Or we can stay right here while I try the radio again and wait for Base to come to the 7 gate." Trevor opened his mouth, then closed it. Ellie slipped her remaining earbud out. Nobody joked. The old prison settled around us with its damp stone smell and its rusted doors and its corridors built by men who believed isolation could improve a soul. Rachel held the wrong rule card against her side, like evidence she did not want to submit yet. At 12:15 a.m., with the gate visible behind us and cell 7B somewhere ahead in the dark, we stood in a line that was no longer a tour group and tried to decide which set of rules we were willing to trust. Nobody wanted to be the first one to vote wrong. That was the stupid part. Adults, most of us, standing in a shut-down prison wing after midnight with bad lights, and a guide who suddenly looked less like a tour guide and more like somebody trying to remember emergency training she had only skimmed. And still, for a few seconds, the room had that awkward dinner table feeling. Who speaks first? Who makes it serious? Who admits the fun thing isn't fun anymore? Rachel solved it for us. "We're going back to the hub," she said. "No debate. Martin, keep that light low. Everyone stay close enough to see the person in front of you. Do not touch the walls." Caleb raised one finger. "You just said no debate, but then don't. I'm not trying to undermine you. You are. I'm trying to make sure we don't walk into a problem we already know exists." Rachel turned on him, and the beam from her flashlight cut across his rain-specked glasses. "Problem is this wing has no reliable radio, no working work light, and a group of civilians in an active stabilization area. Procedure is to get you back to the central hub. And the card said count at every gate," Priya said. Rachel's mouth tightened. "The card is not procedure. But counting is harmless," Lena said, her voice careful, teacher voice. "To escalation without making anyone feel handled. Right, we're 9 including you." Rachel looked annoyed at the logic of it, but she nodded once. "And we count." She pointed with the flashlight as if assigning seats on a bus. "Nathan, here," I said, then immediately hated myself for answering like roll call. "Mia, here, Lena, yes, Caleb, here, Trevor." Trevor lifted his phone, which had become a useless black rectangle. Present and increasingly opposed to the vibe. "Priya, here, Martin, here, Ellie." Ellie's voice came small from behind him. "Here, Rachel," she finished. 9, we move. For 3 steps, it worked. That is how most bad decisions disguise themselves at first. They work just long enough to become decisions you can't take back. Martin's flashlight painted the floor in a jittering oval, catching broken grit, water stains, little curls of old paint. Rachel walked backward for a few paces, keeping us in her beam, then turned and led us toward the gate. The emergency bulb above it glowed dim and yellow, a sick little sun. Beyond the bars, I could see the corridor to the hub. Open space, better light, exit signs. My body wanted to go there so badly that every muscle leaned toward it. Mia walked beside me. Too close, according to the wrong card, just close enough, according to Rachel. I could hear her breathing through her nose. Calm, controlled. She had done that in hospital elevators before hard cases, a measured breath in, a longer one out. I used to tease her about it. I wasn't teasing now. You okay? She asked without looking at me. Yeah, don't lie for sport. I'm functioning. That's not the same. It's what's available. She almost smiled. Then the gate buzzed, not the sharp release buzz from earlier. This was lower. A grinding electric hum that started inside the lock housing and crawled through the bars. Rachel froze with her hand inches from the gate handle. Don't touch it, Caleb said. Rachel didn't need him to say it. She pulled her hand back. The hum stopped. Then the gate magnet clacked. The gate did not open. Rachel tried her radio. Base, 7 gate is not releasing. Repeat, 7 gate is not releasing. Static. She tried the handle anyway carefully, using 2 fingers on the lower part like the metal might bite. The gate shuddered in its frame and held. Is it locked? Trevor asked. Rachel gave him a look. Yes, but you have a key. The key operates the mechanical cylinder. The magnetic lock releases from security. Caleb stepped forward, then stopped when Rachel snapped. Do not crowd the gate. He held up both hands. Maglocks fail locked if they lose power, depending on configuration. This building has backup power, Rachel said. Maybe not to this gate. It opened 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago the work light worked. That landed. Rain tapped the high glass above us. Somewhere behind the walls, plumbing gave a deep knock, then another, like an old radiator waking angry. The corridor felt narrower with the gate shut. I could see the hub, but the bars made it a picture of safety, not safety itself. Rachel knelt by a small metal box mounted on the wall near the frame. She wiped dust from its face and lifted a hinged cover. Inside was a keypad and a little red indicator light. Manual override, Caleb asked. Staff code, Rachel said. She punched in 6 numbers. The keypad beeped once. The red light stayed red. She punched them again slower. Same beep, no release. Her face changed in a way I did not like. What? Lena asked. Code didn't take. Could you have mistyped? Trevor said. Rachel turned slowly. Just asking, he said, softer. She tried a 3rd time, a longer beep, then nothing. Rachel stood and spoke into her radio with deliberate calm. Base staff access code is not releasing 7 gate. I need security to open from the hub side. We have 8 guests inside. No injuries. The radio spat static. A voice broke through, thin and warped. Rachel, confirm your count. Rachel closed her eyes briefly. 8 guests, 1 guide. Say again. 8 guests, 1 guide. A burst of static chewed the next words. Then we heard, we show gate opened at 12:08 and closed at 12:11. Rachel looked at the gate hinges. That's impossible. The gate has been open. Caleb leaned toward the keypad. Could the system log be wrong? Base, Rachel said, ignoring him. Can you release remotely? A pause. Negative. Panel says open. Rachel stared at the locked gate. Mia said, if it thinks it's open, maybe it won't send another release. Caleb nodded. Door position sensor failure, or someone bypassed it. Priya rubbed her gloved palms down the sides of her coat. Someone, maintenance issue, Rachel said sharply, but she did not sound convinced. Another voice came over the radio, different this time. Female, older, clipped. Rachel, this is Darlene. Keep the group at 7 gate. I'm sending Ray from security with a manual key. How long? Rachel asked. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not long unless you are trapped somewhere. Then it becomes a full weather system. It presses on your ears. It changes how people stand. Rachel turned to us. We wait here. Nobody wanders. Nobody films. My phone's dead anyway, Trevor muttered. So is mine, Priya said. That made us all look at her. She pressed her power button. Nothing. It was at 80. Caleb checked his own. Mine's on, but no service. He held it up. Batteries dropping fast. Mia pulled hers out. Mine too. I did not like how everyone reached for a screen at once, like people checking wounds after a crash. Small private lights came up. Caleb's phone showed 22% and falling. Mia's showed 9. Trevor's wouldn't start. Ellie's had a cracked case, and a lock screen photo of a dog had flickered once, then dimmed hard enough that she tapped it with her thumb. Dad, Martin looked over. Save the battery. I didn't do anything. Just put it away. She did, but her face had gone pinched. Lena turned to Rachel. Could there be some kind of electrical issue in the wing? Something draining devices, Caleb answered before Rachel could. Cold, old batteries, poor signal causing power drain, maybe interference from equipment. It's not impossible. Thank you, Rachel said. He looked at her. I didn't say good. A sound came from farther down cell block 7, not the screw roll sound from before. This was heavier. A door moving. One slow hinge complaint, metal on metal, ending with a dull tap. Rachel's flashlight snapped down the corridor. The beam stopped on the plastic sheeting 20 yards away. It moved in a lazy inward billow, then settled. Behind it were 2 covered cells, and the dark mouth of the corridor continuing past the work area. Is that the way to 7B? Mia asked. Rachel didn't answer fast enough. It is, Caleb said, looking at the rule card still tucked under Rachel's arm. Rachel pulled the card out, folded it once, and shoved it into her jacket pocket, as if hiding it could undo it. Nobody is going down there. Trevor swallowed. Great, strong agreement. We waited. At first, waiting felt like doing something. We stood near the gate with our backs to the bars, flashlights pointed into the wing, the way people in movies stand when they know exactly where the danger is. But real fear is untidy. People shifted. Trevor kept whispering to Priya, and she kept telling him to stop. Caleb crouched near the keypad, not touching it, studying the seams of the box. Lena watched Rachel more than she watched the corridor. Martin kept one arm in front of Ellie, and Ellie stared at the floor like she was trying not to cry by force. Mia stayed beside me. I kept looking at the hub through the bars. The exit sign out there buzzed faintly, green and ordinary. That was the part that started grinding at me. Safety was not far away. It was 10 feet beyond the locked gate, maybe 15. I could see the wide central space where Rachel had talked about architecture, the benches where school groups probably sat, the smooth path back toward the courtyard. I could map the route in my head. Gate, hub, entry corridor, courtyard door, outside air. But the map was useless if the door did not open. I pressed my thumb into the side of my index finger until the nail hurt. Mia noticed. Of course she did. Nate, don't. I didn't say anything. You used the nurse voice. I'm your sister. I have several annoying voices. I'm fine. She leaned in slightly. You're about to start managing everyone because you can't manage yourself. That stung because it was accurate. My flaw was not panic, exactly. Panic would have been cleaner. My flaw was needing the room to obey me when I got scared. I made plans. I corrected people. I took charge of things I did not understand. When we were kids and our dad got sick, I became the 10-year-old who reminded adults about pills and bills and whether the stove was off. Everyone praised me for being responsible. So I never learned how ugly responsibility could get when it was just fear wearing a clean shirt. I'm not managing anyone, I said. Behind us, Caleb said. There may be a release plate on the other side. I turned. Can you open it? Mia closed her eyes. Nathan, Caleb stood. I said there may be. Not that I can pick a museum-grade lock with my bare hands. Rachel stepped between him and the gate. Nobody tampers with the lock. We're locked in, I said. Tampering feels relative. We wait for security. It's been longer than 5 minutes. Rachel checked her watch. So did Caleb. 12:21 a.m. that moved through us without anyone saying why. 12:17 had passed. Nobody had looked into cell 7B because nobody had gone near it, and that should have made the rule ridiculous. Instead, it made the corridor beyond the plastic feel occupied by a deadline we had missed without knowing what it meant. Rachel pressed her radio. Base, status on Ray, static. Darlene, status on Ray, nothing. She tried again. Base, respond. The radio clicked twice. Then a voice, very faint. Not at gate, Rachel lifted the radio higher, angling her body as if reception were a physical draft she could catch. Repeat. Ray is not static. Hub. Rachel's eyes went to the open space beyond the bars. The hub was empty. No security guard, no flashlight, no footsteps. Maybe he's coming another way, Lena said. Rachel said. There isn't another way to this gate. Caleb pointed down the block. What about the far end? No public access. That isn't what I asked. Rachel said nothing. A small sound came from Ellie. Not a scream, worse. A tight little breath that had gotten stuck halfway out. Martin turned. Elle, she pointed down at her shoes. Water was spreading across the floor. A thin black sheet, almost invisible until Martin's flashlight caught its shine. It moved from deeper in the cell block toward the gate, filling cracks in the concrete, carrying flecks of paint and grit. It touched the edge of Ellie's sneaker and curved around it. Rachel crouched, touched 2 fingers to the floor, then smelled them. What is it? Trevor asked. Water. From where? She stood. Cell block 7 has plumbing problems. Active plumbing? Lena asked. Old lines run under parts of the floor. There are drains. The water crept wider. Caleb moved his flashlight beam along it. It's moving toward us because this part slopes down. How deep can it get? Priya asked. It shouldn't get deep, Rachel said. That word shouldn't have become useless tonight. The radio crackled hard enough to make Rachel flinch. Darlene's voice came through, broken but understandable. Rachel, listen. We've got an alarm on the service panel in 7. Possible leak near the old boiler feed. Facilities says if water reaches the temporary power line, the breaker should trip, but they're not sure what's still live. You need to move the group off the low section. Rachel looked at the cable snaking from the dead work light across the floor near the plastic sheeting. A rubber line, half taped down, disappearing behind a brace. Base, the gate is locked, she said. I know. Ray is trying to override from the main panel. Ray isn't at the hub. A pause. What do you mean? Rachel stared through the bars. I mean I can see the hub. He's not here. Static rose and fell like breathing. Then Darlene said, stay away from standing water. The radio cut out. For a second, the only sound was water ticking into water somewhere ahead of us. Then everyone moved at once. Not running, not yet, but that nervous animal shuffling people do when the floor beneath them becomes part of the threat. Martin lifted Ellie by the shoulders and moved her closer to the wall. Trevor backed into Priya and she shoved him off. Lena grabbed Caleb's sleeve this time and didn't let go. Rachel threw her flashlight beam across the floor, searching for the highest patch. "Up on the left," she said. "Against the wall, slowly. Step where I step." The water was still shallow, barely enough to wet the soles, but the idea of electricity changed everything. Every cable became a snake. Every puddle became a decision. I looked at the gate, looked at the keypad, looked at the hub. I could not stand it. "Rachel, give me the key," I said. She turned. "No, the mechanical cylinder might still work if the maglock's confused." "I already told you, then let me try." "No, we can't stand in water waiting for a guard who isn't there." She came close enough that I could see the tired red veins at the corners of her eyes. "And if you break the key in a 100-year-old gate while security is trying to release it from the panel, it's not a 100-year-old magnetic lock. You know what I mean. I know we're locked in." Mia grabbed my arm. "Stop." The word was quiet, but it cut through me. I turned on her harder than I meant to. "You have a better idea." She looked hurt for half a second. Then her face closed. "Yes. Shut up and listen to the person who works here." I knew she was right. I also knew I was scared enough not to care. Water touched the edge of my boot. Cold, immediate, real. Rachel pointed to the left wall. "Move now." We moved. The high strip along the wall was maybe 6 inches above the center of the corridor, where old concrete had lifted near the foundation. We lined up there awkwardly, backs near damp stone, facing the dark center of cell block 7. Rachel counted us again, voice clipped. "Nathan. Here, Mia. Here, Lena. Here, Caleb. Here, Trevor. Here, Priya. Here, Martin. Here, Ellie." No answer. Martin spun. Ellie. She had been behind him 1 second earlier. The flashlight beam jerked. Ellie was 10 feet away, halfway toward the gate, standing ankle deep in the black water. Martin's voice cracked. "I dropped my book," she said. It sounded absurd. A book. In all of this, she had gone after a book. But then I saw it floating near the center of the corridor, pages spread like a dead bird. Martin stepped off the raised strip. Rachel barked, "Don't." He stopped with one boot in the water. Ellie looked from him to us, suddenly understanding everyone's faces. "I'm sorry." "Stay still," Mia said, nurse voice now, full strength. "Ellie, don't move. Keep both feet where they are." The cable from the dead work light lay 6 or 7 feet behind her, partly under the water. Caleb said, "If the breaker tripped when the light went out, it may be dead." "Maybe," Lena snapped. "I know," Rachel spoke into the radio. "Base, we have a guest in standing water near the 7 gate. I need power confirmed off to temporary lines now. Static. Base. No response." Martin's breathing was loud. "I'm going to get her." "Wait," Mia said, "that's my daughter. And if there's current, you both go down." That stopped him because it had to. Ellie began to cry silently, tears shining on her cheeks in the flashlight beam. Her hands hovered at her sides, fingers spread, as though touching anything might complete a circuit. My own heartbeat was up in my throat. I looked at the distance, looked at the puddle, looked at the plastic, "Do not cross" barrier poles stacked near the wall beside us. A plan formed. A plan is a drug when you're afraid. "We can bridge it," I said. "Use the plastic poles. Get her to shuffle toward the raised edge." Caleb looked. "Those aren't rated for weight. She's not climbing them. We use them to test the water and give her balance." Mia said, "Not metal, plastic." Rachel hesitated. That hesitation was permission enough for me, which was exactly the kind of thing Mia had warned me about. I grabbed one of the barrier poles. Rachel cursed under her breath, but didn't stop me. The plastic was slick and colder than I expected. extended it toward Ellie, keeping my feet on the raised strip. "Ellie," I said, trying to make my voice sound like it belonged to someone calm. "Take the end. Don't step yet." She reached. Too far, her foot slid. Not much, just enough. Her sneaker made a wet squeak, and she windmilled one arm. Martin lunged. Mia caught the back of his jacket with both hands and nearly went down herself. Lena grabbed Mia's waist. For one ugly second, all three of them tilted toward the water. Ellie recovered, sobbing once. "Everybody stop moving," Rachel shouted. Her voice filled the corridor, cracked against the bars, and came back at us. Then, from beyond the plastic sheeting down the dark end of cell block 7, someone shouted back. "Rachel," a man's voice. Not on the radio, in the wing. Rachel went still. The water kept spreading. The voice came again, muffled but closer than it should have been. "Rachel, don't open the gate." Nobody breathed right. Rachel lifted her flashlight toward the plastic sheeting. "Ray," she called. The plastic stirred. A shape pressed against it from the other side, broad at the shoulders, bent slightly forward. Human, definitely human. The beam caught the outline through cloudy plastic, jacket, arm, head, maybe a cap. Rachel took one step toward it, then stopped because the water was between them. "Ray, identify yourself," she said. The shape did not answer. Instead, behind us, the gate magnet clacked again. The red light on the keypad turned green. The gate eased open 2 inches toward the hub. Not enough to free us. Enough to make a choice. At the same moment, the plastic sheeting split with a long, soft rip from top to bottom, and the person behind it pushed one gloved hand through into our light. Rachel's radio crackled in her pocket. Darlene's voice burst out, clear for the first time all night. "Rachel, Ray is with me at the main panel. Do not trust anyone inside 7. The gate opened another inch. Ellie stood in the water between us and the exit, crying too hard to speak, while the unknown man behind the torn plastic reached farther through and said, in a voice that sounded almost kind, "The breaker S about to go. Move her now." The gate was open just wide enough to make cowards out of all of us. 2 inches, maybe 3. A slice of the hub showed beyond the bars. Gray floor, green exit sign, the edge of a bench. Safe things. Normal things. The kind of space where you could pretend this was a weird maintenance issue, and not a group of strangers pinned between rising water and a man who was not supposed to be there. Ellie stood between us and that gap, ankle deep in black water, shaking so hard the beam from Martin's flashlight trembled off her jacket. The torn plastic sheeting hung down the corridor to our right, about 20 yards away, separating the public portion of cell block 7 from the stabilization area. Behind it, the unknown man's gloved hand stayed out in the light, palm open, as if he were proving he had nothing in it. "Move her now," he said, the temporary line S still live. Rachel had her radio clenched in one hand and her flashlight in the other. "Identify yourself." "No time. Name." The man's hand withdrew a little. The plastic breathed in and out around the tier. "You don't know me." That was not the comforting answer he may have thought it was. His voice crackled from Rachel's radio again, thinner now. "Rachel, keep distance. Ray says main panel shows 7 gates cycling open. He didn't send it." Caleb said, "Someone is controlling the lock locally." Rachel looked at the keypad beside the gate. Green light, open status. The gate had eased another inch, but the magnetic lock still held it mostly in place, like something inside the mechanism could not decide whether to release or refuse. Mia said, "Ellie first. We solve the rest after." That cut through everything. Rachel nodded. "Ellie, listen to Mia. Don't lift your feet." Shuffle toward Nathan's voice. Ellie made a small sound. "I can't." "You can," Mia said. "Small movements. Keep both feet on the floor. Don't reach for the book." "My feet are numb." "I know, that's okay. You're still standing." Martin's face had gone gray. "Let me take the pole." "No," Rachel said. "She's my daughter. And if you go down, she watches it happen." That shut him up, but it nearly broke him. He pressed one fist to his mouth, hard enough to leave his knuckles white. I held out the plastic barrier pole toward Ellie. It was light, flimsy, meant to hold a warning sign, not a 16-year-old's life. The far end wobbled over the water. "Ellie," I said, "2 hands. Don't pull, just touch it." She reached and caught it. For 1 second, I thought the plan might work. Then the gate motor jerked. The bars moved inward another few inches with a squeal so loud it made all of us flinch. Ellie, startled, yanked the pole, and my wet boot slipped off the raised concrete lip. My left foot went into the water. Cold shot up my leg. Mia grabbed the back of my jacket and hauled me against the wall. The pole clattered down between me and Ellie, splashing water over both of us. "Nathan," Mia snapped. "I'm fine." "Don't say that." A sharp sting opened along my left shin. I looked down and saw a dark slice in my jeans, where something under the water had cut me broken glass, rusted metal. A screw. I had no idea. Blood mixed with the water in a faint reddish thread that vanished almost instantly. "Out," Mia said. "Foot out now." I got it back onto the raised strip. My heart was hammering so hard I felt it in my teeth. First attempt failed. Ellie was still stranded, and now I had a cut leg, which was exactly the kind of small injury that becomes big in a place full of rust and filthy water. Mia crouched, ignoring my protest, and pressed the cuff of my jeans up with 2 fingers. "It's not deep." "Great. Tour includes triage." "Shut up," but her voice shook. Down the corridor, the man behind the plastic said, "Use the wooden planks. They're stacked by the west brace." Rachel swung her flashlight toward the torn sheeting. "How do you know that?" "I worked this block." "When?" No answer. Caleb whispered, "Could be a contractor." "Could be the person who made the card," Priya whispered back. Trevor said, "Why would a contractor make a creepy card?" Priya turned on him. "Why are you still asking questions like this is a podcast?" He looked down, ashamed. Rachel scanned the left wall where temporary braces had been installed. A stack of narrow plywood sheets rested under a sign that read floor access closed. They were on our side of the water, just beyond Lena and Caleb. Not planks exactly, more like construction sheets, but better than a plastic pole. "We can bridge from here to the gate threshold," Caleb said, "not to Ellie. Angle one sheet from the raised strip to the dryer patch by the gate. Get someone close enough to reach her." "Someone light," Martin said immediately. "I'll go." "You are not light," Lena said. "I don't care." "I do," she said, surprising all of us with the force in it. "Because if that board tips, you take Ellie with you." Rachel pointed to Trevor. "You help Caleb slide one sheet over, slowly." Trevor obeyed without a joke. That scared me more than his jokes had. They dragged a plywood sheet along the raised strip. It scraped against the wall, sending dust down in a dry little shower. The sound traveled down the cell block and came back twisted. For a moment, it sounded like footsteps running on the tier above us. Ellie heard it and began sobbing harder. "Someone's up there." Rachel's flashlight snapped upward. Above the cells, The old catwalk was closed off behind rusted railings and safety netting. In the beam, something moved fast along the upper level, a pale shape between bars. Priya screamed. Trevor grabbed her. The pale thing swung down, hit the wall, and dangled there. Not a person. A strip of loose plastic wrap from the construction netting had torn free in the draft from the broken window above and was flapping against the railing, its end snapping like a hand slapping metal. Rachel kept the light on it until everyone saw. Plastic, she said. Just plastic. Nobody laughed with relief. Relief was too expensive now. Caleb and Trevor set the plywood sheet across the shallow water, one end on the raised strip, the other angled toward a drier mound near the gate frame. It bowed slightly in the middle. Weight limit, I asked. Caleb looked at me. Unknown. Love that, Rachel said. I'll go. No, Mia said at once. You're our radio. She's my responsibility. You go down, we lose the person who knows the building. Rachel hated that. I could see it. Responsibility pulled at her from two sides. Mia stripped off her coat and handed it to me. I'm lighter than most of you. No, I said. She looked at me. Do not start. You're not walking over standing water on scrap plywood. Nathan, Mia, her eyes sharpened. You don't get to control this because you're scared. The words landed in front of everyone. I felt my face heat even in the cold. She softened immediately, but not enough to take them back. I know what I'm doing. You're a nurse, not a rescue worker. And right now, that puts me ahead of the YouTube guy with a bleeding leg. Caleb cleared his throat. She should keep 3 points of contact. Use the wall, the board, and the pole. Lena handed Mia the plastic pole I had dropped, wiping the wet end on her sleeve first, as if that mattered. Mia stepped onto the plywood. It flexed with a damp groan. Martin whispered, please. Mia moved slowly, one foot placed flat, then the other, pole pressed into the shallowest part of the water for balance. The board dipped. Water lapped over its edges. She got halfway. Then the gate moved again. This time it opened wider, a full foot, then stopped with a metallic bang. The plywood shifted from the vibration. Mia dropped to one knee on it, catching herself with the pole. The board slid 2 inches toward the center of the corridor. Mia, I shouted, I'm okay. She was not okay. I could hear it in her breath. The man behind the plastic said, don't use the gate. It's drawing current through the frame. Caleb looked sharply at the bars. What? That's why it's cycling. Rachel snapped. Are you an electrician? No, then stop giving instructions. I've seen what happens here. Where is here? Lena asked. The man's answer was swallowed by static from Rachel's radio. Darlene came through again. Rachel, main breaker for temp work, is locked behind the service cage. Facilities can't confirm shutoff. Ray says the panel's been accessed recently. Rachel pressed the radio button. By who? Unknown. Security log shows contractor badge entry at 11:43 p.m. Rachel looked toward the torn plastic. What contractor? Static. Darlene, nothing. New fact. Contractor badge at 11:43. Someone inside before us. Someone who knew the block well enough to talk about planks and current, but not willing to give a name. Mia reached the end of the plywood, close enough to Ellie now that they could touch fingertips. Ellie, Mia said, when I tell you, you're going to take my hand and shuffle onto the board. I can't. You can. Look at me. Ellie looked at her. Good. Not at the water. Not at the cable. At me. Mia extended her hand. Ellie reached. Their fingers touched. Then the overhead emergency bulb above the gate exploded. Not burned out. Exploded. Glass popped and sprayed down across the gate threshold. Darkness slammed into the hub side, leaving only Rachel's flashlight, Martin's flashlight, and the weak glow of Caleb's watch. Ellie screamed and lurched backward. Mia lunged for her. For one terrible second, both of them were off balance, the plywood sliding, the water rippling around the cable. Martin broke. He stepped fully into the water. "Martin, no," Rachel shouted. He reached Ellie in 3 long strides and grabbed the back of her jacket. Nothing happened. No shock, no collapse, no blue flash. Just a father hauling his kid out of panic with raw, stupid love. Mia grabbed Ellie's arm. Together, they got her onto the plywood, then to the raised strip. Martin followed, soaked to mid-calf, breathing like he had run a mile. Second attempt, partial success. Ellie was out, but the gate area was now darker, glass-covered, and maybe energized. Mia's right palm was bleeding from where she had caught herself on a splintered edge of plywood. Martin's boots squelched. Ellie folded against him and cried into his jacket without trying to hide it anymore. I wanted to hug Mia. I wanted to yell at her. I wanted to apologize. The feelings jammed together until all I could do was say, "Your hand." She looked at it. "Splinter, I'm fine." "Don't say that," I said, and she gave me the smallest, tired smile because she heard herself in it. Rachel took one step toward the gate, then stopped. With the emergency bulb gone, the hub beyond looked less like rescue and more like another dark room. The green exit sign still glowed farther out, but weaker now, half obscured by bars. Caleb crouched and shone his phone screen toward the gate threshold. Glass everywhere, and the bottom of the gate is sitting in water. Lena said, "Can we open it wider without touching metal?" Rachel aimed her flashlight at the keypad. The green indicator had started blinking. "Maybe," Caleb said, "but we don't know whether that frame is live, and if someone is cycling it remotely or from a local panel, it could move while people are passing through." Trevor whispered, "So we can't leave." "Nobody said that," Rachel said. "You didn't have to." The unknown man behind the torn plastic pushed through farther. His shoulder appeared, then the side of his head. He wore a dark beanie, a work jacket, and safety glasses fogged white. His face was partly covered by a dust mask hanging loose under his chin. White male, maybe late 30s or 40s. Wet hair stuck at his temple. He looked frightened in a practical way, like a man who had already made one bad calculation and was now doing math faster than fear. Rachel raised her flashlight directly into his eyes. "Stop there," he froze. "Name, Evan. Last name," he hesitated. Rachel's voice hardened. "Last name." "Pike," Caleb said, "contractor." Evan Pike looked at the water at the gate, all of us arranged along the wall like people waiting for bad news. "Restoration subcontractor. Electrical prep, mostly." "Are you here after hours?" Rachel asked. He wiped his mouth with the back of one glove. "Because someone asked me to be." "Who?" "I thought it was your operations manager." Rachel's face tightened. "Darlene, no, a man. Email said emergency sensor issue before tonight's tour. Paid extra." Rachel said, "We don't bring contractors in during tour." "I know that now." "You made the card?" Priya asked. Evan looked confused. "What card?" Nobody believed confusion anymore, even when it looked real. Rachel pulled the laminated rule card from her jacket and held it up. Evan stared at it. The beam caught sweat on his forehead despite the cold. "No," he said. "No, I saw one of those by the service cage." "What service cage?" Caleb asked. Evan pointed down past the torn plastic. "End of 7. Left turn. Old utility alcove. There's a breaker box and a maintenance door to the exterior yard. Rachel shook her head. That door is alarmed and bolted. Not tonight. The corridor seemed to tilt around that sentence. A maintenance door to the exterior yard. Another way out. Also another way in. Mia wrapped her bleeding hand in a scarf Lena handed her. Can we use it? Rachel looked toward the gate, then toward the dark behind Evan. You could see the calculation. Wait at the gate with water rising and unreliable power, or move deeper into a closed construction zone with an unidentified contractor who might be lying. Darlene's radio voice returned in pieces. Rachel, listen, do not service. Rachel pressed the button. Repeat, Darlene. Do not use, static swallowed the rest. Evan said, the service door opens to the east yard. From there, you can reach the staff lot. Rachel said, then why didn't you leave? He looked behind him. For the first time, I saw real fear overtake the practical kind. Because somebody shut the cage after I came through. Caleb said, somebody. Evan nodded once. And I don't think it was security. A heavy clank came from the hub side of the gate. All of us turned. The gate, which had been cracked open, began sliding shut. Slowly, smoothly. No, Rachel said. Caleb jumped toward the keypad, then stopped short of the water and metal frame. Can we wedge it? With what? Lena asked. Plywood. The plywood is in the water, Mia said. The gap narrowed from a foot to 6 inches. Trevor grabbed the plastic barrier pole and shoved it toward the opening. Rachel knocked it away before it touched the bars. It could be live. The gate closed with a final magnetic thud. The green light turned red. The hub was gone again. Then the keypad screen went dark. No red, no green, no beep, just dead. For a moment, nobody spoke. The retreat route had not merely failed. It had erased itself. Water continued spreading along the center channel of the corridor. It had reached the low cells on the right now, lapping over thresholds, carrying Ellie's ruined paperback, until it bumped against the gate and opened to a page no one could read. The air smelled sharper, metallic, mixed with wet plaster and something hot, like insulation warming behind a wall. Rachel's radio gave one last burst. Darlene said, Rachel, if you can hear me, get them out of 7. Main system is down. We're calling police and fire. Then nothing. Rachel tried to answer. The radio clicked uselessly. Mia looked at me. Her face was pale. She was still holding her injured hand against her chest. I wanted to say I was sorry, for before, for always, for thinking control and care were the same thing. Rachel looked at Evan Pike. Show me the service door, she said. Martin lifted Ellie into his arms, though she was too big for it, and he was already exhausted. Caleb helped Lena step over the plywood. Priya took Trevor's phone from his shaking hand and shoved it into his pocket, like she couldn't bear to watch him keep trying a dead screen. We turned away from the locked gate. That was the point where the tour ended, even if the building would not admit it. Ahead of us, beyond the torn plastic, cell block 7 narrowed into a construction corridor with temporary braces, hanging sheets, exposed cable, and the promised left turn toward a service cage none of us had seen. Behind us was the sealed gate, the dark hub, and the exit sign glowing on the wrong side of iron. Rachel stepped through the ripped plastic first. One by one, we followed her deeper into the closed part of the prison, because the only way out had become the way the wrong rule card had warned us not to go. The closed part of cell block 7 was not built for tour. It was not even built for fear, really. Fear gives places too much credit. This part was built for labor, for ladders and conduit and half-finished work orders, for men in boots dragging plywood through old cells while the museum stayed open just enough to pay its bills. Past the torn plastic, the corridor narrowed and bent, left around a row of covered cells. Temporary braces leaned against the walls like crutches. Yellow extension cords hung from hooks. A roll of insulation had split open beside a pallet of mortar bags, and the damp air carried that hot electrical smell stronger now, sharp enough to sting the back of my nose. Evan Pike moved ahead of Rachel with both hands visible. "Slow," Rachel told him. "I'm going slow." "Slower," he obeyed. Martin carried Ellie for 15 yards before his knees started to buckle. Lena and Priya helped him set her down on the driest part of the walkway. Ellie could stand, but barely. Her socks squelched inside her shoes. She kept whispering, "I'm sorry," until Priya finally said, "Stop apologizing. You're alive. That's the job." Trevor had stopped filming. He looked younger without the phone between him and the world. Caleb walked near the wall, watching cable runs, junction boxes, anything that looked like it could kill us. Mia stayed beside me, her scarf wrapped around her bleeding hand, her face tight each time she flexed her fingers. "You okay?" I asked. "No." The answer startled me. She glanced at me. "What? You wanted honesty." I almost laughed. It came out like a cough. We reached the left turn Evan had mentioned. The corridor opened into a low-utility alcove screened by a chain-link cage. Behind the mesh sat a breaker panel, a metal desk, stacked toolboxes, 2 orange cones, and a gray steel door with an exit sign above it that wasn't lit. A service door. Real, ordinary, beautiful. Then we saw the padlock on the cage. Cut. It lay on the floor, its shackle sheared clean through. Rachel's flashlight dipped to it. "That's not ours." Caleb crouched without touching it. "Bolt cutters," Evan said. "It was locked when I came in." Rachel turned on him. "Then how did you get through? The door was open. The cage was. That makes no sense." "I know," Mia pointed. "What's that?" On the metal desk, under a clipboard, sat another laminated card. Rachel didn't pick it up. Caleb shone his phone screen over it. "Midnight Tour Rules Service Cage. Do not unlock the cage if the group count is wrong. Do not answer anyone calling from cell 7B if water reaches the service cage. Use the exterior door immediately. If the exterior door is chained, return to the gate. If both exits fail, wait in the center cell until morning. The safest person is the one holding the keys." Trevor whispered, "That last one is messed up." Rachel looked at the keys clipped to her belt. So did everyone else. For half a second, the card did exactly what it was meant to do. It put a spotlight on her, made her authority look like possession, made help look like danger. "That's why they're making cards," Caleb said quietly. "Not to guide us, to make us fight." "Who is they?" Martin asked. No one answered. A sound came from behind us. A scrape. We turned as one. At the far end of the construction corridor, back toward the torn plastic, a figure stepped into the weak spill of Martin's flashlight. Dark jacket, hood up, face hidden behind a white dust mask. For one insane heartbeat, I thought there were 2 Evans. Then Evan Pike said, "That's him." The masked man held something in his right hand. Bolt cutters. Rachel raised her radio like it was a weapon, then seemed to remember it was dead. "Stop there," she called. The man did not stop. He walked toward us with a steady, unhurried pace, boots splashing lightly through the water spreading behind him. Caleb grabbed one of the orange cones from beside the cage. Ridiculous weapon. Better than hands. Martin pushed Ellie behind him. Mia stepped in front of Trevor and Priya without thinking, and I reached for Rachel's keys. Not to steal them. Not exactly. I told myself I was helping. I saw the service door, the cage, the cut padlock, the breaker panel. I saw a problem and turned into the worst version of myself. Rachel caught my wrist. "Don't," she said. "I can open the door." "You don't know which key?" "Then give them to Evan." Evan laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Don't give me anything." The masked man was closer now, 30 feet. Rachel pulled the keys free and shoved them into Mia's injured hand. Mia winced. "Why me?" she asked. "Because you won't play hero," Rachel said. That hurt more than it should have, because she was right. The masked man stopped 10 feet from us. Close enough that I could see his dust mask had museum logo stickers stuck over the filters. Close enough to see a strip of duct tape wrapped around one sleeve, dark with water. "Keys," he said. His voice was muffled. "Male, American, middle-aged maybe." Rachel said, "Police are already on their way. Then you should hurry." He lifted the bolt cutters, not swinging them, just showing us the weight. Priya's voice shook. "Why are you doing this?" The man looked at her, then at Trevor, then at Ellie, and something like irritation passed through his posture. "Because nobody listens until there's a liability event." Rachel stared. "You're insane." "No," he said. "I worked here 13 years. I wrote reports about that wing. Water, wiring, bad locks, night programming with half staff. They fired me when I wouldn't sign off." Evan whispered, "Tom." Rachel's flashlight jumped. Tom Braddock. The name meant something to her. Tom tilted his head. "Good, you remember." Rachel's face went hard and pale. "You cut the lock. I showed what could happen. You trapped guests in a flooded cell block. I triggered a controlled leak." Mia snapped. A child was standing in it. That hit him, not enough, but it hit. She wasn't supposed to leave the wall. I heard Martin inhale. The sound was terrible. He lunged. Tom swung the bolt cutters up defensively. Martin ran into them shoulder first with a meaty crack and went down hard on one knee. Ellie screamed. Lena grabbed Martin under the arms and dragged him back. Blood started at his eyebrow where he had clipped the cage on the way down. No clean hero moment. No satisfying punch. Just pain and panic. Tom backed up 2 steps, breathing harder. "Keys," he said again. Mia held them tight despite her bleeding palm. Nathan the fixer rose in me one last time. The idiot commander. The boy who thought if he gave enough orders, nothing bad would happen. Then I looked at Mia's hand, at Ellie shaking, at Martin bleeding, Rachel, who knew the building but could not solve a man. And I did the thing I hated most. I listened. Caleb whispered, "The cage door isn't locked." He was right. The padlock had been cut. The chain hung loose through the latch, more theater than security. Rachel's eyes flicked there. Tom saw it too. He moved. So did we. Rachel kicked the chain free and yanked the cage door open. Caleb threw the orange cone at Tom's legs. It bounced uselessly, but Tom stepped around it, and that half step mattered. Inside, Rachel shouted. Everyone surged into the cage. Lena first with Ellie, Priya and Trevor. Martin stumbling, one hand over his brow. Evan, Mia, me. Tom reached the cage as Rachel tried to slam it shut. The bolt cutters jammed between door and frame. Metal clanged. Tom shoved. Rachel shoved back. I grabbed the mesh with both hands and pushed. Caleb joined me. Trevor too, crying openly now, his face wet and twisted. Evan grabbed a loose length of chain from the latch. and looped it around the frame. Tom thrust one arm through the gap and caught Rachel's jacket. She gasped as he yanked her forward, her shoulders striking the frame. Mia stepped in, not dramatically, not gracefully. She drove the sharp end of a broken plastic barrier pole into Tom's forearm. He screamed and let go. Rachel slammed the cage door shut. Evan whipped the chain through once, twice. Then Caleb jammed the cut padlock shackle through the links like a pin. It would not hold long, but it held. Tom struck the mesh with the bolt cutters. Once, twice. Every hit shook dust from the ceiling. Rachel bent over, holding her shoulder. "Breaker," she said. Caleb was already at the panel. "I don't know this layout." Evan shoved beside him. "I do." Rachel grabbed his sleeve. "Can we trust you?" "No," Evan said. "But I'm what you've got." He opened the panel. Inside were labeled breakers, some handwritten, some printed, some so old the marker had faded into gray ghosts. Tom hit the cage again. The makeshift chain slipped half an inch. Evan scanned the panel. His fingers hovered. "Temporary run, east alcove, gate ox, work light. Kill anything feeding 7, Caleb said. "If I kill the wrong thing, we may lose the door release." "The door's mechanical," Rachel said. "Old crash bar." Evan flipped 2 breakers. The hot smell faded slightly. The corridor dropped into deeper darkness, except for flashlights and phone screens. Tom stopped hitting the cage. For a second, that was worse. Then he said very calmly, "If you open that exterior door, alarm locks the yard gate. You'll be stuck outside until police arrive." Rachel said, "Better than in here with you." Tom laughed softly. "You still don't understand the building." He stepped away from the cage, toward the service door. Mia lifted the keys. "Which one?" Rachel pointed with her good arm. "Square brass." "No, smaller. The one with blue paint." Mia fumbled. Her injured hand shook. Blood darkened the scarf. "Hurry," Priya said. "I am." Tom was at the door now, outside the cage, but between us and the exit. He reached into his pocket. Caleb said, "He has something." Tom pulled out a chain, not a weapon, a chain with a heavy lock on it. He began threading it through the exterior door's push bar. Rachel made a sound like all the air had been kicked out of her. "He's chaining it." That was the point where thinking stopped. I grabbed the loose metal desk inside the cage and shoved it toward the mesh. "Help me." Caleb understood first. So did Evan. Together, we tipped the desk onto its side and rammed it into the cage wall. The mesh flexed but held. Again. Tom looked back. Again. The bottom corner of the chain link panel tore from its rusted floor bracket with a screech. Not enough for a person, enough for an arm. Mia dropped to her knees and thrust the key ring through the opening toward Rachel. "Can you reach the lock?" Rachel stared at her. "My shoulder, I'll guide it." "No," I said. "I will." Mia looked at me, waiting for the old Nathan to insist. I took the keys from her, then put them into her better hand and closed her fingers around them. "You guide it," I said. "I'll hold the mesh." Her face changed, just a flicker. Then she lay flat on the wet concrete inside the cage, reaching under the bent mesh with the blue painted key pinched between 2 fingers. Tom saw. He abandoned the chain and came at her. Rachel moved first. Injured shoulder and all, she threw herself into Tom's knees from the side. He went down with a shout, bolt cutters skidding away. His head hit the concrete hard enough to make a flat, awful sound. Rachel cried out and rolled away, clutching her shoulder. Tom groaned, dazed but moving. "Mia," I shouted. "I have it." The key entered the service door lock. Turned. Nothing. "Other way," Rachel shouted. Mia twisted. The lock clicked. Tom crawled toward the bolt cutters. Martin, blood running down his cheek, kicked them away. He nearly fell doing it. Evan grabbed the service door's push bar through the bent mesh and shoved. The door opened. Cold outside air rushed in, wet and clean and smelling of the city. For half a second, nobody moved because it was too simple. A door opening. Air. Rain. Then Tom got to his feet. He grabbed Rachel by the back of her jacket and dragged her toward the open door, not to help her out, but to use her as a shield. "Back," he said. His dust mask had slipped. He was older than I expected. Late 50s. Red-faced, eyes glassy with panic and conviction. The worst combination. "Tom," Rachel said through clenched teeth. "It's over." "No," he said. "It's documented now." "Let her go," Mia said. He tightened his grip. And Ellie, who had been shaking behind Lena, picked up her ruined paperback from where it had somehow been carried in with us, wet, swollen, useless, and threw it at his face. It slapped against his eyes with a wet smack. Not heroic. Not enough to hurt him. Enough. Rachel dropped her weight, twisting out of his grip. I shoved the bent cage panel outward with everything I had. The torn mesh caught Tom across the hip. Caleb and Evan hit the door from inside. Martin grabbed Rachel with his good arm and hauled her through the opening. Tom stumbled backward into the water pooled outside the cage. His heel caught the extension cord. He fell, hard. His head missed the wall by inches, but his wrist landed under him with a crack that made even Mia flinch. He screamed, high and raw. The bolt cutters lay out of reach. For 3 seconds, no one moved. Then Rachel, half collapsed outside the service door, pointed at Tom and shouted, "Leave him, move." We moved. Through the service door. Into rain. Into the east yard of the prison, a narrow fenced utility space between stone walls and a locked vehicle gate. Not freedom. Not yet. But air. Real air. Behind us, Tom Braddock curled on the wet concrete, clutching his broken wrist and sobbing curses that turned into coughs. Evan slammed the service door from the outside. Rachel locked it with shaking hands. The group gathered in the yard under a security light that flickered but stayed on. Mia leaned against the wall, gray with pain. Martin sank to the ground with Ellie wrapped in both arms. Trevor threw up beside a dumpster. Priya held his shoulders. Lena kept saying Caleb's name softly, though he was right there. Rachel slid down the door and finally let herself make a sound, a short broken gasp that was almost a sob. Sirens grew somewhere beyond the walls, not close enough to save us from what had already happened, close enough to prove the world outside still existed. I stood in the rain with blood running cold down my shin, watching the locked service door shake once from Tom's good hand on the other side. Once. Then again. Then it stopped. The conflict was over in the practical sense. The man was trapped. The door was locked. Police were coming. We had survived the rules because they had never been rules at all. They were instructions designed to make frightened people doubt the safest person in the room, split apart, and walk exactly where Tom Braddock needed them to go. But as the sirens approached, and Mia rested her head against my shoulder without looking at me, I kept seeing the last line from the card. The safest person is the one holding the keys. Rachel had given them away. That was why we lived. The first firefighter through the east yard gate looked angry before he looked relieved. Not angry at us, exactly. Angry at the lock on the gate, at the narrow yard, at the stupid old stone walls funneling rainwater toward a drain clogged with leaves and cigarette butts. At a museum that had decided people would pay extra to walk through a building after midnight if you gave the danger a name tag and a waiver. "Who's hurt?" he shouted. For a second, nobody answered. It should have been easy. We were wet, bleeding, shaking, gathered under security light beside a dumpster that smelled like damp cardboard and old coffee grounds. Rachel was sitting on the ground with one arm tucked tight against her body. Martin had blood drying along his eyebrow. Mia's hand was wrapped in Lena's scarf, the fabric dark in the middle. My shin throbbed with every pulse. Trevor had vomit on his shoes. Ellie was wrapped around her father's arm like she might float away if she let go. But after an hour of trying not to be the most frightened person in the room, saying "I'm hurt" felt strangely impossible. Mia broke first, because of course she did. "Possible shoulder dislocation," she said, pointing at Rachel. "Head laceration on him. Hand puncture on me. Lower leg cut on my brother. Teenager was in standing water, cold exposure, panic response, maybe shock. And the man inside has a broken wrist, maybe head injury. He attacked us." The firefighter stared at her for half a beat, then nodded. "You medical, nurse. Good, keep talking." That almost made me laugh. Mia looked offended by being useful. They moved fast after that. 2 firefighters came in with bolt cutters for the yard gate chain, even though someone had already unlocked it from the outside. A paramedic crouched in front of Rachel, asked her name, asked the date, asked where she was. Rachel answered all 3, then tried to stand. "Ma'am, stay seated. I need to tell them there's a man behind that door. We know. He has bolt cutters. We know. He staged it. The water, the gate, the cards." The paramedic looked at her gently. "Police are on the door." Rachel turned her face away then, not crying exactly, but letting the muscles go slack after holding them tight for too long. I remember the rain collecting along the edge of her jaw before it fell. 2 officers came through next, hands on their holsters, careful rather than theatrical. They spoke to Rachel first, then Evan, then Caleb, then everyone at once, until they realized group questions were useless, because all of us were answering different parts of the same nightmare. Behind the service door, Tom Braddock shouted twice. The first time it was words, something about documentation and negligence. The second time it was just pain. When the officers opened the door, he did not rush them. That mattered to me later. The climax in my head had made him bigger than a person. By then, with 2 police flashlights on him and a firefighter stepping over the threshold with medical gloves, he was just a wet, middle-aged man sitting on the concrete with one wrist swollen wrong and his dust mask hanging from one ear. He looked furious. He also looked exhausted. They cuffed him in front because of the injury. He complained about it. Then he asked if anyone had checked the breaker logs. Nobody answered. The world became procedure. That was the first strange comfort of the aftermath. Procedure had failed us inside, but outside it returned in layers. Blankets, names, times, vitals, photographs of injuries, radios that worked, flashlights that did not flicker for dramatic effect. A fire captain asking Rachel where the electrical panels were. A police sergeant telling another officer to preserve the laminated cards as evidence. Darlene arriving from the main building in a raincoat over pajama pants, her face bare and stunned, repeating, "I told him no night events in 7, to no one in particular." We were guided one by one through a side service path, past a row of dumpsters and a maintenance cart. then into a staff break room that smelled of burnt microwave popcorn. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Someone had left a Phillies mug in the sink. There was a vending machine against one wall and a laminated poster about workplace harassment taped beside the refrigerator. It was so ordinary I wanted to sit down on the floor. Instead, I let a paramedic clean the cut on my shin. He was a broad man with a shaved head and a small tattoo behind one ear. His name was Lewis, 38, male, and he had the calm boredom of someone who had seen every possible way a person could turn a manageable night into paperwork. "You're lucky," he said. "I'm getting tired of that word." He glanced up. "Fair, you're not badly cut, better, technically." He washed the wound with saline. It burned enough to make me grip the edge of the chair. Mia, sitting across from me while another medic worked on her palm, noticed. "Breathe. I am breathing. You're holding it. I'm savoring the moment." She rolled her eyes, but there was no bite in it. Her hand looked ugly under the light, swollen around 2 deep splinter punctures. They had already said she would need an X-ray to make sure no wood stayed inside. She had nodded like the patient was someone else. Rachel sat at the break room table with her jacket cut open at the shoulder. The paramedics had not dislocated it exactly, but she had strained something badly when Tom yanked her into the cage frame. Every time she moved, her mouth flattened. Darlene tried to apologize to her 3 different times. Rachel stopped her each time. "Not here," she said. Not because forgiveness was coming, because there were officers in the room and lawyers would follow. Martin got 3 butterfly strips over his eyebrow. Ellie sat beside him under a gray blanket, holding a paper cup of water in both hands. She had stopped crying, which somehow made her look worse. When a female officer named Judith Park, 51, asked if she could take Ellie's statement, Martin's whole body tightened. Ellie said, "It's okay, Dad." He looked down at her like he had forgotten she could speak for herself. "It's okay," she said again, quieter. So Officer Park pulled a chair close and spoke to her softly, not pushing, not asking why she had gone after the book, not making her feel foolish for the one decision that nearly ruined all of us. Ellie answered in small sentences. When she got to the part where she threw the book, Trevor made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "That was honestly the best throw I've ever seen," he said. Priya smacked his arm, but gently. Ellie looked at him for a second. Then, unbelievably, she smiled. Only a little. It was gone almost immediately. Caleb gave his statement with unnerving precision. Times, observations, sensor status, possible system access, the gate cycling, the keypad indicator, the contractor badge entry at 11:43. He drew a rough map on the back of a break room safety checklist, labeling the gate, water flow, service cage, breaker panel, and exterior yard. Lena sat beside him with one hand on his knee, grounding him when he started talking too fast. Evan Pike was kept apart from us near the hallway. Not arrested, not free either. He had surrendered his phone, his badge, and the email that had brought him there. I saw one officer scrolling through it with another officer over his shoulder. Evan looked smaller without the fogged safety glasses and work gloves. He kept flexing his hands, as if expecting someone to tell him what tool to pick up. At one point, he caught Rachel's eye. "I didn't know," he said. Rachel stared at him for a long moment. "You came into an active museum site after hours without confirming with staff." His face reddened. The email looked real, You wanted the overtime. He did not deny it. That was one of the quieter wounds of the night. No villain speech, no dramatic betrayal. Just a man making a normal bad choice because money was tight, because the message sounded official enough, because he had worked dangerous sites before, and danger had become background noise. Tom Braddock had built the trap, but ordinary carelessness had held the door open for him. The police found more in cell block 7 before dawn. We learned pieces of it slowly, mostly because everyone in the break room kept talking, and trauma makes people greedy for facts. Tom had used an old employee credential that should have been disabled. He had printed the rule cards on museum stock left in a storage office. He had set the water flow by opening a capped line connected to an old boiler feed system, not enough to flood the block quickly, just enough to create urgency. He had tampered with the gate sensor so the control system would report open while the maglock stayed engaged. He had staged the contractor call to get Evan inside and make the service area seem like a plausible escape. He had not planned for Ellie to step into the water. At least that was what he told police. Nobody believed that in a way that mattered. The cards bothered investigators most because they were not necessary for the mechanical parts of the trap. They were for us. They turned the building into an argument. Keep 10 feet apart. Stay close. Trust the guide. Don't trust the guide. Count the group. Fear extra guests. Hold the keys. Fear the keys. Tom had understood something about frightened people. That stayed with me. Around 3:10 a.m., after we had given statements and refused coffee that tasted like scorched paper, they let us leave for the hospital or home, depending on injury. Mia needed urgent care for her hand. Rachel was going to the ER for her shoulder. Martin insisted Ellie be checked too, and for once, she did not pretend to be annoyed by him. Outside, the rain had thinned to mist. Fairmount Avenue looked almost gentle under the streetlights. A rideshare idled at the curb with its hazard lights blinking. A jogger passed on the opposite sidewalk, hood up, earbuds in, not even slowing down. Philadelphia had already moved on. Mia and I stood near the curb while a paramedic handed her discharge notes and told her to keep the temporary dressing dry. "Good luck with that," she said, looking up at the weather. He smiled tiredly and left. For a minute, neither of us spoke. The prison wall loomed behind us, dark stone slick with rain. In daylight, it would be educational again. A landmark, a place on a field trip permission slip. At night, it had become something else, not because of ghosts or old prisoners or anything easy like that, but because people had trusted systems that looked official from a distance. Mia leaned against my arm. "You did okay," she said. I looked at her bandaged hand. "I almost made it worse." "Yeah." I waited. She looked up at me. "And then you didn't." That was as much forgiveness as either of us could manage at 3 a.m. with wet socks and dried blood on our clothes. "I don't want you to move," I said. Her expression softened, but she did not rescue me from the honesty. "I know. I'm happy for you. I just don't want it." "I know that too." Cars hissed over wet pavement. "I'm sorry I made it about control," I said. She nudged me with her shoulder. "You always make it about control. I'm trying to have a moment here." "I'm helping by being accurate," I laughed then. Really laughed once, short and cracked. She did too, and for a second we were just siblings outside a stupid tourist attraction after a terrible night, laughing because the alternative was to fold in half. Then her phone buzzed. We both stared at it. It had been dead for hours. The screen lit in her good hand with a low battery warning. 1%. No service, then 1 bar, then no service again. Probably just warmed up, she said. Yeah, she unlocked it. Missed calls from Mom. Texts from Darlene's temporary incident line. A weather alert. Nothing strange. Then my own phone vibrated in my pocket. I did not move at first. Mia looked at me. Nate, I took it out. The screen showed the dead battery symbol, then flickered to life at 2%. Old phone. Cold night. Water in the air. Any technician could have explained it in a tone that made me feel stupid. There was one notification from the unknown number. No message preview this time. Just 12:17 a.m. I opened it. The thread was empty. No rules have changed. No sender history. No text at all. Only a blank conversation screen and the number at the top, which disappeared before I thought to screenshot it. Mia watched my face. What? I told her. She did not laugh. She did not tell me phones glitch. She did not tell me I was tired, though I was. She just said, "Don't put that in your video." I'm not making a video. The answer came too fast. She looked at the prison wall. Good. We went to urgent care. Mia got 3 tiny splinters removed and a tetanus booster. I got my shin cleaned properly and taped. Martin texted the group later through a temporary contact chain Lena organized from the break room. Ellie was physically fine. Rachel had a bad shoulder sprain, but no fracture. Caleb wrote a timeline for police before sunrise, because of course he did. Trevor posted nothing. Priya made sure of it. The museum closed for investigations. Tom Braddock was charged with assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, burglary, and a list of other things that looked sterile on paper compared to what it had felt like to be inside his plan. The local news called it a frightening after-hours incident. One article used the word hoax, which made me so angry I had to stop reading. Mia moved to Maine 9 days later. I helped load her boxes. Neither of us mentioned the prison until we found her ruined green scarf in the trunk of my car, stiff from dried blood and plaster dust. She told me to throw it out. I didn't. For a while, ordinary life returned in pieces. Coffee, emails, rent, bad sleep, sirens in the distance that were not coming for me. I stopped filming abandoned buildings. Not officially. I just kept not going. I edited cooking videos for a restaurant group and told people I was broadening my portfolio. Sometimes, when my apartment radiator ticks at 2 a.m, I hear the prison pipes instead. Sometimes, I wake convinced I am standing in a line of strangers, waiting for someone else to decide which rule is real. And once, 2 months after Mia left, I received a padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a laminated card, water-warped at one corner, smelling faintly of dust and rain. Not one of the rule cards. A museum visitor badge, printed with my name. NATHANROURKE, Midnight Group under the name, was a small black square where a QR code should have been. I never scanned it. I never took it to the police either, which I know was stupid. Maybe cowardly. I put it in a shoebox with hospital paperwork, Mia's stained scarf, and the receipt from the urgent care clinic. The prison reopened 6 months later for daytime tour only. Their website says the midnight program has been permanently discontinued. I believe that, mostly. But every now and then, when I check the page, the old booking calendar appears for half a second before the site finishes loading. A gray box at the bottom. No dates available. No description. Just one line, small enough that I keep telling myself it is cached text from a broken template. RULES updated after midnight. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.